I'm Scott Allen Miller. It is Thursday again, and that means it's time for Nicaragua Live. We are here on the live stream getting ready. So this is our green room, our kind of waiting space while we wait for all of you to join in and for Scott, or future Scott as the case may be, to get ready for the live stream. So I love doing these little intros because it's a little bit fun and it makes it way easier to kick things off because it does give me a chance to make everything start, tell everyone that I'm doing the show, set up a monitor in the outside room so people can see what is going on the show and know when they can interrupt me or whatever, and allows for just everything to get ready and get the lights, and it forces me to be ready to kick off. So this is your chance. Welcome if you're just joining us. We are getting ready for the live stream to kick off. You have about 6-7 minutes right now, so this is your chance to go get some coffee, get a beer, grab some snacks, make some popcorn, maybe turn this on the TV instead of on your phone or whatever's convenient. If you have the family, gather them around, get them set up, put it on the TV, and have a fun evening. Remember, you can get your, oh, my dog just came running at me. You can get on your phone while you're on TV, and you can ask questions that way or participate in the conversation. You can, of course, also use a laptop or sit at a desktop or whatever, but it's really good if you're going to be watching on a TV, which I know many of you do, which is super cool. It's great if you have your cell phone or something so you can participate in the conversation, because on the TV you don't see the chat going on the side. You only see me responding to it. I do try to read everything, but you will miss things and you're not able to participate. So that is a great thing to do. So again, welcome to Nicaragua Live on a Thursday night here from Leon, Nicaragua. Woo, we got a bit of wind. We're probably going to have some rain ahead of the live stream. Hopefully this does not affect us. We're crossing our fingers that we're going to have a good connection this week. And let me know while this is going on. Start in the chat, introduce yourself, say hi, start thinking about questions you may have. You can ask some questions. That'll give me something to talk about when I jump on. There's no way you're going to ask too many. And welcome to so many new people. We have had nearly 1,000 new subscribers since like 72 hours ago. So this is wow. Thank you to so many new people. So we're just waiting to get the live stream started. This is your waiting period where we give you a chance to get your drinks, your snacks, go use the bathroom, because we're going to be going for a while. And as long as the internet agrees with us tonight. But ever since we switched to the correct YouTube server, which we've had very little time to test, a lot of traffic today. Now that we've switched to that, we've had really good luck with the video working. So fingers crossed that everything's working now. This is a test though. This is going to keep playing. So you guys let me know the audio is working. Let me know if the video is working, and hopefully we will be in great shape when we actually kick off the live. So go grab a snack, make yourself comfortable, use the bathroom, all of those things. Say hello in the chat, ask any questions that you have, think about questions you might have, and settle in for a fun evening. For those who would like to know what you can do to sponsor the channel, we can talk about that right now while we're waiting for everyone to gather around. We have a couple different things, and I really do appreciate everyone. You guys know we don't sell anything. We have no revenue source. The ads do a little bit, but extremely little. We really get all of our real sponsorship comes from you guys by a couple of means. One is we have a membership. There's a join button. A lot of people ask about that on the live stream. We'll talk about it again later. We'll just put that into our bathroom stuff. So if you wait till we take bathroom breaks, we'll post that information again, hopefully. But you have the join button. That's $5 a month. We do have a private real-time chat group on Nica Habla that you get to join and be in like our top priority conversation group. So that's one thing. But basically, it's just $5 a month to give a regular support to the channel, because what we do here is expensive. There's a lot of costs that come with doing all of this. So that really does help. We can also, when you're in the live stream, you can do I don't know if it's a super thanks. There's a button and you can do a one-time donation through that, and that pops up and you get a little recognition on the side in the chat. And then of course you can go to buymeacoffee.com/Scott Allen Miller, and that allows you to buy me a coffee or a few And that's kind of like Patreon, and that's a one-time sponsorship. We've talked about turning on a membership in there. We'll look into that. I have not gotten to that yet, so I apologize. But many of you did want to know recently, since probably a lot of you are on at this point, there was this promotion from YouTube to try to get us to do the membership. That's why we have the membership. It's not because we thought it was a good idea, although it's turned out to be pretty good. But we did not expect it to really be something useful, and YouTube gave us this huge pressure. They offered a really big reward for turning it on, and they're like, we will just pay you to turn it on. And so we decided, okay, it's really not something we can turn down. And yes, we did get that payment from YouTube, so it did work out, and it was a great idea. So even without you guys joining, it was very valuable, but we really do appreciate. We have way more members than I was expecting to have, like really surprised. So that's been actually quite fantastic. So again, it is Thursday night. It is Nicaragua Live. We are just waiting to kick off the actual live. We need a few minutes for people to get in, say hello, ask their questions, get set up. That way we can all jump in together and be ready. So Future Scott is prepping. He's getting the lights ready. He's getting the air conditioning turned down because he doesn't really use it during the day. He's getting the monitors up and the camera all set and plugging things in, hopefully, because he's always forgetting something. And I know I've got the camera hooked to the wrong device right now, so if I don't switch that, that's going to take me a little bit of time. So Future Scott is always scrambling to get going on this live stream. So this is our chance to get in, say hello, and get ready so that we can all jump in and be super productive in the live stream together. But love doing this show. So much fun. The live stream is just such a great time. I'm so thankful that all of you are here. We've had such a good week. My gosh, it has been amazing. We have multiple videos that have just done super well, and we kind of had a lull for several weeks, and it gets discouraging. You're like, oh, there aren't as many people watching or just whatever. And this week has been, wow, fantastic. So welcome to the new people. Thank you so much to our long-term viewers, to those of you who've been around, but this is super cool. So we're going to have a lot of new people, I expect, tonight on the live stream. So make sure to welcome everyone and make them feel at home and bring them into the group. We have such a good group here. And for those who are new or have, whether to the channel or the live stream, a lot of the people who join the live stream are here in Nicaragua. Some have been on the live stream many times. Some are regulars who live here. Some of them are my neighbors. So there are people that you can talk to and get additional perspectives on life in Nicaragua, not just from me. But we're coming up on about 8 minutes, so this is good. This is a good long intro, but I wanted to give you a little background on the week. So remember, you can do a super like, you can join the channel, you can buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/Scott Allen Miller. Lots of ways that you can help to support the channel and all the stuff that we do here. And without further ado, I'm pretty sure the Future Scott is ready. He should have the mics fixed and the camera ready and the lights. So I'm going to start looking for him and see if Scott, are you ready to do this show? Are we gonna switch over to actually being live now? Are we good? All right. Okay. Let's take it away. Let's go. Hey everybody, how are we doing? Welcome to the live stream. I think that transition actually kind of worked. That took a bit of work, and I have to watch it really carefully, but it actually works because it goes to widescreen right before I'm like, oh no, I forgot to put on the timer to make it tell me when it's about to be done. But that actually worked pretty well. So how is everyone doing tonight? Let's see, what do we got going on? Oh, my dog's eating my dinner. Tusk is here. Hey Tusk and Janet. Luke is here. Tropical Storm Sarah just hit the Honduran coast by heading up to Belize. Hopefully I don't have to be up in Belize this week. It just popped up. Was there a pop-up somewhere? What did I just see? Peter, a.k.a. Hobo Nomad. Hey, Peter. Good to see you here. Jorge is here. Sup, Scott? Everyone else, how are you? Carlos is here. Yo. Jorge likes the intro. Luke likes the artwork, ducks on an airliner. Janet's going to be in and out. She has a class in an hour and a half, then a huge gap. And by leaving this on in my office, either way. Oh, awesome. That way we get the views. I actually have this also because I have this time with the intro. That worked really well. I had time to eat my dinner, make sure the lights were right, get a bottle of wine. We're on Peñasol Cabernet Sauvignon from, where is this from? Spain. I actually got Spanish wine tonight. And and it let me turn it on in the living room, so I have like a monitor to know how things are going, which is really nice. If I remember to put the timer up, then I can see it in the living room and see it counting down and be like, oh no, I gotta be ready. But I'm always scrambling to do the last few things, and I always need a few extra minutes. And this seemed to work really well. I forgot to turn the air conditioning down, so I'm really warm as I'm waiting for that to cool down. I was actually out having coffee with Brent, that most of you know, been in the community for a long time. He's here in Leon today, and we were just at Dr. Coffee, getting coffee just before I ran back here. Ed from Queens is here. Hey, Scott. Hey, Ed. Good to see you. Luke says AV 5x5. All right. This week. So we're on, I mentioned this in the intro, we're on the proper YouTube server now. That seems to be making a difference. And I did turn down the bit rate on this, which we were not able to do before. Some update to the Atom, the Blackmagic Atom, opened that up for us at some point. So we were able to turn that down and hopefully get that working better. So that's so far it has been good. Seems like it's working. Tusk says, I enjoyed the new intro. That was a good transition. Thank you. I like it's fun, and I actually look forward to doing it just because it's like a change of pace. And I never know what to do during the intro time. I'm like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. There's nobody here. And doing it ahead of time lets me prep during the time of the day when I actually have some time, and then be ready when I come back. And bird is the word, but the bird. The bird is the word. I said the bird is here. And hey, bird is the word. Bab says, hey, Bab here researching. Bab, great to have you. A #1 Savage steak sauce. Hey, Scott. Oh, yes, Nicaragua. Michael Mulrooney. Hey, I'm new, but I'm excited to learn. Seriously considering relocating my family of 6 down there. Awesome, Michael. Great to have you here. Tusk says, I'm drinking pomegranate wine. Ooh, sounds nice. From Casa de Fruta in Hollister, California. Went there a few days ago with my best friend, and I bought a few bottles. It's delicious, very tart when it hits the tongue. Bird is the word says lol. Like my singing? That's what people come for. It's the impromptu songs. This is, I swear, this is actually my first first alcohol in 3 weeks, because I was on the antibiotics and everything. I'm finally clear and able to drink, so doing... Gary says something. We're going to say he says, do you, which I do. I often do. Thanks, Gary. So what's new with everybody? What's going on? We got lots of new people this week. We obviously had an explosive week on the show. We did really well. The stats on the show for the week are pretty crazy. I'm pretty sure our video from 3 days ago is now #2 all-time. I don't count my viral Christmas video. That was just random. But of real videos, it is currently just behind the Hinotega, the famous Hinotega episode. It's quite a bit ahead of the big Canadian episode. So very excited that we had an amazing week on that. Brent is already on the live stream. We just left each other a few minutes ago. He got in the taxi as I was getting in the car. Brent, thank you for the coffee. I did not get a chance to actually say that as you were jumping into the taxi, but it was great getting to meet you in person. Brent says, tuning in from down the street. Absolutely great to hang out, chat, and meet the family. So we went to Dr. Coffee and had coffee and health drinks and stuff, and my kids were there hanging out. Just before this. Chris Fry says, hello, Scott. Usually writing from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Yep. But now currently in Maracay, Venezuela. Just got married. Oh my gosh. So one, congratulations on getting married, and congratulations on being in Venezuela. Maracay, Venezuela. That's awesome. I want a full report on how you like it, what the situation is, and all that, because I've not made it to Venezuela yet and really want to go. And just waiting kind of for life scheduling to give me an opportunity. I am expected, if all goes well, I'm expected to be in Colombia, Bogota, Colombia, while being on my way to La Paz, Bolivia, in the upcoming weeks. Not sure exactly when that's going to happen or if exactly it's going to happen, but it is scheduled. It is supposed to happen. I need to deliver something. It's actually a work trip. There's no particular fun stuff, but I have to acclimate before going to La Paz, or you end up super sick, for those who don't know. And Bogota is just the smidgen higher than Cochabamba, so it's just as good for acclimating as Cochabamba is. I really want to go to Cochabamba and hang out with my crew there, but flights are tough. It just makes it really hard. Bogota makes the trip shorter and a lot cheaper, and lets me do a layover in El Salvador and get my tacos and beer, which I like doing at the airport there, and then go to Bogota and spend 5 days in Bogota hanging out, hopefully with my CEO, and get her on the show, and then fly on to La Paz to the office and have fun there. So fingers crossed that all that works out, but that is what I'm looking at coming up. But Venezuela is even more exciting than that for sure. Gary says, do you have to have all your documents in apostille to get your retirement visa, and how long does it take? So yes, you do have to have apostille in most cases. It really varies because it's done not by, well, first of all, it depends what country you're coming from. I'm just going to guess you're American because you didn't say. If not, tell me. But in the United States, each state does your documents by apostille independently. So getting it, for example, for my family from New York took X amount of time, and Texas took X amount of time. In New York, I feel like it took like 2 weeks. In Texas, I feel like it took us like 3 hours. Like, it was really fast, but we had to run around and do some of it on foot. But they're like, just run down the street and do this, just run down the street and do that. And we were able to get our apostille super fast at the State Department in Austin. But we made a point flying to Austin to do it. So I'm sure if you put in a whole bunch of effort, you can get apostille pretty quickly, most places. But it varies. So you may find some states where it's a huge delay, but in general, I think you'll find that it's fine. Chris says, it's great, flew into the capital, that's Caracas. No issues, everything is great here. That is so cool. I really, really want to do Venezuela. One of my best friends is Venezuelan, and she for a long time wouldn't go with me, and now she's like, yeah, it's safe, we can go. So I'm hoping that she and I will go and do a Venezuelan trip at some point, and explore like where she grew up and stuff, which would be super cool. It'd be neat to have a guide. But yeah, always wanted to go. Definitely super cool country. And unfortunately, there are not direct flights from here, even though the Venezuelan National Airlines flies here, Conviasa. They don't fly to and from Venezuela from here. Super weird. They only fly to Havana, and it's not the cheapest flights. Like, there's cheaper ways to get to Venezuela. Like, it's super dumb. I think I have to fly to Bogota and then hop over to Caracas, which is easy enough. But when Conviasa comes here, why don't they take us to Caracas directly? Like, come on, your missed opportunity. Yeah. So yeah, Gary, you do need them, but the time will vary a lot. But keep in mind that most people come here and do the border run system, which is the indefinite tourist system, for a minimum of a year. You don't have to, but you generally do. So most people don't worry about their apostille or anything until they're into that process. Of course, your situation may vary, but pretty typically you're going to spend some time here and then deal with the apostille, often remotely. And if it takes, sorry, I'm just taking off my shoes, I've been running around. If it takes 2 weeks or 18 months, you generally don't care very much, because you're already here, you're already living here. You don't need that retirement paperwork. And if you're like in process with it, like, if Nicaragua's like, you need to have your paperwork, and you're like, look, I requested my apostille, here's where I sent it in, here's what I'm doing, it's not my fault, they're like, okay, right? They're never going to be like, screw you, you didn't get it fast enough, right? As long as you send it in when they say, they're going to wait for you, right? They understand that things take time and that sometimes it's not your fault, and they're not trying to get rid of you. They're just trying to figure out if it's appropriate for you to be a resident and to then get you into the system at the right time. And it's really just a practical thing. It's not if you come from an American or a Canadian perspective, you're so used to this whole, like, we're going to find a way to kick you out mentality. Not that they completely do that, but that's kind of the thought process. They're looking for ways to get rid of you. And Nicaragua's looking for ways to justify keeping you. Well, we can figure this out. Well, he's got it filed. Well, he's trying, right? They're going to try to figure out how to keep you here. So it's a completely different mental space. Still, going to Migracion is not always super fun, and sometimes the process is really annoying or boring or time-consuming, but in general, they're not going to do anything that's going to make you unable to stay. So under normal circumstances, you'll come here, you'll stay, and just do it that way without too big of a deal. Michael says, just finished your 2-hour FAQ video, and it was very informative. A couple questions I had is water quality. How is the water quality down there? So I have a video on the water quality where I drink the water. It's fine, right? It's not the best in the world, right? The United States is like the world's best water. So be aware, the U.S. is outstanding in its water. Flint, not included, or Mississippi, of course. But in general, the United States is fantastic with its water. It's super clean. It is super tasty. It is super safe. Everywhere in the U.S. Drinking water, right? Don't swim in Florida, you get brain-eating amoebas. But in general, everything is super great in the U.S. for water. Mexico is universally dangerous for water. So both are unique. The U.S. is uniquely good, and Canada, they're kind of the same. And Mexico is uniquely bad. And then everywhere in Central America it's fine. You're going to have, it's not the tastiest in many situations. It's basically always safe, at least when you're in small quantities. The one thing, there are some places that have really old pipes, although Leon is being completely torn up as they fix this, where there is a possibility, if you don't test, that you could be in an area where there is a very small amount of heavy metal leaching. So be aware that if you're going to be, if you're here on vacation, you don't have to worry at all. But if you're going to be living here and you don't want to do bottled water, most people just do bottled water. It's just the thing. But in the poorer communities, people can't afford to do that. So the government is tearing every pipe out of the ground and putting all new pipes in for pressure reasons, for clean, for a lot of reasons. And so they're going to fix these things, but there are isolated spots where there is still heavy metal leaching. And so at very low levels, but if you're talking about a lifetime of drinking the water, you definitely would want to filter or use bottled. But if it's a small quantity, you don't worry about it at all. It really does take years to build up any amount. It's not like real heavy metal exposure. It's super small amounts. But if you're drinking the water forever, yeah, it could, in especially the colonial towns like Granada and Leon, we have specific risks because we're so old, Acatal as well. So that's just something to be aware of, right? So I have kids here, they're young. Do I want them drinking the water? Doesn't matter day to day. We don't worry if the coffee's made with it. You don't worry if, now here we're on well water, so we really don't care. But if you're on the city water somewhere, then you're really going to want to limit drinking, gallons every day for your entire life. But the occasional exposure, not a problem at all. And really, we all, basically everyone at middle class, which is about $800 a month and up, just lives on bottled water. Bottled water here is so cheap, and they deliver it to your house. That's the way to go. Plus, I like having my water refrigerated, so it's just really easy with the bottled water because you have a refrigeration unit. It's awesome. Can one get a home filter for water? Oh, yes, I didn't see that you asked that. Yes, you can. They're not super common, but absolutely you can get them, and you can either buy them here or you can import them, and then you pay a small import fee. Normally just sent it, Amazon or whatever, and it'll all just be included in the shipping. You won't even notice. In reality, if you do it right with maritime shipping, so you plan ahead, don't do it last second, and do all your shipping from Amazon through maritime, because there's no taxes, there's no outgoing sales tax from the U.S. because it's not being purchased in the U.S., normally, for things like that, the weight is such that with the maritime shipping and the lack of taxes, normally you pay less to ship it than the taxes would have been had you bought it in the United States, meaning it's slower but cheaper to buy from the U.S. in Nicaragua than in the U.S. Yeah, weird, and barely, right? I saved 30 cents, but 30 cents less than you would have spent in the U.S. is still an amazing number. But yes, home filters, they're just not very popular because bottled water is so easy and popular. It's just how things are done here. It's a cultural thing. So you don't see a lot of the home filters. But if you were to live in the countryside and not have bottled water delivery, yeah, a home filter would probably be the way to go. But then you're on a well, maybe you don't care because the well's clean. Michael also says, what immunization should we get? As long as you're properly immunized in the United States, meaning, measles, rubella, mumps, the standard things that Americans always get. That's all you need. We have no unique immunization for Nicaragua. We're not in a belt with any specific diseases. We do have a few diseases that you don't get immunized for: chikungunya, dengue, things that they're not really that dangerous. They suck. Yeah, but they're things that are also in the U.S., not in Canada yet, but they're starting to be in the U.S. Dengue is just moving these days, which is unfortunate for everyone because it's unpleasant. But I've had dengue, and honestly, it wasn't that bad for me. I would much rather have dengue again than have my knee injury that I have. So if that gives you any kind of scale there. But nothing special. There's absolutely no special immunizations for Nicaragua. Now, when a lot of people move to Nicaragua, you start to have this now I can explore the world mentality, which is great. So for me, one of the places I love to go to Bolivia, right? Bolivia's fantastic. Well, Bolivia is part of the Amazon zone. You got to have yellow fever. So being in Nicaragua has opened easy transit for me to parts of the world where yellow fever is a problem. But it's not a problem in Nicaragua. I need it to go to and from Bolivia and Brazil, which I don't go to. But if I was, I would need it for there. So, it could be good, but you can get that here. You don't need to get that somewhere else. If you're here and you decide to take a flight just 2 weeks before you travel to South America, that portion, the Amazon portion of South America, just stop by National Health here and get your $30 vaccine as a foreigner, and you're good to go. That's not a necessary thing, so that's not free from the healthcare system, but it's like 25 or 30 bucks, and it's handled by, because there's only one, it's so rare. There's one place that does it in the country. You just stop it. It's so easy. So easy. Boink says they sell big 5-gallon water jugs everywhere. Yep, and that's what I have delivered. Actually, no. We have, I think they're 10 gallons, so the bigger ones. There are smaller ones, there's bigger ones. We get the bigger ones, and they come on a truck, and guys bring them in. And we get 14 at a time. So we only have the truck come every other week or so. It's a great system. It's so cheap because we buy them in large numbers from the truck that I think a typical 2-week period, we spend 800 cord. That's okay. So that's $20 to $40 a month, but that's all bottled water delivered, and it goes into our machine that heats the water for ramen and chills the water for when you want just cold ice water throughout the day. I really like it. And, and it employs a bunch of people. So there's a lot of reasons it's good. Michael says, and finally, what amount of money would be wise to have to make the transition down there smooth for the 6 of us? That's a tough one. I really don't know. Let's come back to that, because that's going to be a big, in-depth thing, and I need to think about it for a little bit, but I'll remember. I'm going to skip Ed for just a second. Michael also said, what about showering and whatnot? We do recommend you shower here. If you don't shower, it's a warm country. You'll be a little bit stinky. Oh, maybe you meant how's the water for that. No, I'm just being silly. Yeah, the water is completely fine. You can drink the water. I drink the water every day, just not a lot of it. If I'm going to pour a glass of water, I grab it from the machine. But if I'm making soup or anything, anything simple, we just use the water from the faucet. And sometimes I drink the water from the faucet. Sometimes we make coffee from the water from the faucet. We don't worry about it. I never worry about drinking the water. So I certainly don't worry about showering with the water. You brush your teeth with the water. Never avoid that. Heavy metals don't matter for those things. Right, you would have to have seriously toxic levels of heavy metals for those things to ever be a problem. To the point where the water would taste like lead. Right? You'd be like, whoa, this tastes like lead, don't drink it. That's not what it's like. We're talking about absolutely minuscule amounts that over a lifetime would add up and be bad for your kidneys. So completely different thing. Showering and all that, nobody worries about that stuff. We're not like Mexico. There's not stuff in the water. The water is safe to drink. Luke says, this is for Gary. Local attorney quoted recently between $130 and $160 per apostille if done in country. I wouldn't recommend doing it in country, but you can do it after you come to the country. Does that make sense? Okay. So we're going to jump back to Ed. Ed, thank you so much for the donation. That is amazing. And Ed asks, what do you think is best, YouTube camera for street action Sony ZV-1 or GoPro Hero 12 black. Well, so first of all, I would get the 13. I think the 13 is a pretty solid upgrade from the 12, but the 12 is amazing. So give me 2 seconds because I'm going to grab both of these so I can hold them up and so that everyone knows what we're talking about here. I will keep talking. I think you can hear me. I'm not going very far away. I just need to come over here, and I've got these cameras at the ready. All right, this is an 11, but the 11 and the 12 are indistinguishable. So we'll just grab that. Oh, we're going to come back over here. Okay. So most all, right, if you watch my show and I'm doing street stuff, I'm using a GoPro. I do plan on okay, there we go. So this is a GoPro 11, and the 12 is identical. I just have the door off because I do things. That's the battery. These are super small. This is about $400. And if you watch my show when I'm out on the street or whatever, and normally when I'm in the garden, this is what I'm recording with. These are really, really easy to use. Like, the image quality is excellent. They don't focus, so you have to accept the focus that you get. So when I'm like talking to it, I'm a little bit blurry, but not bad. And they're terrible in low light. But if you're in really sunny scenarios, it is hard to beat a GoPro for how it looks and how easy it is to use. Now, it has built-in mics that aren't very good. They work, and they get better all the time. I add a media kit to this with a big mic and a dead cat foam thing that cuts the air noise. And with that, this does just the most amazing job. And its digital stabilization is the best in the industry. Like, they are the leaders in digital stabilization. It is rock solid. Absolutely amazing. There's so many things you can do with it, plus waterproof, and I could drop it on concrete. It's normally going to be fine. And there's just nothing to have to know to operate it, right? It's just ridiculously easy. It's also relatively limited, but that gives you a lot of, like, I'm just going to gun it, like what we call run and gun. Just, I'm going to turn it on, start recording, go. And you'll probably get really good footage, right? So I like this for a simplicity perspective, especially for street action, because you just point at what you need and it's going to get it, right? Nothing is as responsive and easy. And at about $400, you can get the $50 a year subscription, which I cannot rave about enough. That gives you replacement plans, gives you discounts on more cameras, discounts on accoutrements for it, like extra, like the different lens options and batteries and selfie sticks and stuff. However, the Ulanzi selfie stick is way better than the GoPro ones, at about $25. And you get the cloud storage. So the biggest deal with this is I pay the $50 a year and get unlimited cloud storage. So when I'm done filming for the day, which could be 20 gigs of stuff, I just plug in the power right here, the USB power, boop, and it automatically connects to my Wi-Fi and everything on the camera uploads. So if I'm traveling, I'm doing anything, I just plug this in and I just watch it go, and I have a peace of mind knowing it's being backed up and I don't have to deal with it. And that is amazing. So for my workflow, the GoPro is super important. I have a GoPro 9, 11 that I just showed you. I have the 12, I just don't know where I sat it. And I'm about to buy the 13. The 13 is a slight physical change compared to that, basically the same. And then this is the Sony ZV-1. Now this comes in a family, so there's the ZV-1 that I have here. There's a ZV-1F, and then there's a ZV-1 Mark II. This is the original, which has, I think, the best lens options. It is one of the most adorable looking cameras. It's a 1-inch sensor. Amazing image quality. It's a Sony, which is not my favorite, but I do, they're decent. It definitely doesn't have the build quality of an Olympus or a Fuji, but it's good, and their sensor technology is really good. It has a nice flip out screen, so you can do a lot of things with it. I love that you can get it in white. Kind of why I have it. I love the form factor. I love holding it. I really enjoy using this camera in some ways. It has major battery problems. You have to really mess with it or the battery just won't work. So a lot of times I try to use it and it just won't do anything. But there, and then the lens pops out and it gives me a fair amount of zoom options, right? I can zoom in and zoom out with it. The image quality is excellent. My biggest complaints with it, you can see how much lens there is there. For working in the street, I find that pop-out lens is a killer. It's so awful. One, if I put this in my pocket, it will turn itself on all the time. I'm not hitting any buttons. It just turns itself on. It decides I want it on, and it'll go on in my pocket. It'll cause lens damage. It'll get stuck in my pocket. I have no way to shut it off because I can't figure out what's going on. I can't get my hand in my pocket. It's not well designed for any kind of real world use. It is not very stable. So if you have it on a tripod or you're holding it really steady, it works great. But if you need to walk around, do stuff on the street, it's really shaky. And the microphone and preamps on this are garbage. Your stuff sounds awful. No matter what you do, you can't process this enough to make it sound awesome. The GoPro has mediocre mics, but way better than this by default with good preamps. But you add the media kit to this, and now you have good preamps and a good mic. Like, it's actually a really good mic on the media kit. And in both cases, you can add an external microphone, but the bad preamps on this I have amazing microphones. I have all Rode microphones, and they sound amazing. But they sound like crap when I attach it to this, and they sound amazing when I attach it to this. So if I use this, I always have to have a separate Zoom or Rode recorder that is getting the audio, then I have to sync it up, which is fine, but it's an extra step, and this just doesn't do the job. For just images, the quality on this is amazing, and if you watch Elton's Immense Coffee channel, he films completely on one of these. So that's why he has shorter segments and stuff, but and the GoPro will go like 25 minutes without overheating. This goes 5 minutes. So that's a big difference. Now, the ZV-1F, the F stands for fixed. It's like this, but the lens is wider and it does not pop out. It is a stable lens and it's a cheaper camera. This is about $700 and that one's $500. That's new. Don't buy them new, get them used. Otherwise, it's the same camera, except they moved the mount. The tripod mount on the ZV-1 blocks the battery compartment, which is a super big problem because the battery's flaky. It only lasts a tiny bit of time, that's the first problem, but it randomly just won't connect. And so you have to constantly open it, jiggle it, breathe on it, wipe it off, whatever, pop it back in over and over again to get the camera to turn on. And if it's on a tripod, sometimes it'll just wiggle just loose enough and it'll shut off. And you got to take the whole thing off the tripod to open up the battery compartment. They fixed that on the 1F and they moved it way over to an annoying spot, but at least it doesn't cover up the battery compartment. So the 1F is way cheaper. It's wider, which is generally what you actually want with one of these. It's not, the lens isn't quite as fast, but it's almost as fast. And they fixed the tripod mount. And I'm thinking about getting the 1F as well in white. Because it's cheap and because it's a fixed lens, I feel like it will take this from, okay, I like it, but it's not quite ever useful to, oh, that's actually quite useful quite often. And then the Mark II of this, they slightly altered the lens. I can't remember what the alteration is. It's either slightly longer or slightly wider. They fixed the mount. They fixed the 5-minute record limit. There's a couple minor things, but it's essentially the same camera, but it's $900, which is not a reasonable price for this camera. It's a good camera, but in the $300 to $400 range, which I can get the 1F that I want for $344 in white today. That to me, I think I'm gonna try it. Right, at that price, I'm willing to put up with the things I don't like about this for being really a lot more useful than this one. I just want to point out, I love having this little bag that this fits in perfectly. And I've got spare batteries in here. I've got a dead cat that attaches to the top. Not that you ever want to use the audio from this. And it zips up. And so I just have this little belt bag, and this can actually go on a belt. And so I do love having this for, like, I'm going to go to a restaurant, I'm going to go to a thing. But Ed's asking about street photography. This is crap for street photography. But for, like, indoors, like, this is really good for low light, really good for evening stuff, really good for much less movement. This is good. So this little pack, switch to the 1F, and I think it would, for me, be pretty usable. And there's a lot of times I would use it when this is just too much hassle. Of course, the Mark II Actually, it still has that pop-out lens. Won't do it. If I'm looking for something similar to that, if you were like, how do you make the perfect camera like this? I would, this would be a little bit more expensive, but a used Olympus EP7 you can get for $900 in white, so it looks a lot like that. And then you have to add a lens, but for under $200, you can get a fast fixed lens that's a pancake. So the form factor will be almost identical to the Sony, but you'll have control over the lens. You won't be stuck with the one they choose. You can get a faster lens, and you can get wider or narrower, whatever you want. You can change the lens if you decide you want to do different things, which obviously that's a huge deal. And it's a bigger sensor. It's a micro four thirds instead of a 1 inch, so it's about a 50% increase in sensor size. An increase in, I think it's the same sensor resolution, but quite a bit bigger. So its low light performance is much higher. It's a much better look camera. And when I use the Sony, people are kind of like, that looks okay, because it's good. When I use the Olympus, I don't have that exact Olympus, but I have that exact Olympus sensor and processor in my EM1 that's right there. When I do my sitting at my desk videos, that's normally the Olympus that I'm recording with. Or if you see one where the light is coming from the window and my desk is behind me, that's the Olympus that I'm recording on. It's got the super wide lens, so I can do that. That is the look you'll get off of that camera. So that in handheld like form factor is better than the Sony, and its low light capabilities are better than the Sony, and its image quality is quite a bit better than the Sony, to the point where people rave about it. They don't know what it is I'm doing. They're like, why does this look so good? I'm like, Olympus. But there's no way that's used for $900, whereas I can get the 1F used for $344. So I get it. Like, one, I'm going to spend $1,100. One, I'm going to spend less than $400. Okay, I'm still going to get one of the Sonys. I'm still going to get the Olympus 2. I'm a camera guy. But to answer Ed's question, that was ridiculously long. If I were you, I would get a GoPro 13 that just came out, and that'd be the way to go. All right. Hopefully that was a good, useful breakdown of the cameras. I do love cameras an awful lot. Monkey Man said, you've said tourists can't buy a car, or it's difficult without setting up a business entity first. Yes, I mean, yeah, there is a way you can buy a car. Super hard. I have no idea how you do it, but it, in theory, can actually be done, but assume you can't. But yes, you can just set up a business and buy a car. True. What about tourists who only rent a car? Yes, you can go, like, I mean, are you in for the weekend? You can just go to the airport or go to the DoubleTree, and they've got rental things right there. You can go to any, I think, Casapelas location and rent a car, or they'll take you somewhere to rent a car, because they actually handle most of the rental agencies. For sure, that is a very, very doable thing. It's just like renting anywhere for the most part. License, registration, insurance, yeah, have all the same things. Just act like you're renting in the United States, but with a passport too. Gary says, Luke Graham, is that in Nicaragua? Yes, he is talking about Nicaragua, for sure. John's dad is here, but he disappeared. So, hey, John's dad, good to have you here. Luke says, yep, Gary, in Managua, stateside, $2 to $20 per document. Boink says, don't drink the tap water in Latin America with a few exceptions. Honestly, Boink, I don't know anywhere. We drank it in Argentina. We drink it in Bolivia. We drink it in Costa Rica, Guatemala. Mexico is literally the only place that I've ever run into any concerns with the tap water. James says, is that who we're up to? Oh, wait, no, Gary says, who is the lawyer over there and contact information? That is to Luke. I don't have that. James says maritime shipping. Yeah, so shipping by maritime, so it basically goes on a ship instead of on an airplane. Those are the two ways to get here. Like, in theory, you could ship something by a truck, but no one does. There's no normal means of shipping things here by truck. What it is Miami to Bilwi, which is our small port in the Northeast. So it's not a huge port, but it takes regular shipments from Miami every day. Those cargo ships coming out of Miami will ship to here really, really cheaply. But it takes typically 10 days to 2 weeks. So what good shoppers do, smart, frugal shoppers here in Nicaragua do, is we shop on Amazon or whatever, and we send to a drop ship location in Miami that's just a maritime shipping address. So it's listed as the receiving address for a Maersk cargo ship. I don't know if it's Maersk, but one of those things, Hamburg or whatever. Hamburg should
and you just get all, your box gets added to a pallet and put onto the ship, and then they ship that to Nicaragua, then they bring it to Managua, and then either you go pick it up in Managua or Cargo Trans will bring it to your local city or even to your door. But that's maritime shipping literally means we just ship it to a place that ships by boat. And that sounds like something complicated because Americans never do that. Canadians never do that. But in other countries, it is so normal. Like, I just WhatsApp my shippers and I'm like, hey, I'm shipping a box. It should be there tomorrow. They're like, cool, send us the UPS or the FedEx or whatever, and just send it to them. They're like, we got it. They signed for it. And then eventually it shows up at my house. And super cheap, super easy. Just, got to order a little bit before I need things, and then it's really easy. Can tourists set up bank accounts with BAC Lafice? There is at least one bank you can set up with. Most you cannot. But it's not a national limitation. It's just banks won't always do that for you. The real question would be, is there a reason to? I don't have a bank account. I've been here for forever. Mostly, there's no reason to have a bank account here. I mean, there's some conveniences to it. I'm not saying there's like zero benefit, but the average resident doesn't bother having a bank account. It's really rare that as a tourist you would want one. And I understand that you probably mean long-term tourist and not like for the weekend. But in general, you won't care. You'll be like, once you get it, you'll be like, why did I do that? When would I ever use this? Never is the answer. But Lafice, I think, is the one that allows you to. It might be the only one, but at least one does allow you to get one before you're a resident. Once you're a resident, you can get one bank account anywhere. Luke says, don't use the lawyer advertised online. Good answer. Wait until you are in country. I asked these prices to know how much is too much. Scott has videos about not hiring from the websites. Yeah, he's just saying those are the general prices. He doesn't actually have a lawyer. You don't want to be doing anything ahead of time. Do not speak to lawyers before you are in country. Ever, ever, ever. You will be in bad shape. Don't end up like the people who are in jail for 72 days because that's how they ended up with lawyers. It's not exactly the process they had, but pretty much. And I just got to say, I love Spanish wine. This one's a little bit bitter. I don't like bitter wine, but I like dry wine. I think Portuguese is actually my favorite wine. I really like wine. Boink says, Monkey Man, find your driver. Many offer that service. Oh, yeah. So for a lot of people, instead of renting a car, we do recommend often just getting a driver. Often a driver with their own car will be the same or cheaper than renting on your own, plus you don't have to worry about a lot of things. Obviously, that's a little bit less flexible, but in some ways it's a lot more flexible, so it all depends. Brent says, the rain just started coming down on the roof here. Very refreshing. Hey, is there a hurricane coming before I leave? I forgot to ask you about that at the coffee shop. Brent, I pretty much never track the hurricane situation, but someone just said that Tropical Storm Sarah just made landfall in Honduras and is heading north. That is not what we're getting here, I am sure. We are really far away from any of the Caribbean coasts with Honduras. We don't get hurricanes out here on the west. We're on the Pacific. Brent is here in Leon with me. That's not really something you have to worry about. The only thing you would have to worry about is a flight out. If there is a major storm north of Honduras, the flights coming out of Nicaragua almost all fly over the Honduran jungle and will head north, and we'll have to either be delayed or divert around a big storm or whatever. That's about the only, but as far as being on the ground, no amount of hurricane ever really creates a thing here. I've been here when there was like hurricane storms. Out here, we got a bit of rain, but it was like, that was a windy, rainy day. It's not like a hurricane, right? Because it's got to come all the way across the world's second largest jungle, and then it has to cross the Cordillera, the central mountains of the Americas, and then it's got to make it across so technically at that point, you're into western Nicaragua. But almost no one lives out there. It is not until you're all the way to the west coast, pretty much, that you're hitting the Managuas, the Granadas, the Matagalpas, and all those. So you have so much mountain to absorb that storm. We just get rainy days, really. Monkey Man, what is the wildlife like in Nicaragua? Do monkeys try to steal food? Well, if there's monkeys, of course they try to steal food. I'm worried that someone named Monkey Man may be asking this question because he's actually a monkey and not really a man, and he's planning on stealing food and wants to know if he can get away with it. So in this part of Nicaragua, we don't see monkeys. They exist. I've never seen one out here. I'm in Occidental, which is the western two provinces or departamentos of Nicaragua. We never encounter monkeys out here. Where if you live in this zone, you're going to have a feeling way more like North America for your weather, climate, terrain. We're much more like Puerto Vallarta, right? It's not exotic feeling. I mean, a tiny bit. It's still the tropics, but in general, you're not going to feel exotic out here. Get into Managua, you'll get just the tiniest bit of more exotic. And Managua sits in the jungle, right? So as you come into Managua, you've got mountains just covered in jungle all around you, and you're like, oh, yep, it's the tropics. And then as you head east of Managua, it's just going to turn into the jungle. And so if you go more south, and especially east of the lake, and even by Granada, there's a lot of monkeys. So they did spider monkeys and stuff like that, howler monkeys. Nothing like dangerous. I'd never heard of someone being, attacked by a monkey or anything. I never heard of someone having a monkey steal their food, right? There aren't monkeys that come up to you in the street or anything. Never seen that. But do monkeys exist in country? Yes. Can you venture into jungle areas and run into monkeys? Yes. Can you stay in really wilderness Airbnbs and hear monkeys at night? Yeah, it can happen. But in general, it's super not monkeys everywhere. So on one hand, do we have monkeys? Yeah, we absolutely do, but we don't have lots of monkeys, and you will never encounter one in the street. You'll never have like that I'm in Asia kind of thing where they're running up. Never anything like Gibraltar where you're invaded by monkeys. It's not like that at all. We also have sloths here, but I've never seen one here. But my taxi driver has seen one out on the road that I live on, but years ago, and just one. In general, the wildlife here is super tame. We have, possums, lots of raccoons, porcupines, super rare, really rare foxes. We have king snakes like anywhere. We do have coral snakes. They suck, but, not much. We do have boa constrictors, but they're tiny. There's extremely little dangerous wildlife here, and pretty little just wildlife in general. We're just an area with a lot of people, more or less, for a really long time. And while there's lots of jungle and lots of open space, honestly, most of the wildlife is wild cats and dogs and stuff. It's really not in populated Nicaragua very exotic. If we do get a lot of toads, cane toads, they suck, and we do get a lot of tree frogs that are super cool. But and obviously geckos everywhere, basilisks everywhere, iguanas everywhere, that kind of stuff. But it's I guess the iguanas feel a little bit exotic. But in general, wildlife is especially the farther west you go, just not that much. In the jungle, no one lives in the jungle. Go there, yeah, you'll encounter just all kinds of cool stuff, including monkeys. Brent said, no, that's the rain, was the wildlife. Gary says, I just requested an FBI background check. I'm 68 years old, and I got that charge when I was 21 years old. If that's the only thing I have in my FBI background check, will they give me a visa? I mean, you can ask an immigration lawyer for their opinion on that, but my opinion, which obviously doesn't count, is that they don't care. I mean, 61, that's 47 years ago, right? And if that charge wasn't murder or incitement to uprising, they probably don't care. That's not gonna. They know you've paid your debt to society. The real thing that they care about is, will it show up on an Interpol report, which I assume it would not. They will make you get that. It's the last step of getting your visa is pulling your Interpol records. If you're really worried about it, you can always pull your Interpol ahead of time. That costs $20. I don't know. Not worth it. You'll be fine. But that's the one that they really care about, right? FBI, they're just looking for things that Interpol has missed. But Interpol's the main one, and they'll be good. Monkey Man says Nicaragua ASMR. That mic does sound great. It does. Thank you. I love these mics. The Rode mics are really, they're my thing. They're my jam. I've after years of working in, I'm looking at the levels. No, this is actually good. I used to work in studio production work. As a manager of rock bands and stuff. Emerson, Lake and Palmer is one that I managed, and it was a really cool time. So I really enjoy not just cameras, obviously. I'm also really into the microphones and stuff, so I like my Rode mics and whatever. Anyway, that's just fun to do. But the upcoming, one of the big purchases I'm making, thanks to everyone on the channel who has donated, like Gary just donated. Thank you, Gary. That's awesome. Thank you so much. These things add up. I really don't spend the money from the channel very much. I try to pay all the bills month to month out of my own just normal income, and I save everything from the channel so that when I need equipment, I can kind of do so guilt-free. My big upcoming purchase, actually have like 3 cameras I'm trying to get. I am going to get the Sony ZV-1F, I think in white, if I find a good deal. And it's available at the right time. I'm not super worried about it. I'm definitely getting the GoPro 13. I do so much GoPro work that I eat through a camera per year. So I have to get my annual replacement. And Jillian from the community bought me the DJI Pocket 3, so I have to go pick that up. So those 3 cameras, the 2 for sure, and then probably the Sony, I need to get. But I'm also adding, and this will be cool for the live stream, I'm getting a Rodecaster audio processing system. I'm torn whether I'm going to get the Duo for 2 channels or the Pro 2 for 4 channels. They're otherwise the same unit, so it's only will I use 3 or 4 channels. I'm really like, is it worth the money to have the extra channels? I kind of feel like yes, but I don't know. But they're amazing boards with super high quality audio. It's what professional podcasters tend to use, and I'm going to get like the big pod mic from Rode, the same company, but it's a bit more expensive and come on, camera, come back, than this one. And I'm going to get the arm, so it's much closer. I feel like Donald Trump always doing this motion. There's a microphone arm that will sit right there, and it'll catch my voice a lot better, and I don't have to lean forward or kind of talk forward. And I'm going to get, with the Rodecaster, I'm going to get at least 2, so when my wife joins me, we can each have our own, and then I can adjust, because she's so quiet. No matter how much I say, you got to speak up, you got to get past the background noise, and you got to match my level. She'll move away from the mic, she'll face away from the mic, and she'll drop her volume a lot. And then when I go back and listen to the show, I'm like, oh, like I'm this volume and then she's this volume, and it's so hard to match it up. So by getting her own mic, I'll have levels, and I can move farther from my mic and turn my levels way down, and I can crank her levels way up. It'll be way better. So I'm at least getting that. That's my big purchase. Whether I get 2 channels or 4, it's still a huge purchase, because they're expensive mics and expensive. They're XLR cables, and the board is like $700. Like, it's a big thing. Altogether, it's going to be more than $1,000 no matter what, just for upgraded audio. But I think it's going to be such a big upgrade, and I want to do more podcasting stuff because I enjoy that too. So I want to get into doing more interviews and things, and I have one that either just came out or is just about to come out. I actually need to check it, but it will be out very soon on Latin American Living. We've had some technical difficulties with Latin American Living, and I've decided to just stop trying to put up with it, and I'm paying my way out with Zencaster, and so shortly that should be fixed, and those new episodes will be up. Miguel Salas says, Matagalpa, your impression, weather? So Matagalpa is my favorite city in the country. I love Matagalpa. I think it's fantastic. The weather is quite a bit cooler than here and a bit rainier than here in Leon. It's up in the mountains. It's such a cool spot. It's quite a bit farther away from like Managua and things, so it's a little bit more isolated, but it's a really big metro area, 500,000 people, and it has a lot to offer. It's a little bit more expensive than living down here in Leon. We're the cheapest. Like, if you're looking for the absolute, how can I be the cheapest? Rural areas around Leon are basically as cheap as you can get, right? So you'll be in good shape, I think. with the price isn't in any of them, but Matagalpa is still like really cheap, and they have some cool, more modern things. They're not a colonial city like us here, so that gives you more options, more flexibility in a lot of things. It's a lot cleaner city. Very different shopping. They have different stores and chains and things up there. Different restaurants. It really is a different region of the country. Like, it's noticeable that you're in a different cultural region and everything. And if you want to go way back, here in western Nicaragua, so we're Nicaragua Occidental, so this region and like Managua and Granada and all of that region, we're traditional Nicaraguan. Then the word Nicaragua means they came this far, and it's a reference to the Toltecs and the Aztecs. So technically, this was the original southern edge, technically all the way down to Costa Rica. The name is older than the borders. But this region was the southern extent of what we think of as Mexico. So the people who lived here were Mexicans, not Mayans, but Mexicans like Aztecs from Mexico City who explored way down. And so this was the countryside, the provincial Mexico over 1,000 years ago. When you go up to Matagalpa, what you have is a region that was separate because of the mountains, and instead of people who came really far south, you had people who came really far north. And so Matagalpa is the northern extent of the old Incan Empire. Now, it wasn't part of the imperial zone. It, like the western portion, was the outlying countryside. But when you go up there, you see people who look like they could be Incan as opposed to people who look like they could be Aztec. And there's cultural differences and historic differences. And it's only since the colonial period that the two regions worked together to kick out the Spanish. So they were at odds up until that. They were very much enemy zones until the Spanish became a common enemy that brought them together. So it's really interesting. But you notice when you go into that zone, you're like, whoa, everything just changed from a cultural perspective. But clearly things changed hundreds of years ago and not recently. Larry says, once again, I'm privileged to pay a monthly membership to the show. It's also an honor. Thank you, Larry. Very much appreciate all of our members. For those who didn't see the intro, there is a join button down there. We have a membership. It's $5 a month. And we do have a super secret Nica Habla chat group, which Larry has not joined yet. Larry, we got to get you in there. We don't really chat that much, but should we ever discuss things, that's where it happens for the membership crew. But the membership is just $5 a month and helps make all these microphones. Like, it's $700 just for the audio board, plus $100 per microphone, plus all the cable. Like, it's $1,000 just for the upgraded podcasting setup. So you can see why. And it's $100 for each of the arms that keep the microphones at the right level. I mean, it just takes a lot to do a show and actually make it sound good. So if anyone wants to join as a member and contribute, it really does help make a difference. Boink says, Gary, I'm not sure just how fussy they are in Nicaragua. Gary says, if I have a DUI in my record, I got it when I was 21, can I get a visa? Yeah, we can't actually answer that, but I'm really confident it's not going to be a problem. I don't think that they look at that at all. They're really looking for violent crimes because they can do things here like not let you drive, right? They can be like, sure, you just can't drive. And that's a separate issue, right? I don't think that they're going to consider that for your. I don't think they're even going to look at that for residency. Boink says the highlands in Nicaragua are like a warm spring day. Yeah, a very warm spring day. Spring in a really hot country. Luke says FBI check is time sensitive, only good for 90 days. Your Interpol checking country is only $25 and is also time sensitive. It's also only 90 days. I don't think you need both. I think you only do the Interpol, but I'm not sure. It's been a minute since I've done it, and it does change. Boink says, isn't DUI a state offense? To the best of my knowledge, yes. Larry says, my buddy Kevin, who was on the plane. Oh yes, Larry's friend was on the plane in Haiti that got shot. Shot in Port-au-Prince. Didn't send me media. However, I can tell you he has a solar oven that he started something in Haiti about 15 years ago. He won't be returning to Port-au-Prince. Yeah, I bet he's not going back to Haiti. Larry, tell him that Nicaragua would be a great place for him to come do solar ovens. We also have a lot of sun E.G. Centeno, greetings from Texas. Hey, E.G., how's it going? Janet says, mine is at Lafice. My work required it. But, Janet, you're not a tourist, are you? You have residency. I know you have residency. Monkey Man disappeared. Mark is here, looking forward to the different wins in... Different wins? Wines! Different wines in Nicaragua. Yes. They're, we don't have like super exotic wines because we don't make our own, which is sad. Someone at the Surf Ranch or something is trying to make wine. I'm not holding my breath. I mean, I'll drink it. We'll find out, but I'm not super confident. Let's just put it that way. But we get loads of Argentina and Chile, predominantly, with some Spain. Jillian's got me looking for some French. I'm sure it exists, just hard to find. Mostly though, it's South American wines. I've not seen any Mexican wines, which is too bad. Janet says in the trees, but I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Miguel says, Matagalpa, your impression? Oh, I answered that. Larry says, my buddy planted fruit trees on his hotel property to attract monkeys for his foreign clients in San Juan del Sur. Did he get monkeys? San Juan del Sur could get monkeys. A1 says, my tour took a boat ride through the islands in Lago Nicaragua. We saw a few monkeys on the islands. Yes, so that's a good point. That's why I mentioned Grenada. In the Isletas de Granada, which are the 365 little tiny islands created when the volcano erupted long ago, 20,000 years ago, all through the lake in Lago Nicaragua, there off of Grenada, one of the islands is called Monkey Island, and it's loaded with monkeys because people feed it, and they just keep monkeys there on the island. That's more of a tourist attraction than anything. Those are not native monkeys to that area, but they live there just fine, and they're perfectly happy. They will steal your food. They will get onto your boat and steal your food. But that's a tourist thing that they put together for that. The worst thing that can happen on the Pacific coast during a hurricane would be flooding, which we do get, but we get flooding all the time. Hurricane Mitch in the late 90s killed roughly 2,500 people near the Casita community between Leon and Chinandega. Yeah, so it's worth noting what he's talking about, and I forget the name of what this is, but there's a time when, during heavy rains on a volcano, water can get into the volcanic structure and cause basically a landslide, but it's a specific thing with a volcano. That happened at Casita, and a village was buried. So there are places like that where mudslides can happen, but it's just heavy rain and it's not hurricane related. You could have it just from rain. That particular case, it was a hurricane, but always something you gotta be aware of. It says the mic gives you a late night FM DJ voice. Yes, I've done a number of things over the years. I am aware from my podcasting days that when I do that, I very much sound like the Wolfman Jack. Classic old radio. I could be on NPR. I could be an NPR announcer, which is one of the reasons why I want to get the podcasting set up, is that I do want to do that kind of thing. What are the top apps visitors should have on their devices? InDrive, Ray, Aventum, Pedidos Ya, Ugo. So Ugo is gone. They went out of business. Pedidos Ya bought them and shut them down. They stopped functioning before that. You want Pedidos Ya, but that only works if you have a local phone number. You definitely want InDrive. I had something else I was thinking of. Waze, the Google Maps alternative from Google, works better than Google Maps here. I don't use it, but everyone else does. I'm just lazy about it. I've never liked them. As a driver, Waze has always been the worst. It's like, oh, you shouldn't use me when I'm driving, so I'm going to put a million buttons and moving stuff. Like, it's so accident prone. I hate Google for making that product. But yeah, Pedidos Ya and InDrive, those are the only ones I can think of that are country specific. We don't use a ton of apps here, but definitely InDrive for sure. Purple Pill Original, do Remax have any real estate construction available in Nicaragua? So be aware, Remax is, if you see Remax here, it's a scam. Normally, companies that have American, so any company that has a name from outside Nicaragua, stay away. 100% scam every time. So first of all, until just a few months ago, there was no such thing as real estate in Nicaragua. All of those companies were pretend. Remax specifically is known for its scams both in the US and abroad. But here, because there's no structure, there is never a time that you approach a real estate agent in Nicaragua. You do not do that. There's very much no greater advice than there can be than you never use a real estate agent in Nicaragua. And if you did, the last thing you would do is use one that is a foreign entity real estate, because none of them are legal. None of them have representation. You are 100% exposed. If you approach a real estate agent here, you are throwing away every possible legal and ethical protection that you could have. This is not the US. This is not North America. You do not use real estate agents here. Even though now, technically, there is a legal way to have a real estate agent in Nicaragua, there is no reason to use them. They do not have an MLS. They do not look out for your interest. They have no obligation to do anything good for you. You have no recourse. If you use one, you are helpless. They can buy the property out from under you. They can lie about the prices. They can take any commission they want. There is nothing to protect you. In North America, there is a number of very strict protections that at least make the system viable. And even with those protections, the entire real estate industry has been exposed and is now crumbling in the United States, as they have been found for price fixing, falsifying prices, non-competitive practices, working against the interests of their customers, all kinds of things. Some of the largest lawsuits in American history are from the 2023 and 2024 for the real estate industry in the US. So even in the US, with the strongest real estate protections basically in the world, it still turned out that huge swaths of the industry was a scam. Not a surprise. But in Nicaragua, they basically are like, we don't have real estate. If you approach a real estate agent, you are asking to be ripped off. No one's going to protect you. No lawyer is going to help you. The government's not going to help you, because they will simply say, well, you went to someone and asked them to take advantage of you. What did you expect? That's not their fault for you asked them, right? That's my number one piece of advice, and no topic have we made more videos about. Never, ever, ever visit a website from a real estate company, watch a video from a real estate company, talk to a real estate agent. Nothing. Never engage them. Every single bit of information they have, any website, anything, is all misinformation. And all of the agencies do the exact same thing, because they have meetings together in San Juan del Sur. They threaten anyone who tries to expose them. They run people out of the country for trying to help with real estate. They are very dangerous. You are literally putting yourself in danger to engage them. And it's a very, very dangerous thing. But because they work together, you will be, no matter how much you say, okay, so I know they're all full of misinformation. There's so much misinformation, so consistently from so many angles, that it makes it all but impossible for you to resist being confused by the information. Meaning, you will have 20 different agencies, which are really all like one guy pretending to be a bunch of different places, and they all talk to each other. So they all coordinate, and they then post consistently incorrect prices so that it feels like you're double checking things. So over time, you'll be like, oh, no, I always see this house listed for $400,000. Now it's discounted to $200,000? It's a deal. And the whole time, the house is only worth $30,000, and they've completely made up the numbers to make it seem like they were able to give you a deal, even though they just ripped you off for $170,000, right? And you'll get so many expats that depend on keeping the scam going, because so many people have been scammed, that you will find countless people who are willing to lie through their teeth to you about values and who's trustworthy and everything in order to rip you off as well, because they need you to fall for the same scam so that they can unload their properties that they got scammed on. It's their only hope. And a great example is the Allison story that just happened, right? Now, hers wasn't with real estate, but the same thing happened. The same group of scammers, she ended up in that community, she ended up in that situation, and her husband ended up in jail for 72 days because she didn't know not to end up with the scammers. She didn't have enough information to protect herself, and when she was in a panic, she went to someone who ended up being a scammer and completely took advantage of them, and they ended up losing everything, all because of these scams. Like it's so dangerous to engage the fake lawyers, the fake real estate agents. there's just, the risk is huge. Larry says, when you get the new equipment, you'll be able to film more shopping with Jimmy in the 4-hour drive to Honduras airport. It's all audio stuff, so it's really for doing the podcast. Well, I mean, the new cameras will definitely help with some stuff. The Pocket will be pretty good for some of those walking around things, stuff. Monkey Man, Granada is 500 years old this year, was named in 1524. Yes, so was Leon. We're only 1 week different in age. We're both 1524. Also turning 500 from 1524. Brace yourself. The letter J. It is true. The letter J, the city of Leon, and the city of Granada are all exactly the same age. Mark says, I could make wine. Well, Mark, we would love it. Make some wine. I will drink it. Janet says, I opened it 9 years ago. Oh, she's talking about her bank account. Larry says he has a large farm in the Dominican Republic. That's where he started the business. However, I will demand he become a member. Oh, awesome. Yes, get him in here. Janet says, Negra. Vince is here. Hey, Vince. Patricia's here. A co-worker was considering moving to Panama in the future, told her to check out your channel and consider Nicaragua. Awesome. Get her in here. I do love Panama. It's just full of expats and way more expensive than here. It isn't dangerous like Costa Rica, but it's not safe like Nicaragua. It falls in the middle. Panama City is fantastic, though, but most Americans who move there don't go to Panama City. They go to parts that just aren't that interesting in Panama. Like, it's okay. Nobody ever moves to the Azuero, which is totally the best part. Like, I can't figure out why that's not full of expats, but thank goodness it's not. That's where I like to hang out. That and Casco Viejo, just because I like cocktail lounges. Larry says, my friend's hotel is right before Playa Marsella. Lots of monkeys. Oh, that's true. Marsella does have, that area does have a lot. Janet says, my bank account was opened 9 years ago. I guess she's saying before she was resident. Patricia says, speaking of monkeys, here in South Carolina, we're down to just 13 escaped monkeys from 43. Oh, South Carolina. Dale's here. Hey, Scott. All joining late. Patricia says, I hate all the ads on Waze, too. It's Google Traps for me. Yeah, Waze, I've just never. I didn't know they had ads now. Waze has been trashed since the first time I used it. It was to the point where I deleted it. I'm like, I don't care. I would rather get lost than have this garbage going on. A1 says, Scott, have you heard anything about the Henderson and Reed Resort and Ranch near Esteli? I'm coming back down in February. I want to stay there. I have not. I'm not familiar with that. I don't spend a lot of time in Esteli. I need to get up there. Mark says, got it. No real estate agents or anyone that claims anything. Exactly. Now, just to be clear, you don't engage a real estate agent. If someone has a seller's agent and a person who is a real estate agent represents a specific property, of course you have to work with them. If you want to get that property, that's fine. That's normal. There's no way around that, right? Because they're the representative of that property. It means that the person with the property doesn't know what they're doing. So be wary and always consider that they may be taking advantage of. I do know some people who are real estate agents that represent houses. They're nice people. I wouldn't think they would do anything like that. But those are real Nicaraguans, never speak English, never, advertising to expats or anything like that. But I also know that anytime I deal with them, I will have to pay 25% more for the house, right? So if I'm going to rent a place, if they're like, it's $500, if I look around and find that house listed somewhere else, I'll find it for $400, right? So the amount of markup that they're getting, I know, is ridiculous. Like, I can go get another place for the leftover money that they're asking for, and they're not doing anything, right? Like, it's just, I happen to call them instead of the right person. So you always want to be watching out for that. If you're doing a rental for 6 months, it's like, whatever. Right? What am I going to lose? But if you're looking for like a long-term, like if like this house, which I've had for years and I plan to have for years, if I had rented this through a real estate agent, I could be losing $300 or $400 per month for 5 years, right? Which is going to end up being $30,000, $40,000 thrown away to a real estate agent because one time they answered the phone, right? Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So you want to be a little bit cautious even of the seller's agents and just think about, is this really the person representing the house? Because a lot of times people will pretend they're the seller's agent and then they're just like, no, this house. And then they'll track down the owner and try to represent it and try to make a deal and just pocket the difference. Like, got to be wary in all cases. But it's don't go and find a buyer's agent because they're not representing you, right? The contract with a buyer's agent makes them not your agent. You cannot be, the concept of commission for a buyer's agent means it's a conflict of interest. So no legitimate real estate agent, including in the US, will be your buyer's agent. They can't. Right? It's an ethics violation. So, I come from the business world, right? Business consulting. To define someone as your agent means they cannot be paid to work against you. It's not allowed. So the definition of them being a buyer's agent means they can't be on commission. So that's an easy way to gauge it. Is there a commission? Oh, they don't work for you. They work against you. No matter what they say, they are paid and accepted money to harm you. So, but it's open, right? They're allowed to do it because you're aware of the commission, so they can always say, "Look, we have a contract that says I'm here to screw them over. They paid me to screw, and the more they screw you over, the more you pay them." They can say, "I don't know why they're paying me to do this. I got a contract." They knew. Agents sound like Scientology or something. It's really just more like a general mafia. It's not like super weird. I mean, it's a little bit like Scientology, I guess, because they're trying to trick you, whereas the mafia is just like, we're here to extort you. And there's nothing you can do about it. The real estate agents are like, no, we're here for you. We're your buddies. And they're all like super creepy here. It's not like in the States. Like my wife was a real estate agent. My best friend was a real estate agent in the US. It's a completely different thing. But here, my gosh, once you actually spend any time with any of them, they're all super creepy and scary. And like, they're all like, I'm super your friend. And you know they would stab you in your sleep. Mark says, rent first, look around for a while, get to be in the know. Yes, never. I mean, and this goes true for anywhere. Like, imagine moving to the United States and never having been there and being like, I'm going to buy some property before I get there. How do you know you're getting a place you like? Like, let alone the house, but like town, state? Like, holy cow. Like, I can't imagine buying property remotely in Honduras. And I live less than 2 hours from the border, right? Like, I would need to be there and spend quite a bit of time before I felt confident in buying even just a few hours away. And I've been all over the region. I've been across Honduras. Like, yeah. Patricia says, lol. Ed says, Google Maps can help you travel from city to city, but it almost never finds an exact address. This is usually due to a lack of street addresses. Yeah, for Google Maps, that's what I use. I use Google Maps, not Waze, because it doesn't do all that weird Waze-y stuff that tends to cause problems. For some reason, the information isn't as good, and Waze does show you where the police stops are. So some people try to avoid those. I don't care, right? I should care because my license is expired. But I will have that fixed very soon. I must be in the United States very soon. Not before I go to Bolivia. But I'm about to be in Bolivia, so I can't drive, so it doesn't matter. Well, I mean, I guess I could drive. Not going to drive. Not driving La Paz, dear Lord. Tim says, what's up, Scott? Hey, Tim. Glad to have you here. And TJ's here. Hey, TJ. Glad you're here. Patricia says, renting gives you freedom to easily move somewhere else. I'd happily rent in the USA if it wasn't so freaking expensive. Monkey Man says, does Nicaragua have new public buses? Yes, it does. Is it a mixture of the old chicken buses as well? Okay, so that's takes some explanation. So each of the buses do different things. So we have three main categories of things you'd call buses. We also have things called rutas, which are beat up old Kia flatbed things with a rain cover that you just kind of hop in, and they're the cheapest way to get anywhere. Don't do those. I mean, they're fine, right? Like, I know people do them every day, but as a tourist, don't do those. What we have is three main classes of buses, and they will vary by city because each municipality fights for their own bus infrastructure. So if you see the buses in Leon, they won't match the buses in Matagalpa necessarily. They might, but they might not, right? Each city will be a little bit unique. So what we have in the city is the intra-city bus system, or just the municipal buses. Those are almost universally brand new Russian or Chinese buses. There's been huge shipments of both of those as Nicaragua has come up with the funds to completely replace their intra-city busing system. So if you're in Managua and you need to get around Managua, it's going to be all new buses. If you're here in Leon, 100% brand new Russian buses. We're Russian here, and Managua is Chinese, right? So they're pretty similar, but it's two different bus brands. They are clean and new and nice and work really well. They're all within 2 years old. And I've done some videos where I've ridden them. I've done some where I showed them when they were arriving. And it's super funny here because buses are such an important part of life. When a shipment of buses comes in, everybody runs to the port and lines up and watches them come off the boats. Like, okay, this is our holiday, and it's all over the news, and everyone's talking about it. And they'll take 100 buses and drive them slowly down the Pan American in like a parade of public transportation. It's hilarious. But one of the things I like most about Nicaragua is when they get political and like really into things, and like the whole country turns out to be either happy or unhappy about things. It's always things like, do we like the color of the new public buses, or do we like the big decorations they're putting up? We argue over the silliest bits of minutia. It's fantastic. Imagine a world where people are upset because they don't like which park got upgraded instead of the kinds of things that other countries argue about. It's amazing, right? Like, people are always going to argue and complain. It's what things they complain about is the thing that tells you everything. And Nicaragua just complains about the silliest things. So we have these amazing new buses. It's the new thing. So the intra-city buses in almost all of the country, all the big cities, are brand new, super comfy, and nice. In between the cities, we have a hodgepodge of systems. One of them is called the UCA system, and it's a radius out of Managua from what's known as UCA Terminal. It's not its real name, but everyone calls it that because it's across the street from a school that's not called UCA, but used to be. Yeah, so the UCA system, and they'll say UCA bus, U-C-A bus, U-C-A, I'm mixing in my Spanish. And Mark says, are the buses called a VIN city? I don't believe so. I'm not aware of any VIN cities, but I'm not super sure. So the UCA system is based on the like 15 to 17 passenger maxi vans, like you get from Toyota, Nissan, Hyundai, those kinds of things. And they move super fast. They're decently comfortable. And they're the most expensive of all these things. Like the intra-city buses are like 20 cents. The UCAs are like $2.50. Like they're pushing up towards $3. But they will take you from like the UCA terminal in Managua all the way to Leon, 90 minutes, right? You're flying, no stops, super simple. And it's a van, right? It's a big van. So like no one can steal anything from you because you're just in a van, right? Like it's a completely different thing. So it's just you just hold on to your bag and whew, and it feels like, oh, that can be like super hot. All these people, no, they just open the windows and they drive 100 miles an hour. So there's so much wind. I've never been hot except when taking the UCA into Chinandega, and then only right when you get into Chinandega, which is, Chinandega is so much hotter than the rest of the country. It's just a wall. Chinandega is so hot and humid that when you enter the city, it feels like you went into an unventilated, hot, sweaty high school shower. Right? Like it hits you like a wall of sweaty air. It's so like, whoa, I'm in Chinandega. Other than that, the UCA bus going around the country, I find them completely comfortable. If I have an opportunity to take the UCA, I always take the UCA. It's not worth taking a taxi. It's not worth driving. It's not worth saving money to do something else. The UCA is my favorite. Under $3, drive super fast, and you just go, hey, I want to get off here. They pull over and let you off. Like, it doesn't get easier. I love the system, but they still sell you food through the windows. Instead, get like, ooh, I want this like cheese churro and give me some of those enchiladitas. Yeah, and like you're snacking and you got a Coke or a water, whatever. And it's just fun. Then we have the, and some people call those the interlocales, but we mostly call it the UCA system. They don't go absolutely everywhere. And then all of the country in between the municipalities is always connected by chicken buses. So none of those nice modern intra-city buses do overland. They only go around the cities. In between the cities and all throughout the little rural communities, that's where you're going to find chicken buses. We're not replacing the chicken buses anytime soon. They are part of the ecosystem. They're just not the ones that most people take most of the time. But you may have to take one from time to time, either because you're going on a really rare route that nothing else does, or the UCA buses are full, or for some reason one broke down, they don't have enough. Anyway, that's the main bus systems. There are sporadically other things. There is from Terminal Wemby, there is a really big luxury, like air-conditioned Marco Polo bus that goes to San Jorge for some reason. I have no idea why that specific run exists, but there's a really luxurious giant bus that does that run. I can't explain it, but hey, if you can catch that one, great. I don't know how much that one costs. I bet it's like $4, but generally they're pretty cheap. Nicaragua should protest for a proper train system. Well, okay, so first of all, we protest for everything. No, we already won the train system. It's in the process. So all of our trains, we had, I wouldn't say an amazing train system. We had a functional train system up until the 1990s. The U.S.-backed Chamorro government ripped it all out, as American-backed governments across Latin America did in the 90s and early 2000s. The U.S. pushed really hard to de-trainify Latin America and managed in piecemeal fashion to pull it off. So everybody had their trains wiped out at some point. And it's one of the examples we use of how much damage was done in a very short period of time by an American-backed government here. It was devastating to the country. I mean, it wasn't just a couple years, but it was not a super long period of time. And the damage is still everywhere. But it was an old train system, so the upside is that it's time for a brand new one. The spots where the tracks used to go, the lanes where the tracks used to go are still there. Like here in Leon, we still have train bridges. There's just nothing on them. So that means we're pretty much set up for trains to go back in. This is the first time that Nicaragua has ever gone to China to leverage what's known, everyone's going to know this term, Belts and Roads. It's a financing program for infrastructure around the world that's available from the Chinese government. Nicaragua was approved long ago to be a member of the Belts and Roads program, but Nicaragua declined to ever request money from it. They're just like, okay, we're approved, but we don't need it. But they just recently, like last year and a half, said, you know what? I think we need trains. And China's like, that seems like a very reasonable thing. Let's try something small. So the line from Granada, the tourist center, up to Managua, the capital, which is not very far and goes along a really major route of the country, the Messiah Road, is super short, has an unbelievable amount of traffic, and connects three really important cities, Granada, Messiah, and Managua. And so that small train line is already approved and underway. So that is happening. That is 100% a go. It's only waiting in some ways for the new airport to be finished, because that's a more important project, right? We have four really big projects going on right now nationwide on infrastructure. One is the Pacific Coast Highway. That is moving along, tons of work being done every day. You can see it everywhere down in the south. Two is the new airport. We need an airport that can take flights from Europe and South America. Right now, we can only take small flights from North America and the Caribbean. And in theory, we could take a small flight from like a Colombia or Venezuela. They're not that far, but they don't fly small planes up here. They fly big planes. We can't take those. So we need a bigger runway with a bigger terminal. That is underway. So that is coming. And the airport, the runway's already there. They're just upgrading the terminal to be ready to take the people, and they have to upgrade the road for all the traffic. Number three is the new train that's just doing that, the Messiah Road line, but that should be really exciting. Once that's in, they're going to look at other things. And number four is the dredging of the port at Bluefields to give us a second deep water port. It'll be our first deep water port on the Caribbean. We do have a port at Bilwi, but it is not deep water. It's a shallow port, so we can't get as much. And then, of course, on the Pacific, we have Corinto, which is our main deep water port, our only current deep water port for the country. Okay, so that's what's happening right now. When the train line is done in Managua to Granada, they are already committed to a Corinto, Chinandega, Leon, Nagarote, La Paz Centro, that's backwards, La Paz Centro, Nagarote, Mata Are, Managua run to connect to it. That one's only an engineering study, but they've committed to the engineering study. And that train existed in the past. And it's the one that connects the deepwater port that I just mentioned of Corinto to the richest city in the country, Chinandega, to the second largest city in the country, Leon, to a whole bunch of the connecting cities, Nagarote, La Paz Centro, and Mataare, and then into the capital, and connects it all the way down to Granada. So it's very, very likely to make sense. Now, the old train line didn't exactly go to all those places. It used to go to the port of Momotombo and transfer to a boat. That's how old it was, and then take a boat to the port of Managua instead of going the whole way by train. That doesn't make a lot of sense. They're looking at doing a train the whole way. That's why there needs to be an engineering study. But very likely that's going to move forward, and we're going to have what's known as the Western Line in place. From there, there may be an expansion of train lines in Nicaragua. We don't know. That much seems really likely. The first piece is guaranteed. The second piece is likely. Extensions beyond that is going to depend on how useful those lines are and how effective the dredging is at Bluefields. If Bluefields is really successful and can have a really good deep water port, then it's going to encourage China to agree to a little bit more spending, because that's a long distance, but it will give them a dry canal across the country to compete with the dry canal in Mexico, which is a pretty big deal. So that is something that'll be really good for Nicaragua from what we can tell, because Nicaraguans will be able to operate the rail line, Nicaraguans will be able to maintain the rail line, the Nicaraguans will be able to operate both of the ports as they already do, and it will provide a huge amount of cargo transit in the country, which means we will have access to more goods coming through, because once they're coming through, we're able to get them as well, just like Panama does. Obviously on a smaller scale, but it's very beneficial to Panama. So that is where we are with infrastructure in the country. So that is stuff that is really happening. Monkey Man says, also, would a canal ever get built in the south to compete with Panama? Absolutely not. There's no chance whatsoever ever that something like that would ever happen. There is no place to put one. There's no possible place to put one. And none has ever been actually considered for financing or being built. There was a scam that is repeated in the northern news a lot. There is nowhere in the world that can build a canal like Panama. At the time that the rumor was going around about it, the scam was being perpetrated. First of all, basically everything you've ever heard about it is fake. The Chinese were not involved. A guy who was Chinese was involved. That's not the same. It was not a real involvement. It was a con artist. There was never a study. There was never anything going on. And I realize that's not your question. Your question is, could there be? But when they talked about it, which was quite a long time ago, it was based on the theory that Panama, the canal was too small. And even long ago, they said, if we did this, if we get all the funding and build this canal, which they never got the funding, they never got anything, because it doesn't make any sense. Like, if you actually do the engineering study, it's like, you can't put a canal there. It doesn't work. There's nowhere to put it. The whole thing was based on Nicaragua could make a Nicamax canal that'd be bigger than the Panama Canal, and Nicaragua would be able to take bigger ships, and that would beat Panama, and that would be, the theory is that would be where the benefit is. Well, they said at the time, but our risk is Panama could build a second canal that would be bigger than the Panama Canal, and completely destroy the project. So the fear, even in the pie-in-the-sky, made-up, fancy unicorn land project phase, knew that everything hinged on building a much larger, much bigger canal in Nicaragua than Panama had, but it was always known that Panama had the skills and capability to build one faster, and if they decided to, we would lose everything. So it had the entire myth hinged on Panama not having a second canal. Panama completed the second canal that takes the larger ships in 2015. I was there. I actually watched them as they did the last couple yards to open it up. I was living in Panama at the time, just before having moved to Nicaragua. So by 2014 or so, Panama was already so far along on the second canal that even the idea of Nicaragua trying to put in a canal had already been eliminated, right? And by 2015, it was proven that it was impossible. So now, prior to that, they had started to doing engineering studies and said, obviously, you can't put a canal in Nicaragua, which is why they never broke ground and made any effort whatsoever. But there's so many things that brought it to a complete halt. But basically, it's America likes to put out this news that the Chinese are going to have a super canal in Nicaragua because Nicaragua is always a scary word to Americans and China is always a scary word to Americans. And so the U.S. tries to stir up animosity and panic by saying the Chinese are going to control the flow of goods between the oceans by having a super canal in Nicaragua, and they're going to block, I'm not going to let the Americans use it and all these things. And it's like, well, one, China wouldn't do that. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Nicaragua wouldn't do that. That doesn't make any sense. And none of it is real in any way whatsoever. But they depend on this, like, China's big and scary for some reason, and Nicaragua's big and scary. And it's just a weird, weird rumor. And it depends on so many weird things. And the whole thing is just to try to be scary, right? And one of the things that any study on it says is that it would be economically devastating to Nicaragua. It would destroy Nicaragua. It would destroy the wildlife. It would destroy the water supply. Nicaragua is one of only like 6 countries expected not to be in water distress by 2050. We would give up the single most important military and economic advantage that Nicaragua has in the world to build the canal that would have no economic benefit for us because we wouldn't make anything from it. All the money would go to whoever built it, not Nicaragua, and Nicaragua doesn't have the expertise to build it or to operate it, so it would all be Chinese and Panamanians making all the money if we were to build a canal. None of that's good. Right, so that's the first part. But destroying our aqua system, our hydrology system for the nation, which is our number one thing, that it's just so far from being possible. But I have a whole video on it. If you search my channel for Nicaragua Canal, I have a video that tears apart all the rumors on that, because there's these scam YouTube channels. There's whole people now that I realize this is a great one. Look for channels that promote the Nicaragua Canal thing, because what they'll do is they'll take 15-year-old news and repeat it as if it's current, and pretend that it's a real thing. And that's a great way to identify scam channels. It turns out like mega projects and all these like building channels that you would never guess are actually political tools of the government. You're like, oh my gosh, these aren't real YouTube channels. These are actually propaganda channels that the government's putting out. Like, that's crazy. Which is funny, because one of my viewers one time sent me a video and he's like, oh, this thing's like super interesting. And it says all these things. It really seems like, they're really pro Nicaragua on this channel. Like, they've got some ideas. And I'm like, well, I mean, I agree with a lot of what they say. I'm not saying it's a bad channel, but you do realize this is the official channel of the Nicaraguan government, right? Like, this is not like some random channel saying Nicaragua did some, it's like talking about like economics. I'm like, this is actually people from the government on the camera, right? Did you not notice who they are? And he's like, oh. And it's not hidden. It's not like it's a secret channel. Like, these are people, if you look them up, it's like so-and-so in the Nicaraguan government, like economic advisor, whatever. And it's a really good channel. It's a really good economic breakdown and explanation of why certain things work the way they do. And they weren't even actually talking about Nicaragua. They were actually talking about China. It was really interesting and had some good insights. But I'm like, of course it sounds really good. It's the official channel. It's like watching the national news. Like, well, yeah, it's going to sound a little bit on the positive side because they put it out. Like, that's how that works. Like, Voice of America. Do you know that? That sounds really positive for the U.S. Yes, it does. That's because it's Voice of America. It's in the name. Note to self, never visit Chinandega ever. That's generally good advice. There's very, very little reason to head up there. Ed says, taxis are very cheap. You can share taxis for even less. That is true. Brent says, back after having a coffee and watching the rain for a while. Gorgeous. I can hear the rain just outside the window. But I'm not out there. Gooch is here. Hey, they had train systems. Guess what happened to it? Bum, bum, bum. Monkey Man says, airport to Granada. Don't take a taxi or in-driver. UCA is better, eh? So the only problem there, Monkey, is the UCA doesn't go from the airport. But if you can take a taxi from the airport to the UCA terminal and then the UCA to Granada, yeah, it's fantastic. It's that one has a bigger shuttle. It's so popular. It's like a 30-seater. It's like halfway. It's like a minibus. But it's really comfy, and it just does a few stops. It's really fast, very cheap, and it goes right to half a block off the main plaza in Granada. Like, it's the most convenient location. it's perfect. So definitely do that. Patricia says, any of those bullet trains on the way. The problem with a bullet train in Nicaragua is there is no spot in the country where the train would ever get up to speed. Like, that's a real problem. Everything's so small and close. I used to live in Spain, and Spain is the number one bullet train country, like the most bullet trains per square mile or something. It's amazing. I love that in Spain. You go to Madrid, and their main train station is like a spaceport. It's so freaking cool. And the trains go out to every inch of the country at 300 kilometers an hour. And they're so cool, sweeping over the open countryside. It looks so cool. That is one of my favorite things in Spain. You have no idea how much I wish Nicaragua could do that, but we can't. The country's not big enough, and it doesn't have like a central hub in the same way. There's just no way that we could do it. If we made a train that bypassed the country and went from like Honduras to Costa Rica, sure, but then why would we pay for that to just not stop here? So it doesn't work out great, but it is it's really cool just to have trains at all. But you know what? Slow trains in such a small country, you're still talking about 15, 20 minutes between stops max. So even if you're going really far in the country, like if I was taking a train from here in Leon down to like the Costa Rican border, which is unlikely to ever have a train route, we're probably only talking about like a 3-hour train ride, which is super comfy. And, that's enough time to have a sandwich, maybe 2 beers, look out the windows, enjoy the scenery, hook up my GoPro, record a bit of it, You don't really need it to be fast when the farthest trips aren't going to be very far. Now, if they do the Corinto to Bluefields, that's going to be a bit farther. That's probably going to be like a 12-hour train ride. But it has to stop in like the capital in the middle, and there's no way to go flying through that. So it pretty much would be. We can't. James says, what was the U.S. rationale for removing the railroads? So across Latin America, the United States is always working to cripple the economies of Latin America. That is just always, right? Now, sometimes some Latin American countries will partner with the U.S. and the U.S. will kind of back off, and sometimes they really try. But there's a couple things, right? One is they always try to keep the economy subservient to the United States and to use the U.S. for shipping and to pay Panama for shipping, stuff like that. And also, railroads represent military strength. Countries with railroads can move large amounts of troops reliably, quickly across their countries, and that's always something that the U.S. is worried about when all those countries are ones that they regularly feel the need to invade. So keeping those countries from being able to easily, wow, Brent, now we've got the rain, from being able to easily move troops around is also a concern. Not a huge one. Nicaragua can only move so many troops by train and can still move most of them some other way, but Ed says, I was just at the immigration offices in Managua. That's always fun. And about 80% of the people applying for residence were Chinese. That's surprising. Last time I was there's like 4 people that I would guess were from China that were there. Everyone else was local. Well, I guess you're just saying for the people applying for residence. Most of the people in immigration are Nicaraguans just doing daily business. But, we were talking about this just recently, or I was talking with someone. It's amazing how many Chinese are here doing business because you never see them at any bar, restaurant, out anywhere. And I literally said the one time that I see people, other than in a Chinese restaurant, is in immigration. There you see them, but nowhere else. It's very weird. Mark says many of the iTube stuff is just AI generated. Yes, a lot of the YouTube stuff is AI generated. And often pulled from bogus sources like ChatGPT, just pulls any random thing and doesn't check anything. And I'll be honest, I have an AI generated channel, so I do know how this works. Like I have one just to play around with the idea of AI generating a channel. And but in the case of the one I'm talking about, I know that it's very specifically a guy who makes his like I figured out that he has a lot of channels. He's a real person, and he's getting paid to post inaccurate stuff. So that I figured out. Like he's like a brand name of propaganda as an influencer, and propaganda influencer, I guess. Tusk says there's a long history of Chinese people in Nicaragua. A lot of my family are Chinese Nicaraguan mix. Interesting. There would be, right? So there was a lot of Chinese in the United States in the 49ers, right? The gold rush. So Nicaragua was the transit location for the gold rush. San Juan del Sur is the transit location for people heading to the American West Coast for the gold rush. So there's a lot of history in like southern Nicaragua specifically with China. Monkey says, do you have health insurance like Safety Wing? So I don't know Safety Wing, but I do not have health insurance. So no. I do have, for those who are suddenly panicking, no need for health insurance, first of all. But I do have health insurance in the United States that under really, I can't figure out how I could ever use it. And I've been there, and they'll randomly cancel it. So even when I was in the United States and never did anything to lose coverage, they would just randomly cancel it and leave me without coverage. So basically the answer is never set foot in the United States. You're never safe, right? You'll never know if they cancel you, right? They can cancel you and you haven't found out yet, and you haven't, something happens. Too bad. And you're just not eligible today randomly for insurance. And we have the health insurance from the state of Texas, and the state of Texas at random just cancels and then denies, and their official process is you have to be denied many times, and eventually they approve you, maybe, even when you are nothing to be canceled for, nothing to be denied for. The system just denies you. It guarantees that there's a portion of every year you are always without coverage, no matter what you do. But here in Nicaragua, we don't need health insurance. So in general, insurance very rarely works out in your favor. Not health insurance, just insurance, right? The concept of insurance is, it's me and 5 of my buddies. We all put in $10, and now we have $50 for whoever needs it in case of an emergency. That's not a bad thing. But we have a 6th person who just administers the health insurance system, and they take 20 of those dollars out, and they're the ones who decide if the rest of us get the $30. And so they're making all the money. We're guaranteed to have put in 50 and only maybe get to take 30 out, but it's at someone else's discretion. So instead of having $10 guaranteed that I can use, there's $30 that there's no guarantee that any of us will ever get to use. That's a terrible system, but that's kind of how health insurance works. Now, outside the U.S., it's not nearly as bad, but it's still the same theory. Here in Nicaragua, basically every health care possibility is so cheap that the need for health insurance, it's not like being in the U.S. where, oh no, what if I have a heart attack? Well, in the U.S., if you had a heart attack and no insurance, you've just been wiped out. Everything you have is gone. Here, if you have a heart attack, it won't cost as much as American health insurance did. So, and then you have complete control because you're paying for everything. Could there be times that health insurance works out for you and it's a good thing to have? Yes. The last thing I want to do is tell you to not have health insurance and have something terrible happen and you be like, oh, if I only had health insurance. But for me and my family, it's just never made sense. We're generally healthy, and even if we were paying $5 a month into health insurance, that would be money lost. And we've been through major issues here, right? We've dealt with cancer scares, random x-rays, strokes, heart attacks, many ambulance rides, normal things like throwing back out, infections from feet things, like little things, huge things. Put it all together, never once have we said, if only we'd had insurance, this wouldn't have been so painful. Never once. The worst things that have happened, we still go, boy, sure was smart not to have health insurance. So, everyone's mileage varies a little bit, but it would be, it's not no matter what you think about health insurance, you need it less than you think. That doesn't mean you shouldn't have it, but the need for it is definitely not as much as it seems. And there are things in between, right? There's doing nothing. There's having insurance that covers everything. And then in between, there's discount plans. That we've considered doing. We really like the Vivian Pellis system. And if you can get discount plans that make it just cheaper to use, that might make sense, right? Play with the options, but don't feel that it's a given that insurance will be the thing you need. Gooch Gooch says, Nicaragua bullet train stopping for the dogs, chickens, pigs. horses, cows, random people standing on the tracks. That's our biggest problem. People will just get on the tracks and won't move when the train comes. That's what's going to happen. TJ says trains suck. Only American trains suck. In most of the world, trains are fantastic. It's my favorite thing. Literally my favorite form of transportation. I will go through so much effort to take a train or a tram over other things. I just love them. Genevieve is here. Hey, Genevieve. Going for the first time in February. I'm nervous at airports. Is passport control okay? It's really slow and annoying, but it's okay. I'm not good at languages and don't speak Spanish. You should be fine. They're going to ask you really basic things, so be prepared. 1, to wait for a long time. 2, they're going to take your picture. You have to take your glasses off, so just be prepared. They're going to ask you for that. Look at the camera. Don't smile. Make sure you have your passport ready. $10 to get in. Have a $10 bill. Have a couple singles just in case, because it could be like 11 or 12 depending. Have a credit card at the ready just in case, because they do take credit cards, but better if you have cash. You need to have an address of where you're going to be staying. You need to know your occupation in Spanish. Write it down. Just prepare ahead of time. Whatever it is you are, just have it written down. How long are you staying? What are you here for? Turismo, 90 días, right? 90 days. That's it, right? And if you have a flight out, you can show it to them and be like, I'm leaving on this day. But you don't need an exit. Like, you don't need that. But that's about it, right? So there's a few things they ask you. It's always hard to hear. Often they do speak English or a little bit. They know tons of people come through without speaking Spanish. They would prefer if you spoke Spanish, obviously. But it's really not. Passport control is not hard. It's often slow. Often you're going to stand there and they're going to do a bunch of paperwork for a long time, and you're going to be like, what are they doing? And then they just let you through it. You'll never know. I don't know. Brent says, the taxi driver on my way back here was quite the character. Nice guy, animated. By the way, the fare for that route was nearly the same as quoted to me by the hostel, both drivers. There is a standard rate, and mostly, if you're coming from someplace, so he was coming from Sutiava, they're much less likely to give you a fake price if you're coming from Sutiava, especially if you're like coming from Dr. Coffee, and especially if I'm the one hailing the cab. A huge number of the cab drivers know me. I have been in, you would not believe how many times I'm in a cab, and I'll just get in, and someone will be like, and they'll start describing my house, and the cab driver will just look at them and be like, Scott's house? And they're like, what? Like, everyone knows who I am. Everyone knows my house. They'll give him like dirty looks. So, like, of course I know where he lives. And so, generally people aren't going to gouge me or people that I'm with. But if you're coming from the barrio like this, they don't want to find out who you are or who you know, right? So they don't want to screw with you. If you're in like the center of the city, you're just a tourist. They're going to try to get double the price for you. But yeah, coming from Sutiava, they're going to be like, oh, he's somebody's cousin, or he knows somebody, or they don't want to get their license yanked. Genevieve says, I'm a single female traveler. This is the country for you. A few places better for, always a little bit of danger being a single female traveler, just the unfortunate nature of the world. But of all places, Nicaragua is, especially in the Western Hemisphere, the absolute safest. Brent says, in the InDrive app with no meter. So there's never a meter. It's because it's always set prices ahead of time. So there's no need for a meter because it is what it is. And they will randomly go in weird parts of the city and pick up other people. So sometimes they go really far. A meter would totally screw you over. They can't use them here. They would get in trouble. Luke says, Nicaraguans haven't invaded the U.S. since the original Red Dawn movie. Oh, Luke says, wow, I can hear your rain. Yeah, when it gets heavy. TJ says, I saw some in Managua when I was eating at a restaurant. Are you talking about taxis? Monkeys? Trains? Mark says, I'm from Vancouver, quite used to the rain. I think we get a lot heavier rain here. Ed says, Chinese people seem to own all the large stores selling Chinese inexpensive products. I would expect so. Most of those I expect are owned by Chinese companies probably, because it takes money to set up one of those big stores, right? But it's kind of expected because in situations like this, because I've thought about this, like why don't Nicaraguans do it? It's because Nicaraguans don't have access to the exporters. I mean, they do. They could fly to China, spend a bunch of time, get to know people, but it's not very practical. Whereas if you are Chinese and you have friends who work at a factory, or you know someone who makes something, or your family does something, you can go and be like, okay, I'm going to take all these products that we make super cheap. I'm going to move to name a country that doesn't have that product yet, and I'm going to import it from my family, from my friends, from someone I know, and they have access to that market. You can imagine the same thing here. Like, what if a Nicaraguan wanted to start an American goods store? Right? Americans don't tend to make the same kind of random stuff that Chinese do. Of course, we do at some scale, but it's much more like, okay, here's some products that are made from the United States. A Nicaraguan would struggle to bring those in, but I, as an American, easily have friends and connections with tons of different companies that do stuff, and I know how to get into contact with the distributors and do all these different things. I can go out, make these connections, get the products, and I can easily move into Nicaragua or Honduras or Brazil and set up an importer that brings things in, and it's my access to the exportation of that country, in that case America, that gives me the power to do that. So that the Chinese stores selling Chinese goods are owned by people from China is actually pretty straightforward and logical. The same thing, if you find a Nicaraguan store in China, there's a really good chance it's going to be owned and operated by Nicaraguans, because they're using family connections back home to manufacture the products or whatever and export them and bring them in. That's just kind of the expectation. The reason that it seems different with China is that China makes so many of the world's goods and has so many potential people to export, the humans, to other countries in order to operate those businesses, that we see it on a different scale, just because China represents a larger percentage of the planet than other places and an outsized percentage of its manufactured goods. So that's why we're going to find that happening in those cases. It's not weird or anything. And it's just, I had a little bug flew into my mouth. That was great. With China having the low or no tariff agreement with Nicaragua and direct shipping with no in-between ports, it just makes Chinese goods so easy to ship in at large scale. We're going to see a bunch of that going on. Mark says, love it warm and raining. I take it over the minus whatever we are soon about to get. For sure. One of my rules when I left the United States is no more snow. I grew up in New York. I do not need any money on it. James says, view on buying carbon credits. I appreciate the effort, but I think that the carbon credit system is weird and probably counterproductive. I want to reduce carbon emissions. I'm all down for that. Like, that part's cool. I think the carbon credit system makes no sense and is based on a bunch of weird political finagling. Vince says Spain has great trains. It does. I love Spanish trains. You know what I really like, though? Cheese platters on Swiss trains. It's got to be one of my favorite things. One of my least favorite things is being on an old Soviet train that basically has knives in the floor and cutting through the tendon on the bottom of my foot when I accidentally backed up and stepped on it. My favorite thing, though, certainly not that, is sleeper trains, just in general. I love sleeper trains. I've done the Romanian overnight. That was a little bit rough, but it was I still love it. But I did the Austria to Italy overnight sleeper through the Dolomites and through the Alps, and oh my gosh, that was fantastic. Window open, a little bit of rain hit me in the face, going through tunnels. I love sleeping on transportation. I like ferries too, overnight ferries, like in Greece, like going from Crete to Athens overnight on a big ferry. It's like you're sleeping and your hotel is moving. Oh, it's great. Those are my favorite things. I love late night on a train. You're in your socks. You don't even have shoes on. You're in like pajamas. You go down, you get like sandwiches and beer on the train, and you just wander back to your little sleeper compartment, and the world goes by outside. That's like the ultimate in travel adventure for me. That comfy, casual traveling, seeing the world. I just love it. Brent says, we've had a marching band parading around here for quite a while now at 8 at night in the rain. Oh gosh, they always do. Like, rain does not stop marching bands here. Mark says, in Canada we call it Canadian Tire. Chinese crap by the sea In Canada we call it Canadian Tire. Chinese crap by the sea can. I didn't follow that, Mark. I don't know if I'm just not reading it right or missing something obvious. Canadian Tire. Monkey says, mac and cheese platters on Swiss trains. That would be good too. No, it's like sliced cheese though. Mark says, carbon credits, it's a Ponzi scam. That's pretty much what I think. Jorge says, hey Scott, I hear there are going to be a train very soon in Nicaragua. Was that true? Yes, you missed it. We were talking about that. So, I mean, obviously, I've not seen tracks gone down yet. But yes, officially, the train has been approved and budgeted and paid for, and is going to run from Granada to Managua, or vice versa, however you want to look at it. But basically mimicking the Messiah Road with a stop in Messiah, and I assume in Santo Domingo, which should be absolutely amazing. I hope that it grows from there. And that's pretty cool because my kids are considering right along where that line would be as where they may want to live in the future. So they might end up living right on the train line. If they do, and they do the extension to Leon, that's going to be so amazing that like my kids and I would just be a couple hours apart on a train line, and we could just zip back and forth like any day would be, oh my gosh, that would be so cool. Monkey Man, are you a huge fan of Snowpiercer because you love trains? I've never actually seen Snowpiercer. I don't watch very much television or movies. This may come as a great shock to people. I don't have a lot of free time in my life. The very rare times that I do watch things, it's normally at my desk in between things. So far this year, I have a total of 2 TV shows I've been watching. One is Animal Control, and the other is Only Murders in the Building. That is it. If it isn't those things, I haven't seen it. Gooch Gooch, San Juan del Sur Pyramid Scheme. Not sure what's bringing that on, but it is true. Monkey Man says, yeah, Canadian Tire. It's all right. I don't understand. James says, is CO2 pollution? If it's coming from humans, yes, it is a form of pollution. It's not the worst form of pollution, but it is definitely a pollution. The planet locked up a lot of carbon, and we are unleashing it. It is not something we can breathe, and it is something that is going to, it acts exactly like all other pollutants. Monkey Man says, does the Trump presidency change anything in Nicaragua? We don't know, right? Could it? Yes. But is it likely? Nah, I think it's a 50-50 chance. What is the thing that we expect? So the thing that we expect to be the most impactful is a Trump presidency almost guarantees a major attempt. Ooh, chat disconnected. That's weird. Came back. Did anybody else have chat have a problem? I actually had a network connection with the chat. A Trump presidency almost guarantees, 99% chance, mass deportations from the United States, which basically guarantees 99% that Nicaraguans will be in that mass deportation. Over the last, say, 5 years, 6 years, an unbelievable number of Nicaraguans have been moving to the United States. Mostly, however, on the parole program. A Trump presidency is unlikely to affect or greatly affect the parole program. The parole program is already so crappy that it is unlikely to continue and be very important. So if Trump deports a bunch of people who are currently on parole, it doesn't really matter. If Trump cancels parole, doesn't really matter because it's just garbage anyway. So I'm not sure that has any negative impact on Nicaragua. The whole system has just gotten so stupid. Are there a lot of Nicaraguans in the United States that will be deported back under Trump that would not have been deported back under, say, Biden or Harris? Maybe. Probably some, but unlikely a lot. That is my opinion. Very much just opinion. But does the future have a large number of Nicaraguan diaspora returning from the United States? I believe that is the answer is yes. Do I believe that was going to happen regardless of who won the presidency? I also believe that to be yes. Will there be more people returning under Trump than there would have been not under Trump? Probably. How impactful will that be for Nicaragua? We're not sure. Nicaragua does not have enough jobs, so sending people back to Nicaragua is crappy in that we're not creating more jobs for them. So it will create a larger demand on housing and a larger deficit in jobs. Will many of those people simply go somewhere else? Will they go to Spain or other countries looking for workers? Maybe. If that does happen, we may actually see a positive response. Nicaraguans who go to the United States have a tendency to benefit very little. Nicaraguans who go other places like Spain tend to benefit a lot, right? Nicaraguans who go to the United States rarely are able to stay long enough to establish the ability to really earn a good income, which means either they're not covering their own expenses, or worse, they're not able to help cover the expenses back home with remittance. Those who go to other places like Spain generally do manage to live an okay life and be able to send back remittance over a reliably long period of time. So if we look at it purely from a more diasporas returning to Nicaragua, is that negative? That would be. If that diaspora comes back to Nicaragua but finds other places to go to find work, then it probably ends up a positive. Basically, Nicaraguans going to the United States may offload unemployment from Nicaragua, but it doesn't represent a long-term fix. It never has. So it's a difficult question to answer. But beyond that, there's really expected to be no interaction specific due to Trump being president. Harris and Biden were already incredibly anti-Nicaragua and anti-Latinos in general, anti-Central America. Like, Harris really made a point early in her vice presidency to come down and basically tell Central America how much she hated the region. That's not been forgotten, and it's hard to imagine Trump disliking the region any more than that. So does Trump represent anything positive for the region? No, it doesn't seem that way. Does he represent anything particularly negative? Doesn't seem that way either. Seems like, from what we can tell at this distance, it's mostly all kind of neutral. It's always bad, but we're also not important at this stage of the game. There's so much more going on domestically and in Europe and in the Middle East. Wasting mental cycles on completely not engaging Central America doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense. So we'll see. Who knows? But I don't think it's going to be a big thing. Mark says, Canadian Tire equals Cabela's, the like fishing people with the weird, terrible pyramid. Mark says, and you can have your car repaired too. Oh, Canadian Tire is a chain of stores that sell automotive equipment, household goods, etc. Oh, weird. Okay, and you can have your car repaired too. Monkey Man says, Walmart, Amazon has destroyed it though, of course. Oh, that... Okay. Monkey Man says, chat's fine on my end. Good. Yeah, for TJ, chat disconnected. Weird. Chat has been a little delayed. Chat's always a little... Oh, no. Normally chat's not delayed. Interesting. Matthias is here. Trump, don't waste time on countries that don't have oil and lithium. Exactly. We don't have anything he wants. Don't tell him we have gold. Gooch says, yeah, messages are coming in different orders. That can happen. Mark says, under Trump, Alberta is far better off because of the oil and the new pipeline to the west coast that just came online. Well, if it just came online, doesn't that make it better under Biden? Luke says, creating more jobs is our job as expats. That is correct. That's a lot of jobs to create, though. There are only about 4,000 American expats. There's other expats, right? We're not the only ones, but there's only about 4,000 American expats in Nicaragua, and we need to make something like 700,000 jobs. Let's get to it. That's a lot of jobs for each of us to create. Gooch says, I just hope the U.S. doesn't make another attempt at destroying peace in Nicaragua. Yeah, let's hope. Monkey Man says Trump likes crypto and El Salvador are huge into Bitcoin. Maybe that's a plus. I don't think so. One of the things about crypto is that you hate anyone else that does crypto if you're actually into it, because it's a zero-sum game. So everyone wins by taking from someone else. So if El Salvador is doing well, that hurts the U.S. If the U.S. does well, that hurts El Salvador. So it's not super beneficial. Who knows what's going to go on with crypto? And who knows what likes crypto means? Like, There's no chance that Trump knows what crypto is, so we'll see. Edwin says, hey, Scott, I got some news for tourists that comes into Nicaragua by planes. Okay, what's the news? Other than, welcome to Nicaragua where we don't shoot you from the runway. James says, Mark, on January 2nd, Keystone XL approved. Cool. Monkey Man says, 4,000 expats. How much beer can we all drink? A lot, Monkey Man. A lot. Quite a bit if we get down to it. Yeah, we need to create like 200 jobs per person, some crazy number. United will fly twice daily from December 4th to January 7th using Boeing 737 MAX 8. One more reason to not fly United. Terrible, terrible planes. That's one. I hate United and American and their ancient, unsafe Boeing planes. That's one of the reasons that we like Spirit so much, is they have a completely new quality fleet of planes. It's one of the reasons they're so much cheaper, is their planes are more efficient, and they've got the quality European planes, not the unsafe Boeings. I actually avoid airlines with Boeings. The safety record is so bad. It's both, I don't want to be on a Boeing, and also I don't want to fly an airline that's willing to buy Boeings. Yeah, Spirit is going bankrupt. At least it's mulling going bankrupt. Everyone's been talking about it today. But going bankrupt doesn't mean they'll stop flying. That's not really, they just restructure. And they're going to go after the U.S. government for corruption. That's one thing. Hopefully under Trump, Spirit and JetBlue will be able to merge. That would be a huge bonus if he was able to, because that was a completely corrupt antitrust suit. There's no way that they can ever claim that was legitimate. CCAN is shipping industry name for layman's shipping container. Okay. Luke says, I'll be hiring 3 staff members, so I have that going for me, which is nice. La Marcelita is here. Marcelita. Es la vida, Marcelita. Everybody know the song? Brent says, just reading something about an upcoming couple of windy months in Leon where you'll be pelted by grains of sand that feel like needles. Maybe a slight exaggeration? Yeah, that's probably an exaggeration. They're talking about I assume, the dust from Africa. It does get dusty, but yeah, there's nothing like that. Mark says, yeah, I got to watch the Canadian slang. Yeah, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. You're off in Letterkenny land and you've lost me. Mark says, howdy. Probably to Marcelita, not to me. Marcella says, I've been busy today. I've been preparing for this all day. I'm feeling warm. It probably the wine. Brent says, hello, Marcella. Jorge says, hello, hola, Marcella. Monkey Man, U.S. Canucks get a little rowdy. Us Canucks, not U.S. Canucks. I'm like, what are U.S. Canucks? That's like the Rochester Americans. They're called the Rochester Americans, but obviously they're part of the Montreal Canadiens. So they're U.S. Canucks. Edwin says, for aviation lovers, it's not viable, an Airbus monopoly if Boeing goes bankrupt because of problems on their software, door plugs, engine, blah, 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 blah. An Airbus monopoly would be fantastic. They're government run, so government monopolies are not the same as private company monopolies. I'm not saying that a monopoly is a great thing, but when your alternative is Boeing, monopolies are a great thing. Boeing is propped up by government corruption, so it's really, really bad. It's not a free market. So thinking of it as a monopoly, it doesn't really count, because in one case you have a non-viable entity that's being propped up by government corruption, and in the other you have a product of governments rather than a private company. That doesn't necessarily make it a good thing, but government agencies making planes, which is Airbus is a joint French-German government venture, is different, right? It's being treated like a utility from governments that generally, with exceptions, both certainly have their problems, but in general, both the German and French governments do put a lot of effort into protecting their own citizens, into the good of their citizens. So making a quality product, regardless of its monopoly status, is something that they try to do. It's a very different thing. So I would certainly prefer a world 1,000 times over that is an Airbus monopoly to a world where Boeing is allowed to keep producing products the way that they do. That's monopolies can be good things. For flight, just give me a good old C-130. Buddhist is here. Hey, Mario. La Marcelita, I'm reading them. Thanks for saying hello. Edwin says, going back for Nicaragua aviation news, American airline from December 19th until January 6th will fly 3 times. Miami to Managua two-way. And Spirit is due back really soon as well. It's still on the flight schedule, and people are booking it. So, and I may be flying it to the U.S. pretty soon. I've got to go back for Christmas. But I'll be flying Avianca to Bolivia. Through El Salvador with tacos. My air conditioning remote is too far away. I do have it turned way down, like it should be cold in here. Spirit will return December 5th. Okay, yep. Using the A320s. They're not the most exciting planes, but they never have accidents. Give me a solid A320 any day. James says, Trailer Park Boys, that's Canadian. That is true, that is Canadian. But Letterkenny's funnier. I haven't watched Letterkenny in a while, but I grew up really close to Letterkenny, so like that's the part of like I have friends from the peninsula area, and it's just the whole Niagara region. Kind of me. Yeah, Spirit stock price is going wild. Markets love instability. Yep, we'll see where that ends up. I'm hopeful that Spirit comes out of this because they're a lifeline to the region, and they managed to go through Haiti getting shot at. So you got to give them some creds. What I want to know, Monkey Man says, I've heard about Letterkenny. You've not watched Letterkenny? Seriously? You got to watch Letterkenny. Like that's some decent stuff. My uncle is an avionics engineer and will not step foot on a Max 8. Yeah, I get it. Like, it's scary stuff. Jorge says, how's that wine, Scott? Well, I'm a bit more animated tonight, I think you can tell. It's good. I love Spanish wine. This one is, I wouldn't go out of my way. It was definitely cheap. It's probably $8. For European wine, that's pretty good. Trailer Park Boys move? Monkey Man says, I know, I'll check it out. Yeah, Letterkenny gets old after a few seasons, but definitely like the first couple seasons are strong. Like they've got some good writing, good characters. It's very different than other shows. So you're not going to it's not going to give you any of that like, oh, just another one of these. No, it's pretty unique. I like what they did in a lot of ways, and growing up in that area, right? Even though Western New York is not the same as the London North area. We're more alike than different. Like the amount that we identify with that show is pretty strong where I'm from, the Buffalo area. So it's good and pretty authentic, I think. Spirit Airlines got shot at. There must be a Trump joke in there somewhere. Technically American and JetBlue got shot as well. Spirit just got shot more, right? Spirit got shot so much they had to divert the plane, and we're like, dear Lord, and their stewardess, their airline flight attendant was hit, right? She's okay, but she was hit while they were flying. Like, holy crap, and they landed in the DR. They had to divert. They couldn't make it into Port-au-Prince. And Larry's friend was on the flight. But then American and JetBlue were shot as they were flying out, but they were on their way out and they were not able to verify being hit until they were on the ground in Miami. So they were only like, I guess we were hit. But Spirit is like, dear Lord, we're being shot. And it was like going through the fuselage and stuff. Marcelita says, I want wine. Oh, lo siento. Yo sé. Quiero pronto. I have not been able to drink for 3 weeks, so I get it. Spirit and Avianca TACA are the only air carriers going to Nicaragua using the Airbus 320 family. American will use the A319 only during the spring season. Oh, that's good to know that they will have one at least. Does Aeromexico not have anything good? I think they fly old planes. That makes me sad. I like Aeromexico. They're just expensive. But Avianca, I've had problems with their ground crew, but in the air they've been good consistently. I probably have to fly them a bit coming up soon because I think I have to go to Belize soon. So that's a flight into Aurora in Guatemala City, and I've got to go to La Paz, and they've got a good flight from here to Bogota and on to La Paz. So those are good. And so I might get a bit of Avianca coming up here pretty soon. Monkey Man says, what are those orange pillows behind you? So this one is Pickle, the orange dog from Miniso or Mumuso. I'm not sure which one. But it's from one of the big chain Chinese stores that has their own character line. So he's from there. And I've got a couple different pickle things. Somewhere I've got, I have a pickle mouse pad as well from the Mini family. So they're from Miniso, which you can get to in both the Gallerias and Metro Centro in Managua. And then this one is a stuffed orange. Bring them closer. Hello, I'm an orange. And he is from Maxi Pali. So that's just sold by Walmart. It's just a series of stuffed fruit from Walmart. But we thought they were really cute. So both of my kids have matching ones. No, both of my kids have matching ones to this. One is a pear and one is like a banana. I can't remember. And then this is my, from Buenos Aires, my mate. This is a cup for doing herbal tea, which I don't have any herbal tea right now. I wish I did because that sounds really good. But I'm enjoying the wine, so I don't need it. But I really like mate. And there is a mate shop. You can get mate in Managua, but it's super expensive here. That makes me sad. Taka, orange pill. I never understood American love of the red-green. Oh, the red-green show. Well, James, you have to be from just the right part of America. Not that much of America likes the red-green show. I'm from that part, right? So he's like the North Midwest, which is very similar to Letterkenny. That's my region. We liked red-green. It's really funny that you thought of red-green. I haven't thought of red-green in so long. It was a weird show, but it was like public television. Like it's its own vibe. It's hard to explain. It's oh no. Okay, I'm spilling wine everywhere. My wine glass for some reason is super wet. My wine bottle, and it just went all over my very expensive control deck. That was a fail in so many ways, all at once. Okay. I need a better desk for this setup. Like I need so many monitors and laptops and stuff, and there's so many cables. I really need. Marcela, necesito tener chepe para construir otra casa aquí para el teléfono y cables y el televisor para mi monitor. Porque es demasiada cosa en mi escritorio. Red Green was awesome. That's right, he was awesome. No one else could fix their car with just duct tape, like Red Green. Letterkenny was independent for the first 2 seasons. Bell Media took it over. That's why the first 2 were so good. Mark says it looks like a tomato. Yeah, naranja rellena. Monkey Man, are there cigars in Nicaragua? Yeah, obviously. We're like the number 2 top cigar maker in the world. DR is number 1, then us, then Cuba. There are so many cigars here. We don't smoke that many. They're not popular here, but we make them and sell them worldwide. Oh, great. There's a bug floating in my wine. That's just great. Orange pillows, cigars. So do grapes grow well in Nicaragua? No, they do not. I've never seen a grape here whatsoever. Everything grape is imported. Letterkenny. Monkey Man, Padron, Perdomo, Oliva, Don Pepin, all Nicaraguan. Visit Esteli, the cigar capital of Latin America. I think of mainland Latin America. I'm pretty sure DR remains somewhere in DR is the capital. Maybe Esteli's the capital. Definitely not an expert. Edwin, United only uses the Airbus for domestic flights. For international, I guess Mexico, Canada, and maybe to the UK, Spain, Portugal, Ireland use the Neo XLR. Mark says, Red Green is awesome. Ed says, I took LATAM Air. Oh, I love LATAM. They're my favorite to fly. From Lima to San Jose. I did too. Then took Sasha Air, 1 hour prop to Managua. Very cool trip. Ed, I do the same thing, but I just use the Nica Expresso. Now I'm coming north, not south. Actually, for you, it's even better. Take the Nica Expresso out of Rivas, or actually you can catch it in La Virgen. So just take a taxi to La Virgen, catch the Nica Expresso, take that to San Jose. They'll drop you at the airport, and then you can take LATAM to the whole world, right? I love flying LATAM. I am so sad that they don't come to Managua. That is the thing. Number 1 thing that I want is LATAM to Lima from the new Managua airport on the peninsula at Puente Huete. If they do that, my life is complete. My second wish is Iberia flying to Madrid. Then everything I want will be there. There's never going to be a flight to Asia. That's a pipe dream. Those 2 are possible. And obviously, if Avianca had direct flights to Bogota, that would be great too. But LATAM to Lima, I would pretty much never fly anything else. Every time I want to go anywhere, I just hop LATAM to Lima. That is the way to go. Duct tape. Cable management is important. Is this drunken Spanish? No, this is sober Spanish. Is Spanglish a thing? Not here. It is in the U.S., that's for sure. Chepe must be a great guy. Chepe is a great guy. Chepe's awesome. Bug is dead drunk like a mannequin? Like a man. Oh, Bug is dead drunk like a man. I don't know why I thought it was something more complex than that. Wiggy says, hey Scott, bugs are protein. They are. I've been to Guatemala. I've eaten ants. Monkey Man says, Luke, thanks. Brent says, I found the discussion we had about the poverty safety paradigm and how it's different in Nicaragua interesting. Maybe a good video topic. Yeah, there probably is. It's so we were talking about how Nicaragua has a very different mix of the way that poverty impacts it, because it's a very poor country, but it's a very safe country. Most places that are very poor end up with a lot of danger. And Nicaragua really doesn't. But the way that money and services are provided in the country is very different than a lot of places that are really poor, and it makes it very different. The concept of poverty in Nicaragua is very different, because people who are really, really struggling in Nicaragua and very, very poor can actually, in many cases, have many services that even quite wealthy Americans cannot access. And so it's there's generally a degree of healthcare and food and housing, I don't know what the term is, security that exists in Nicaragua that Americans don't often have. And so Americans making $100,000 may feel less secure, may be less secure than Nicaraguans making $5,000, right? 20 times the income, less assurances at shelter, food, water, and medical care. It says, "What's that fly doing in your wine?" The back float. Thanks, Ed. But it says, "How is the new Mercado coming along?" You know, every day I think to myself, "Ooh, I should go up there and see," and then I don't. And Brent and I were discussing it today, and I still didn't go up. I've been busy, and that road I need to walk, right? I haven't been in walking shape for weeks because of the leg injury, which I'm not going to show you because it's still gross. Monkey Man says, "Are there Nicaraguan areas that you would never stroll through and would avoid?" Honestly, no. There's no place I would avoid. I need to get to the point where I'm actually out and doing some things. I need a little bit of free time, but one of my plans is I want to have a collection of all the places that people say are, well, sure, you'll go there, but never go wherever. I have 3 so far, which is Libertad, Venezuela, and San Judas. And I'm definitely going to go to all those and film because it's the most ridiculous thing to think that there's any place in Nicaragua that's actually scary. It just isn't. Like, I get some places in the middle of the night, yeah, okay. But, like, in the daytime, me just walking around with a camera, highly visible, I have never seen a place in this country that I would not be comfortable with, at least in daylight, and almost nothing in darkness. Like, that would still be incredibly unlikely. Now, are there places I would not recommend other people? Yeah, probably. You know, and as Genevieve said, you know, if you're a single female traveler, yeah, there's plenty of places I'd be like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be there alone as a woman. Like, it's just a little bit more dangerous. But you know, as a middle-aged guy, or a little bit past middle-aged guy, wandering around with a camera, you know, I'm not a super, you know, big target. And if someone was to do something to me, like, I've talked to Nicaraguans who are like, "Oh, that's so dangerous. We're so terrified." I walked around Ciudad Sandino and back before it was gentrified, and everyone was freaking out. I'm like, what do you even think is going to happen? And they're like, "They could grab your camera." I'm like, you're freaking out because someone might grab my camera? Like, one, I don't know how they're going to grab my camera. Like, there's a screen on it. I can see you coming. 2, if you fail to grab my camera, I have video of you. 3, if you do grab my camera, you're probably on a bike, and there's a really good chance I'm going to rip you off that bike, and you'll be sorry. And 4, okay, if all of that fails and you get away with my camera, like, you do realize I build in having my camera stolen from time to time into my calculations of my camera situation, right? Like, I know that's going to happen from time to time. It has to. You cannot walk around with a hugely expensive camera or moderately expensive camera the way that I do everywhere, all the time, and never have it stolen. You have to take risks to get the kind of footage that I'm trying to get. That's reality. No one has ever said someone's going to knife you, someone's going to mug you, someone's going to attack you. Never once. And of course that could happen. But no one has ever said that was a risk. Every single time their risk is, well, they could grab your camera. Nicaraguans have a completely different concept of danger than Americans, right? Like, it's just so different. Americans are like, yo, no, someone's going to kill you. You're like, yeah. Like, see that dumpster? That's where my body will be found, right? When I'm smelling after 4 days, that's the dumpster they're going to have dumped me in, and that's the kind of fear I have walking through neighborhoods like where I grew up in Rochester. you come to Nicaragua and you're like, yeah, they might grab your camera. Okay. I think the North American view of Latin America is similar to, let's say, South Africa. Yeah, a lot of the U.S. works hard, and Canada work really hard to make Latin America seem a lot scarier than it is. Now, to be fair, right, City of God, some of these places, they are actually terrifying. But, you know, I've been all over Latin America, and realistically, like, I'm never in situations where I'm like, oh, I really need to get out of here. You know, that's just, it almost never comes up. And I go through a lot of big cities in a lot of different countries, in a lot of different scenarios. I'm not generally going into the worst neighborhoods, but sometimes I really am. Here in Nicaragua, I make a point of going into the roughest neighborhoods. And, you know, it's just not that rough. Where are there obviously where are there obvious very dangerous areas? So, I mean, there's no very dangerous areas in Nicaragua. There is nothing that would qualify. To an American, there is literally nothing that we would call dangerous. There are rougher areas, right? Generally, they are the most poverty-stricken areas. Here in León, for example, Tomás Borges is considered one of the roughest places. I've filmed it a couple different times. I've walked all through it. Would I want to do it in the middle of the night? Honestly, I don't care. I would do it in the middle of the night. It would be dark. I would fall and hurt myself, but it would not be someone attacking me. People generally consider that to be the most dangerous of León, or Los Jardines de Ariac. Okay, I would give you Los Jardines would make me pause in the middle of the night. In the day, well, I've walked it alone. You can watch my video on it. You can gauge how dangerous it looks in the video. I've never been stopped by so many people who were like, you should not be here even in daylight, than I have there. But honestly, I told my lawyer, and she's like, you're stupid. You just keep doing these things, so it's fine. Obviously, like in Managua, really poor regions like Libertad, Venezuela, right? Would I recommend random people go there for just fun of walking around? No, don't do that, right? Don't make a point. I make a point. Right? I'm important for showing that if you were to accidentally stumble into these places, that you shouldn't panic, you shouldn't worry. But should you make a point of going to the most possibly dangerous place, even though it's not that dangerous, in Nicaragua, just to be like, haha, I can be in the most dangerous place, it doesn't matter? You shouldn't do that. It's just not the wisest of moves. Could you do that? Would you make it out 99.9999% of the time completely safely? Yeah, you would. But there's no reason to invite problems. There's no reason to feel uncomfortable. There's no reason to make other people feel uncomfortable, which could happen. Barrio Venezuela, everyone is terrified of Barrio Venezuela, right? I'm going to go film it. I have no worries whatsoever. I think it'll be hilarious. I need to go some places and actually go to restaurants and bars in Venezuela and do stuff. I have a friend who grew up in San Judas and thinks it's a total joke that people are scared of it. He's like, yeah, heck, let's go walk it at night. Cool. Whatever. Yeah, but honestly, all those places are really obvious. If you drive into Venezuela, you will say, oh, no, this doesn't seem like a place I should be. Right, and Brent is a great example. We were just having coffee, and he said he came through my barrio. So I live in the poorest barrio of León, not the scariest barrio. That's Los Jardines, but the poorest barrio, and people are terrified of it. People who live in León are like, yeah, I wouldn't go there. I'm like, what are you talking about? But the point is, as he came through it, he felt less comfortable. He said, this is a poorer area, which is true. It feels a bit rougher than places he'd been, which might be true, but it's incredibly safe. You never hear about problems out here, ever, ever, ever. You wouldn't worry at all. But the point being, it's really easy to get that impression of an area like this and be like, oh, this isn't a tourist area. None of this is meant to look good to me, and I feel out of place. Well, if you're in Managua and you get that feeling, then there's a good chance you're heading towards an area where maybe that's not the right place for you, because you just have this opportunity to end up someplace that you're not prepared for. I'm pretty well prepared to be somewhere in Nicaragua. I'm prepared with a lawyer. I'm prepared with contacts with the police. I'm prepared with contacts of people who could potentially get me out of a dangerous situation, and I'm prepared to have my camera stolen. And I'm prepared to have conversations with people and confront them on the street, and have done so, right? I was in Matagalpa. I had drunk people kind of attack me, and, I'm like, really? We're going to do this? Are you serious? This is not going to go well for you. And, and then watched his friends run away. He thought he had people who had his back, and they realized what a foolish move he was making, and they took off. And he was left very alone. And then when he realized that he was alone and that I was within earshot of police, he really decided, even in his drunk stupor, that he had made quite the error. But, as someone new to the country, I wouldn't go around experimenting with the most dangerous places for fun. I feel that me going to those places, I feel like I have a very well calculated sense of what my danger level is, and I'm quite willing to take that on, and I have a reason for doing so. I think there's a value to me showing what those areas are like, and absolutely, if you looked at Barrio Venezuela and you said, you know what, I have this adventurous vibe going on, and I think you know what, I feel like I could just fit into that community. You know what? There's tons of great people who live there. It's just people who didn't afford to move into another area, or people who came from families that were there and they didn't want to leave their families behind, so they're not that poor but are in that area anyway. These things happen, and you could find a really good deal, fix up a house, live there, help the community, and be a great member of the community, fit in, and never, ever, ever have a problem, and just be like, this is a great, awesome, hardworking community of nice people. Right? Absolutely. But you really want to understand the country a bit before you start making those kinds of decisions. You don't want to do it from afar. You don't want to do it in your first few months. Once you really have that good, like, okay, I can identify what sketchy Nicaragua looks like versus, poor Nicaragua, or just got off work Nicaragua, or just teens who have nothing to do and so are hanging out on the street corner at night Nicaragua. It's, I guess one time in Caceres, I was in a situation where I was with a couple people who weren't paying attention. They weren't super savvy at the time. And a girl came down and tried to distract the people I was with as rougher elements tried to approach us from dark corners of the town. And we only had any problem at all because we couldn't get people's attention. And like those of us who knew what were going on were like, get in the car. And we couldn't get people to understand, like, there are people in the shadows that you don't see and you are not paying attention. But eventually we just got in the car and drove away. Absolutely nothing happened. Was something going to happen? Probably, yeah. But, what was it going to be? They weren't going to kill us, that's for sure. Like, that's not a thing. But it may have ended up being a bad night. But in general, no. It's a little danger can happen anywhere, of course. But there are honestly no actual dangerous parts of Nicaragua that we would call dangerous. Ed from Queens. A lot of stray dogs, but they all seem to hang around certain areas and taken care of. In the U.S., we have stray people left on the street to die. Yes. The dogs are not always that well taken care of. It would be good if all of us took care of a few more. But yeah, it's point well taken. Mark says there are places that you just don't frequent in Alberta, too many places. Yeah, Alberta I think of as kind of a scary person. Luke says, Sam, combat journalist. I was there. Yeah, I was actually not doing my filming at the time, but I was actually in downtown. Darn it. Hold on. It's going to bug me that I can't think of the name of the city. I will tell you in a second. Boy, I feel stupid not knowing the name of the city, especially because I was there. But I have this one fly that just will not stop flying around my face. It's really annoying me. I was in downtown Skopje when the government was overthrown, and that was super interesting and cool. And, machine guns coming through the street. You're like, oh boy, like I'm on the downtown square in my hotel, right downtown. This is a lot happening right here. But I gotta say, I absolutely love Skopje. Such a cool city. If you're ever looking for like a completely different, weekend kind of thing, Skopje's pretty legit as a cool city that nobody goes to. It's not that big of a city, but they're like downtown. I swear, for those who are familiar with Disney World, Epcot is a cheap imitation of Skopje. Let's put it that way. Skopje is like the legit what Epcot was meant to be, and just really, really cool. And I'm trying to find my hotel, see if I can figure out where it was. I bet it's over here. Anyway, combat journalist. Monkey Man says, have I been to Brazil? I've not. I've been pretty close to the border, but I've never actually been. Certainly it's on my list. It takes a little bit of paperwork right now. I was supposed to be there last year, and it just didn't work out. But I definitely plan on going and doing a road trip across Brazil. I'm going to like go see Brazil, film it like for real. I think it should be really exciting. There's so much of Brazil that I want to see. James says, the two sides of Managua. Anthony Bourdain, see it. Oh, yeah. Classic one. I saw that back when I lived here long ago. Edwin says, I saw more videos on TikTok about the new overpass on Carretera Norte. Progress on it is going very good. I haven't been down there in weeks. That'll be nice when that's done. Butta says, never felt uncomfortable anywhere in Nicaragua. Last time I visited New York City, some spots were not cool, and I grew up there. Mark says, the homeless and druggies are everywhere in downtown core in Edmonton. I don't think you will see it in Nicaragua, not to the degree that it is here. Oh, no. There's so little homelessness here. Obviously, it exists. Not saying there's none, but the amount of it is tiny. And, like, here in Leon, like, I know one homeless guy. Is that right? No, I know two. But the one always is in the same spot. Like, I'm not sure he's actually homeless. I think he just lives outside. And the other, he's homeless, but, he refers to a spot as his house. And someone actually has a porch that he lives on, which is terrible, right? He lives outside, but he's not hunting for a place, and it's not against the law to sleep on the street like in the U.S. Like, that's a new thing, right? I don't know if you guys know. That is a law. In the last couple of weeks, they made it illegal to be homeless in the United States. They didn't come up with a solution. They just made it illegal, thanks to the Supreme Court. But here, there are very few homeless. But those that do exist generally aren't a big problem because they're allowed to be homeless, and people try to take care of them, and it's just it's a different situation. There really is a bit more support for things. There's the hotel I stayed at, the Hotel Super 8. Believe it or not, that's its name. It's a really nice hotel in downtown Skopje, so I would recommend staying there. It was a pretty easy walk over the Boulevard Gose Delchev Bridge, or better yet, you can cut off just a little bit and go over the Stone Bridge into Macedonia Square. My gosh, so freaking cool. I need to get back to Skopje. I need to do a whole series on Skopje. That would be really, really cool. Mark says Los Angeles is way worse, obviously. Monkey Man, Mark, are you in E-Town? Haha, I'm close. Yeah, Edmonton is getting bad. Edwin says, 1 week ago, El Dorado intersection just got closed. That area is part of Section 4 of the Pista Héroes de la Insurrección, formerly Pista Juan Pablo II. It's just hundreds of meters away of El Reguero. Mark says in Sherwood Park. Monkey Man, what's the best way to get well connected in Nicaragua? Oh my gosh. Honestly, just be a part of your community, right? Make an effort to help out however that's going to be, right? Avoid BS things that the U.S. would promote. Oh, get involved in the nonprofit. Get you some. No. Get into a community. Get to know your community. Participate in your community. Participate in things that you think are boring. Right, go out and go on parades. Not go on parades, but watch the parades. Participate. Go see your local national ballet. Not the national ballet, I'm sorry, the folklorico. Right? Go watch that stuff. Go say hi to people. Go to your local bar. Go do things. Right? Get out there. You will naturally start connecting with your community. Really naturally. People will be honestly excited. Not everybody, but a lot of people are going to be honestly excited that you are putting in an effort, that you are there, that you are from somewhere else and see Nicaragua as being a valuable place. Anything that you can do that's creating employment. Obviously, like some people have said, I'm going to hire a maid, I'm going to hire a cook. Those things are great. Start a business, hire 10 people, right? Okay, that's extreme, but yeah, if you can. Right? Do things that directly impact the community, and as you try to make an effort, whether it's to connect and be Nicaraguan, and as you make an effort to make a positive impact. And by positive impact, basically, that means promoting the country, or creating employment. Those are the biggest things that they need. By doing those things, you will naturally, I think in almost all cases, just find yourself constantly being asked to be a part of things, invited to be places. You will get introduced to people. Like, you will join your community, and that will become a bigger community quickly. The more of an effort you try to make, the more of a difference that you are able to make. Like, it really will expand quickly, right? I'm going to bring up this hotel that I stay at in Skopje. This is definitely where I want to go. Hotel. Hold on. I know we love when I do this. I'm going to get it ready. We'll keep talking, and then we'll come back to it. But the screen grabs from the shots from this hotel are so nice. I forgot. I mean, I always remember it's a nice hotel, but I forget how nice it is. So we're gonna come back to that. Mark says, I was in a Mexican gunfight in Bucharest. Okay. EG says, I remember when I moved to Managua from Leon in 1999 and saw my first robbery in a bus. Looking back, it was not that bad compared to other places where people lose their lives for nothing. Yeah. Brent says, after having met me and having maybe a first general impression of me, do you have a newbie barrio recommendation in Leon? Newbie barrios, I mean, La Barrio and Saragossa are kind of the newbie barrios, I suppose. Janet lives, though, in Saragossa, and she's like old hat at this. They really are starter barrios. I started in La Barrio. It was a good experience. I didn't love La Barrio, but it was good for like getting to know the neighbors. I drive through La Barrio and see like my neighbor. I'm like, hey, they scream like they know me instantly. It's all very cool. Honestly, Guadalupe and Sutiava are not bad. Fundesi feels a little bit more expert, but I like Fundesi a lot. It's really cool. Heroes y Martires de Saragossa is a little bit more off the path, a little bit harder to figure out, but it's pretty cool and decently safe. Provincia, Democracia, they're more expert, if there is such a thing. Fatima is definitely the ultimate in beginner barrio. That's if you want it'll be one of the hardest for you to find places, but it's a good beginner barrio for sure. There were 2 flies in your face, but then one landed in your wine. Yeah, at least I eliminated one. There's actually a mosquito right there on the light. But it's actually just a gnat that's flying around my face. It's not going to bite me. It just drives me crazy. Luke says about that time, signing off. Adio. Have a good night, Luke. Thanks for being here. Janet says the homeless guy in La Barrio is sort of guarding that house he sleeps in front of. He grew up there and his parents sold the house. Oh, the buyer gives him a small amount of money to be guard. Oh, that's cool. I used to hang out with him quite often. I always give him money when I see him. Janet says lots of people give him food, and he goes to some restaurants and give him leftovers at the end of the night. Well, he's such a nice guy. Like, it's easy. Monkey Man says, is there a lot of live music in Nicaragua? There's nothing but live music in Nicaragua. Like, I literally know no place on earth with more live music than Nicaragua. That is the absolute definition of Nicaragua. It is the land of live music. Theater and arts, there's a lot less. Does theater exist? Of course, yeah. I like the cat theater, Teatro Gato in Plaza Natura. I like going to shows there and stuff. Oh, the chat disconnected again. What is going on? Is there an art scene? There is. It's not huge. I think that the art scene is lacking a bit, but it exists, right? There's museums and there's artists and there's galleries and there's things obviously you can do. And if you're in Managua, it's a lot easier to get connected. But there is arts. Janet's husband is a jewelry artist, right? He makes traditional, semi-traditional, I'm not exactly sure how to describe it, Nicaraguan jewelry. Like, that's a type of art that is big here. And my really good friend Yvonne, who we could get on the show at some point, is a jewelry artist up in Esteli. She has been on the show before. If you see my episodes from Guatemala a couple years ago. She was on that trip, but she does like, so there's like plastic arts of different types that people do, and a lot of people study art here. There is a lot of local painting, but I feel like the art scene is less than it should be, and definitely the theater scene is far less than it should be. But there is a lot of like street theater, so there's like a tradition of this that's pretty strong, but a ton of it is doing the same things over and over again. There isn't like a really good like Shakespearean kind of theater, right? And I don't know how you get that in the Spanish world. Like, I've never been in a place that had a bunch of that, so it's an area that I would love to see expanded, and I'm not sure how you do it. But the Teatro Gato in Managua is absolutely excellent, and I recommend supporting them and going out and seeing shows there if you're into theater at all. I went there and saw Cervantes' Don Quixote, which was really good. And it's a super comfortable theater, really well done. And in Plaza Natura, fantastic part of Managua. Janet says he prefers Coca-Cola and a banana. So just give him 2 bananas and a bag of peanuts and he promises to really eat. He is known for throwing out boring food like rice. Aren't we all? Mark says, lots of questions. I know it's hard to get a car. How easy is it to get a motorcycle? It's exactly the same. Like, they're just both cars as far as Nicaragua is concerned. Okay, I don't feel so bad that I feel a little bit warm. My dog is panting, and she's just laying over there on the floor. Ed says, I know a Nicaraguan who was sentenced to 6 months in jail for stealing a sweater. Can you imagine someone being convicted for robbery? Nicaragua is a law and order country. Janet says, I love Saragossa. It's perfect for walking everywhere. This gnat keeps landing on my arm. It's just enough that it like tickles, and I'm like, John Blair. Hey, John. Hey, Scott. Any tennis? Pickleball in Leon. Thanks. There is a pickleball court in Las Penitas. I just killed it. Yay! That's the only one I know. I don't know of any in the city. There's a lot of pickleball in San Juan del Sur. I've heard there's some pickleball in Managua, but it is few and far between. It's not huge, but it does exist. But mostly it's on the beaches. It's really a game for expats. James says, Mark, Rivas for bike rentals. Mark says, the chat has been disconnecting all night. Oh, that's weird. It's only, I think, twice for me. Como se dice nat? I have no idea how you say nat. That is an excellent question. Well, that's useless. The word is mosquito, but obviously that is incorrect. Or useless. So one of the things you will notice if you live in a Spanish-speaking country and need to speak Spanish all the time is that the number of things that we have words for in English that don't exist in Spanish is unbelievable. There are so many things you want to express, and when you speak to Spanish speakers, they don't have words for that. Here in Nicaragua, they have no means of differentiating between limes and lemons, for example. They literally don't understand that there are two fruits. Even you go to the grocery store and you show them both, and they're like, that's the same fruit. You're like, these are genetically different fruits. They're different sizes, different flavors. They're completely unrelated fruits. Lemons are not related to limes at all. And yet, they're convinced that they're the same fruit, and they're completely interchangeable. Like, it's wild. And mosquitoes and gnats. Like, obviously they're very different. One carries disease and is the largest killer of humans and is super dangerous and makes you itch. And the other is just an annoying little fly. Yet, they only have one word for both of them. They have only one word for when you're mildly upset or really angry. Like, they have no way to differentiate. It's crazy. I have no idea how they manage with so few means of expressing themselves in so many things. But when you start like really learning Spanish, there's like these Spanish speakers really have a lot less expression than English. Once in a while, there's something the opposite, but and this is generally a thing, right? Why is English so powerful as a language? It has so many more words than any other language. Like, that's a real thing. English is the most expressive language. But as an English speaker who uses a really large lexicon in English, switching to another language that has less of a lexicon than I use is Wow, so hard. EG says sayules. All right, there we go. Sayules. Yeah. Google doesn't know that word, but that is often the case. Google is really bad at Spanish, so there's a lot of things that you actually can say in Spanish that Google can't say. Be aware. It gets things so wrong so often. Like, it's really phoned in. It's hard to believe how poorly Google Translate actually works much of the time. Sayules, that's good to know. Is that, EG, is that only in Nicaragua, or is that like a general Spanish word? Because people do say that here. I've never heard it anywhere else. Brent says, thanks again for taking the time to meet up today. Made my trip meeting you in person. Oh, well, thank you. I'll get some dinner at your place on the beach this weekend. Hope to see you there. Yet to get bug bit here. Haha. Yeah, you'll get bit on the beach for sure. That is definitely the case. Ed says, what do you think of Rivas compared to the other parts? I mean, Rivas the Departamento? In some ways, I'm not a fan, and in other ways, I love it. Rivas is beautiful. Being the isthmus, it's got like a really cool lay of the land. Like, it's got some cool hills. It's got some cool farmland. Rivas, the city, is pretty nice. I really like San Jorge. I think that's a really cute village. Obviously, Ometepe is part of Rivas, and that's really special. San Juan del Sur is not my cup of tea, but it's really, really cool as a different part of the country, as variety. And there's a lot of things I really like about it. I love its terrain. I love its sunsets. I love the way that... okay, EG, that makes sense. Thank you. But it says yellow and green lemons. Yeah, I know. What's amazing is that, like this region is really well tied to the rest of Latin America, and the capital of Peru is what? And they're like, yeah, it's a made-up word. I'm like, it's not a made-up word! What is wrong with you? Rivas as a city is nice. I haven't spent a lot of time there. I need to, because I need to explore it more. I need to spend more time in different parts of Rivas, because it is pretty far away. But I think it's got some beautiful areas. It really does. But overall, the only thing that really keeps me from Rivas is the distance, obviously. And there's just so many expats. Anywhere you go, except like the city, it's so many expats. It's just like, part of the reason that I like Nicaragua is that I can get so far from the expats. And like Leon, we just have so few that by the time you see one, you're like, yeah, finally an expat. That's a nice change of pace. But in Rivas, even when you're like trying to be out there, I know there's some villages where you can get far away. But any place that there's a lot of people, there's a lot of expats. And it's really only in Rivas that really happens, for the most part. Okay, someone just pulled in. Now my dog's all upset. Hi, baby. Come here. Yes, I know someone's here. Yes, I know. You don't have to tell me loudly. I'm aware. Yeah, you're a good girl. All right, let's take a look at this sweet hotel that I like in Skopje. So I really do recommend. Skopje is a really cool city. One of those, like, just nobody understands that this is a really cool city. So this is where I like to stay. And don't let the name fool you. This is not part of a chain. This is very much a unique, fancy hotel right downtown in Skopje. And look how nice these rooms are. Like, the outside looks nice but old, but the inside is whoa. And this is not expensive. But this is really attractive. That hex tile is excellent. I have eaten at the table right next to where that guy in the blue is standing. That could actually be the room I was in, for all I know. I'm sure it's not. But the room that I stayed in was basically that room. It looked exactly like that. Window was exactly like that. And the window looked out over the revolution happening. I have like no delay on my video tonight. As I'm changing these pictures, I'm seeing it in the monitor, like at the same time. So this is by far the shortest delay we've ever had on the show. I think this one, look at this room. How beautiful is that? EG says, Scott, have you tried limon dulce? It is a bigger than a lemon and sweeter, but not quite an orange. I want to say no. Where do they grow? This is the restaurant. Like, this is like such a good combination of old fashioned and modern update all at once. It's impressive. Okay, that's their buffet, like whatever. Rooms. I was sitting at that desk when the revolution came. Yeah, and then there's these old bits in the lobby that are so old and weird and like clearly from back when it was behind the Iron Curtain. Like, the rooms are so nice and up to date, and you're in the lobby and you're like, is this Yugoslavia 1985? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, Buddhists have some on the farm? We got to check that out. The lack of words helps a lot in communicating for us gringos. I don't know that it does. It means there's so many things I want to say, and I'm not sure how to express them because I have to change the expression rather than just, she's very happy to be serving breakfast. Limon dulces are grown in Nicaland. Are they... So weird. How do I not know what they are? What do you think? You guys gonna check out this hotel? These corner rooms look really nice. I did my show this week on the top 10 places to be going for other countries. I did not list this one, but I think on an upcoming episode we might talk about Skopje because I really like Skopje. Is that a suite? That looks like a lobby that is so nice. That's some seriously haphazard parking out the window. Back to that terrible mess. Oh, we're getting into bad pictures. Oh, that's pretty nice. Here's some weird rooms. Some of them are weird. But I like the stone brick stuff going on and the color, like, very earthy, but I like it. All right. Nobody cares. But anyway, that is the Super 8. If you're going to Skopje, I recommend staying at the Super 8. And I recommend going to Skopje. If you're tired of expats, you want to get away from tourists, Skopje does not have very many tourists. Looks like a large lime's thin skin. Oh. All right. Oh, maybe I've seen it. Is it green or yellow? Jan says it's nice, but I can't take a bus there, so. Sadly, no cheap flights from here yet. Hopefully soon. New airport, cheap flights to Europe. That would be pretty cool. Still haven't drank that fly. Monkey Man, what is public school like there? Well, I've never gone, but have you used private school? Expensive. So my kids homeschool, so my perspective is all third hand. But we have looked at it. We've had lots of friends who've used school here. I know La Marcelita was looking at schools here in Leon. Most of them are under $200 a month. Some are a lot more like $100 for private schools. Obviously, public schools are free. Public schools are not great, and they're going to be definitely all in Spanish. You're not going to have any foreign language accommodations. They can't. Like, there's just no way. The public schools are generally... The education's okay. Like, I don't want to knock it. Like, they're working with very few resources, and they're going to do what they need to do. And there's definitely some halfway decent ones, but Definitely public school, if you were an expat kid, would be extremely rough. You also have to, I believe, be a perm resident. You have to be on the big residency. I don't know that children getting residency through rentista or pensionado will qualify for access to school. Maybe they do, but like I know when I got when I got my residency, it's very specific that mine allows me to go to work and my kids to go to school, and they made a big deal about it, that they're like, yeah, no, this is not normal. Most people do not get this. So I don't think that under normal circumstances your kids are going to have access to public school. But also under normal circumstances, you don't care. You can homeschool here if you are from the U.S. or Canada. It is your government that determines whether they can homeschool, not Nicaraguan. Nicaragua is not their concern. But you can definitely use the private schools here, no problem. So like here in Leon, that could be La Salle, that could be Calasanz, that could be First Baptist, I think that's its name. It could be Mundial. It could be, there's one down the road for me, I can't think of its name. It could be La Pureza, which is right down the street from me. That is where Marcella went when she was obviously younger. But not the one here. She went to the same one in Managua. A lot of the ones that are good here are also in Managua. There's the Colegio Central America in Managua. It's supposed to be really good. And the numbers I've been told is that the majority of them are like 200 or less per month, which is very expensive. But it's a very reasonable number when you think, schools. Like, even when I went to private school in the U.S. 40 years ago, more than 40 years ago, it was more than that in U.S. 40 years ago, right? So, really not bad prices at all. Are there some good ones? Yeah, so some of them are quite good. La Salle, for example, Calasanz here. A lot of Americans have said, I feel like Buddhist went to Calasanz. Mario, is that right? And said it was good. I know a lot of Americans have told me that they went to Calasanz specifically, and that they were very happy with it. And there's a big rivalry, of course, of the colegios here for the private schools, of which is the best private school. La Salle being a French school, for example. But you have your options, and some of them are big, some are small, some are in the city, some are out. So there's quite a variety, even just here in Leon. Now we're a education city, so we have a little bit more per capita than other places. But Janet has a friend who just opened a new international school in Huigalpa, of all places. She said that is and Mario did go there. EG went to La Salle that I just mentioned. I have a bunch of like my Nicaraguan family all goes to La Salle. Marcella's kids are going to Baptist, which is in Saragossa, right next to Janet. Monkey Man, good post-secondary in Latin America that doesn't have enormous cost. Very little of it has enormous cost. There traditionally is some good post-secondary here in Leon. UNAN is considered decent. UCA was considered really good prior to some changes now. I don't know how its rating is. Don Timoteo's here. The American Nicaragua School in Managua has a very good placement rate of students in U.S. colleges, above 90%. That's good to know. But generally, Nicaraguan degrees are not always looked super awesome upon. It depends if you're going to go, if you want your kids to just work in Nicaragua, then Nicaraguan degrees are going to be absolutely fine. If you want them to be more flexible and work around the world, some places are going to be fine with Nicaraguan degrees and some places are not. I know that some of the schools in Nicaragua, and I can't tell you which ones, advertise that they specifically have dual degree programs, either with Mexico or with Spain. And there's probably ones that have others as well, but you can choose those schools, and I'm sure you pay extra, and you will end up with a degree from a really major university in either Europe or Mexico, and those are generally really well regarded around the world. And of course, you don't have to go to university in Nicaragua. You can go all over Latin America. Most of Latin America is affordable for university. So by and large, you have, if you're willing to pay far less than you would in the U.S., you can go all over the region. Or, of course, you can go to the U.S. And a lot will come down to what your kids want to do and where they want to do it, of course. Those things will all, there's a lot of flexibility there as to what they might want to do and what's the best way to accomplish it. EG says, homeschooling is probably the best option. I am homeschooling my own kids. The curriculum is by far more advanced than conventional school. That's exactly where we are as well, for a lot of reasons. For us, the biggest things are, both my wife and I are very quirky. Neither of us really benefited from traditional school, and our kids really are a reflection of us. They benefit a ton from being homeschooled and having a more flexible, dynamic learning environment. And they want to learn a lot of things really deeply that traditional school would take away from them. And just, as I've always said, right, as an educator, I've taught at K-12. I've overseen K-12 programs. I have taught at university. I lectured. I have overseen university programs. I've done, I can teach a PhD program in multiple disciplines, and I'm an education researcher. My high school, someone asked me today, you really teach a lot of stuff. Do you have a background in education? Like, when I was 18, my thesis in high school was the only thesis in the history of my school, which was the number 3 school in New York, that was added to the school's curriculum, and I hold the only 100 to ever come out of the school. And I have the only paper ever submitted to the State Board of Regents of the State University of New York. And it was a paper on education, right? That I had to present twice. Like, I had to do so much stuff. So I've been studying education as a thing and involved in it since 30 years ago. So it's something that I take seriously, and we know for my kids that they would not benefit from public or private school. The formality is just something that would not fit them at all. And it really is true. Like, one, we just love having more time with our kids and knowing that they're home and safe and having flexibility. And it's, of course, let us live all over the world, which is huge. And they have so many life experiences and get to do so many things because of the flexible schedule. But also, it lets them spend so much time studying the things that they care about, because there isn't so much of studying things that don't matter for them getting in the way. There isn't, time commuting to and from school. There isn't time sitting in a classroom waiting for things. There isn't time. They get to move at their own pace and only study what matters. That really has been fantastic, because going through education on my own, all school, kindergarten through high school, through university, all of it is a barrier to education. Not one moment in my entire, and I went through master's programs, I've gone through PhD programs, I've gone through undergrad, I've gone through liberal arts, I've gone through technical, I've gone through business, I've gone through, private school, public school. Never once did I spend a day in school that school wasn't stopping me from learning. Every person who acted as a teacher, every person who acted as a principal, every person who acted as a superintendent, every person who acted as a professor, all of them were guardians of education. All of them stood to waste my time, to stop me from learning the things I wanted to learn, to stop from growing and advancing at the pace I wanted to grow. And I don't want that to happen to my kids. I don't want that to happen to anybody, right? That is not good for humanity. That is just hurting the planet on every scale. So I'm very big on homeschooling. I think that it has been, and education needs to be custom. Like, my kids don't, like, none of the things that they teach in normal school would be useful to my kids. Yeah, Don says homeschooling is often used to keep people from learning. That is true. That is the problem in the United States, that there is often, I grew up in an area where it was very common to use homeschooling as a means of avoiding education, and that's completely true, which is why a lot of countries that have major social problems, Germany, for example, outlaw homeschooling. But then the problem is when the state becomes problematic, school becomes nothing but an arm of a totalitarian government, and so it's a very dangerous path. But both paths are dangerous, right? The advantage to homeschool is that those that care can make a difference, and the risk is those that are trying to hurt their children are given more power to do so. Ed says there's a private English grade school that was $300 a month in San Juan del Sur. It was sold and raised the tuition to $1,000 a month. Lost half their students, but the new owner is still ahead. Yeah. Marco is here. Hey, Marco. How much precautions do we have to take in daily life against infectious disease, dengue, parasites? How much does it impact the quality of life? Same question for animals. In daily life, I take no precautions. I don't worry about it at all. Once in a while, I spray off if I think there's going to be a lot of mosquitoes. Once a month, maybe. Hold on. Reading notes. My development team is currently discussing things. I'm just making sure I'm following what's going on. Yeah, but no, infectious diseases, I mean, dengue, parasites, zero precautions. Dengue is carried by mosquitoes, so like you don't want to get bitten by a mosquito, but that doesn't matter if it's carrying dengue or not. I don't like being bitten by mosquitoes. But you know, the cities do, like the municipalities will go through and spray for mosquitoes all the time. We do normal things like don't let there be standing water. Like there's basic things. But I had to do that when I lived in Europe. Like it's universal. So it's yes, Mark, exactly. But you know, honestly, I never think about it. How much does it impact quality of life? I don't think it impacts me at all. Like, okay, once in a while they do the city fumigations. I guess that, like, I notice that it's happening. I don't know if it affects me. Same thing for animals. Animals a little bit different, right? Because animals are going to get heartworm, stuff like that. You definitely want to be careful with your animals. But for me, at least, it doesn't change the way I treated my animals, because in the United States, I protected them the same. I kept them at home. I don't let them wander around in public. I don't take them to beaches and stuff. Here, taking your animals to beaches, there's lots of loose animals outside. If you just let your animals run around, they're gonna come into contact with infected animals and infected animal feces. And so, having space for your animals and protecting them is important. So that you may notice a bit more impact, but for humans, I don't think you're going to see anything. Nominal, absolutely nominal. Question applies for food too. How much do we have to pay attention? I don't pay attention to the food at all. Food here is generally quite healthy. Is it perfect? It's not. It's not perfect, but it's really good. Coming from the U.S., like, we're so used to every single food item being absolute garbage. Here, no, not the case. You pretty much just magically are healthier as soon as you're here. Everything's a big improvement. It's not perfect. Could there be more improvement? Yes, but it's so good that for me, a non-issue. It says 0 illness in almost 5 years, not even a cold. I do get a little bit. I did get dengue, but nothing I could do about it. Just sometimes you get dengue. Sometimes it happens. But in general, yeah, I haven't been very sick here. I had dengue. I feel like I had something else at some point, but you know, over a period, it's years. Like, I'm not normally sick. I got an infection because of my incredibly destroyed leg, that's a different situation. Alan says, lights out here again. We haven't even had a blip over here. Alan, is the storm big over there? Because I don't even think we have rain up here right now. Alan is on the far side of Leon from me. He's over by Larry. They live right next to each other. John says, I am just curious, do expats staff these private schools? Once in a while, there's private schools with expat staff, especially like San Juan del Sur. You might find some. Up here, I'm not aware of a single one with expat staff. I'm sure some exists, but I'm not aware of one. At La Salle, at Calisans, they are definitely Nicaraguan staff. Alan says, not bad. Huh. It is 9:45. We've been on for 3.5 hours. And we're just ramping up. That's how we roll around here in LiveStream world. I feel like we have a good number of new people this week, which is kind of expected. We have so many new people on the channel this week. It is absolutely crazy. Do electricity and internet connections tend to improve in reliability over time? So I've been here in and out since 2015, and they've certainly improved. In 2015, they were garbage, right? Both electricity and internet were garbage in 2015. Now, in 2021, electricity was rough here, but we had the year of what they told us was that this is the year that they were hooking up the hospital. So they're like, the hospital. And then we had a blowout with Mexico. So 2021, the power was quite rough. I also lived on the beach. Beaches are always a bit rougher. Since we've moved into Leon, it got better in 2022. I lived in La Barrio. And since moving out to Sutiava, it's been really good. Not perfect, but most of our outages are short. And I have a battery. I've never run out of battery once. One time it beeped, but that was it. It was still on. My computer has never shut off from a power outage since we moved to Sutiava. So it's been a couple years. And it barely went out when we were in La Barrio, but when we were in the beach, it went out all the time. Alan has a lot more outages than we have. Once in a while, we have ones that he doesn't have. But he's over where they just connected the new stadium. So in theory, there was a number of outages when the stadium was being hooked up, but it's all hooked up now. So now, I don't know why you don't have power. But overall, electricity and internet are quite good here. My experiences are, when I lived in the United States, we had massively more impactful power outages and far more internet outages. Except when I lived in Dallas, that really didn't happen. That was amazing. Yeah, Mark, people do all the time. Go ahead and email me. Overall, right, the actual, for us, Alan is always a little bit rougher. Hold on, someone's asking me about a dog. Oh, okay. Overall, our experience with the power over the last few years, not 2021, but since then, has been quite excellent. Even in big storms, even when we had our pole out front hit by a truck, they had it replaced in like 8 hours. Like, these crews move fast. Like, things happen. Like, obviously, your own pole goes down and the power line comes down in our yard. Obviously, we're going to lose power. You can't excuse that. Or you can't avoid that. But that's not like their infrastructure's bad. We're consistently like, we'll see a transformer blow, and we're like, no, the power is out. 10 seconds later, the power's back. We're like, what? How did they do that? I'm continuously impressed. When I lived in the United States, we were regularly without power for days or weeks at a time, New York and Texas. But here, like, we just never go down for long periods of time, right? We have tiny outages, like seconds to minutes, all the time, every day. Right, so be prepared. Our electricity isn't clean. TJ has a monitor on his, and he's like, "This is garbage." Right, it's completely garbage. It's always a little bit brownouting or a little bit spiking, but everything in my office, and not the lights, everything else is on a huge battery, UPS, and it absorbs all those problems. So yeah, that's annoying. You gotta have a good UPS, but I have a good UPS. And I have another one in my video game room right over here that also has a good UPS, or not nearly as good, but that one's good for like enough time to shut things down and ride out little problems. This one lets me work a whole day if things go out. And with this, I literally have not had a full-on I can't keep going outage since I moved here. Knock on wood. So it's really, really good in a practical sense. Don says the American Nicaraguan school has some foreign staff. Sometimes they post their jobs on their website. Mark asked me the question about email. John says, would you say the quality of fruit in Leon area is quite high? I think the quality of fruit is pretty high. I mean, it's if you want the local fruit. If you want imported fruit, it's fine, but it's expensive imported fruit. Apples from the U.S., for example, they're okay. Nothing great, nothing to be excited about, but you can get apples from the U.S. But when you are dealing with, all the papayas and mangoes and avocados, yeah, it's excellent. Bananas, plantains. Marco says, I'm going to do it out of order. How much is your internet broadband? I'm paying for really high-end, upgraded business fiber here because I do a lot of multimedia stuff. So I need a level that normal people don't have. Mine's $80 a month. And then Marco says, how much do you maintain internet continuity while we're remote working? Just by getting Techo and having good quality internet. My internet's been down maybe a cumulative 2 to 3 hours in the last 2 years, which is generally good enough. And then never is it down at the same time that like the phones are down. So in the rare occasion that the fiber is down, I can hop on my phone and be like, oh my gosh, we have an internet outage. And normally it's, 15, 20 minutes. One time, like my unit right here went bad. That took them several hours because they had to replace it. But the service wasn't down. That was just my little box right here died. But I pay for fiber. Not that fiber is magic, right? People think it is. It's not. But here, Techo provides fiber, and they're very good. Wait. Itchethik says, what common U.S. fruit and veg isn't available locally? All of it. All of it. We'll get back to that. But yeah, no, the internet is incredibly good. When I lived in Dallas, that was better. Like I had no outages in 11 years that I can remember. That's not, I think it was like 5 minutes. In 11 years. Right, so that's pretty unbeatable. That was just amazing. That was originally Verizon and eventually Frontier, Fios. Just never went down, ever, ever, ever. But Techo here, better than any client I deal with in the U.S. They all have far more outages than we do here. So one of the reasons that people choose Nicaragua is that its power and internet are so good for digital nomads or remote work, because even when they have issues, it's the kind of issues you can easily absorb. It's really easy to fix the power outages here by having good batteries, and if you really need a generator, which you can do in the U.S. too. But the U.S. tends to have really long outages, less common, but much longer outages with really clean power that leave you where UPS is essentially useless. Like it lets you shut things down, but it doesn't let you ride out outages typically. But here in Nicaragua, a UPS will almost always let you ride out an outage while still working. And we've had it on the live stream that the power's gone out. And all of my equipment kept working for the entire live stream, never shut off, and the live stream never went down. And so, like, if you're working and doing remote work, you're generally good to go with minimal preparations. Is your area impacted by hurricanes? No. Someone asked earlier, we're on the Pacific coast, so a hurricane has to come over the world's second largest jungle, then over the mountains, and then make it all the way out to the coast, which is still hours of drive time distance to come out here. The most we can get in an extreme hurricane event is a really rainy day. which can be impactful. I was in La Barria, so 3 years ago, when the hurricane came through. The winds were high enough that it ripped the tree out of the churchyard down the street from my house. So my kids ran out the tree, and this is great, right? The tree wiped out the power lines. Whole tree just took down the poles, the lines, everything. The lines went down in the street. Flames go up. Like, the whole thing was epic. I have it all on a video. I took my kids out to look at it. Power was back on in 20 minutes. 20 minutes. That was the poles in front of my house. It's not like that was way far away and I got connected to a different grid. The lines that I could see from my door went down in the street with a tree on top of them, and our power was only out for 20 minutes during the hurricane. Like, they fix things so fast here. It's crazy. But yeah, all we ever get is some wind and rain. It's never like a hurricane. It can definitely end up in a large tropical depression that brings us a ton of rain and stuff. Sure. But it's not a thing to worry about. Like, you just, okay, I don't feel like driving right now. It's pretty rainy. Like, that's kind of it. Alan, who has Techo the same as me, he has duo fiber, which is 2 televisions, and he's got 30 megabits per second. That's symmetrical, right? So this is way faster than most American business services, and he's paying 50. I don't think I have the TV stuff, and mine's a 50 symmetrical. He says, Techo's good until your neighbor keeps cutting it. Yeah. Marco says, how much precautions are necessary in daily life to avoid the computer being stolen? From my house? None. Like, people aren't coming into my house. If I was to have I don't know anyone who's had a computer stolen, actually. That's, in theory, that's a risk. Like, people talk about it, but I don't know anyone who's ever had a computer stolen here. My CEO had a computer stolen once in Mexico. I remember that. But, like, would someone steal your computer if you left it where someone could get to it? Yeah, probably. But, like, going out to a cafe, using a laptop at a cafe, using it at a restaurant, going places with, don't leave it unattended. But I have no concerns about people taking my computers like this. Life is a little bit different here, Marco. So, like, we don't lock or even close, and I mean this literally, we don't close our doors. Right now, my house is wide open. My front door is open. My side door is open. My back door may or may not be open. We lock that a bit, but it could be open. Sometimes that's wide open. My windows are wide open. The house is essentially outdoors. I have a $700 camera sitting within sight of the front door that has been open, and it has not moved for months. I shouldn't do that, right? That's stupid, but it is there. There's often another camera. Like, I normally have very expensive things sitting out there. Our big TV is sitting out there completely just right there from the front door. We have a lot of there's a second TV is actually sitting, not quite visible, but it's right there by the front door. There's just, everything's wide open. And we're not locking the gate to our yard either. It is closed, but it's not locked. And now we have had, right, people who watch my show enough are aware that we did have a break-in and someone stole some soap. And we more recently had a break-in and someone attempted but failed to steal 2 broken fans and an old empty piece of an old suitcase. They got caught and are in jail. That went very badly for them. It turns out they had tried to steal from a lot of people and they got busted. So they tried to climb over our wall to get away because our cook caught them. And she screamed and ran away. But he screamed and ran away and tried going over our wall very quickly and apparently put a broken bottle through his foot and broke his foot on our security measures. So he did not make it far. And they got him. He's in a lot of trouble and got nothing from us. But the only thing that people made it away from our place with was soap. And we don't know if they took a bunch of soap at once or if they just took little bits over a period of time, like put it in baggies and snuck it out. We weren't paying attention. But it was soap that we left outside, right? It was not in the house. It was not even in our front yard. Alan, they didn't catch the soap guy. We don't know who that was. We definitely caught the broken fan guy, which is hilarious that he got caught stealing fans that he didn't know were broken. We just had some broken fans that we left outside because they were broken. They caught him because we had him on video. They knew who he was. As soon as they saw the video, they're like, it's that guy. I can't say who it was. We're not supposed to say because he's apparently a famous thief with a funny name. But he has an embarrassing name, and they caught him. And they have him for a litany of things. Our stuff is not even important. He's going away for years because he's got so many offenses well, he did get away. He made it away from us. They didn't catch him here, but he broke his foot going over our wall because of the broken bottles. So, but like real things, like no one has ever entered our house. An iguana entered our house, but not a person. Now, we do live in a gated community, and we didn't originally, but we do have security like out in the public space. So we're not without any security, but our house is wide freaking open as it can be. So we can leave, and I do all the time. I will leave computers and phones and stuff outside here without a second thought. And that's stupid, but I do. And I leave cameras outside. I film outside all the time. When I'm not there, I'll be like, I'm filming rain. Anytime it rains, I'm filming rain because I have a rain channel that I don't tell you guys about. But I have a rain channel that's just videos of rain. And sometimes I do time lapses and stuff. And I just leave my cameras out. Like, I don't worry at all. In the US, you always lock your doors, but you don't really worry about people breaking in too much. Here, we tend to lock our gates. Like we have farther out security, and then we don't have to worry about our doors if you have the space. If you live in the middle of the city and your house is like directly on the street, you probably want to close your door. Leaving it wide open, and a lot of people do. A ton of people leave their doors just wide open. Well, they don't have computers sitting by the door, granted. But, if you leave a computer where someone can grab it without breaking in and they can quickly get away, you're being risky, right? Like, I'm not going to say that you don't need any precautions, but I would say you need no more precautions than you would need in like the US or Canada, and probably quite a bit less. But don't be stupid, right? Don't leave your computer where you don't tempt fate, but like the idea that you have to like worry about all the security in life, not in Nicaragua. House break-ins do happen. Break-ins. People getting into your house, never breaking in, right? It's always just people hopping a wall and running into your house and seeing if they can grab something. Does happen. Like, I know people this has happened to. And Janet, I don't know if you've heard this story. One of our mutual acquaintances did come home and find someone in his house, but he was really drunk. So we only assumed that he didn't hallucinate the person. And he grabbed a machete and he chased them and just swung the machete wildly and chopped off the fingers on his right hand. Why he grabbed a machete with his left hand when he's right-handed, I do not know. But he chopped off his fingers from his right hand. This is a couple weeks ago. So yeah, like it can happen, but in general, no, we don't need to take special precautions for really anything. Janice says, the hurricane was the final straw for me in the house in La Barrio. That's the same one that was my house in La Barrio. Not the same house. We both lived in La Barrio back then. My street, only one street from yours, was out of power for hours when we walked out to go to the center of town. Saragossa had lights on and shining, so I moved to Saragossa, and outages are very rare here. Monkey Man says, are gated areas common around Nicaragua? Yeah, they really are. Latin America is big on gated communities, partially because people love to live outside, right? So kind of private communities are relatively big. Not huge, and Leon and Granada are actually pretty lean on gated communities because of the colonial structures. But when you get out to other towns, Managua and Matagalpa, Esteli, which are more modern, you have a lot more gated communities. And you also have like semi-gated communities or fake gated communities. Casa Leon is a great example. They don't say they're gated. They're not lying about it. Just it feels like a gated community. But technically there isn't actually a wall around it, and there isn't actually a front gate. There's just like an archway, and like clearly it has some flow control, and it does have security that rides around on like bikes or walks around or whatever, but there isn't actually a gate that closes. Whereas like Alan and I live in and Larry live in 3 different communities that all have a gate and a guard who opens that gate. However, when I first moved here, we didn't have someone who opened that gate. Every time someone came to the gate, they would ring our house bell, and I'd have to walk way up there and be pissed off because it was always for my neighbors. And so one of the reasons that we wanted to have security during the day is that we wanted someone to open the gate, because I'm so angry at every time someone came. I was going to stab somebody, right? I'd be working and someone would just start hitting our bell because there's no one to open the gate, and the person that they're here to see isn't answering, so they would come and buzz for me. And just, they, I don't know if they knew, but they would basically, like, they could extort me until I opened the gate. So, because I live right by, I'm at the house by the gate. And that just didn't fly. But now we have a security all day long. And we have a security guard all day long. Like, that's just freaking awesome, right? Because we didn't have one before. We didn't need it. Like, we didn't feel like we needed security. But I did feel like I needed someone to answer the buzzer. But now, every time we come and go, he opens the gate for us. I never carry keys because I don't even have keys. I just show up, and he opens the gate for me. There's always someone there. So I go out and film. I like to walk places. I don't want to carry my keys. I will lose them, or they're just heavy in my pockets, and they annoy me. I love that I never have to carry keys, and no one else has to has keys. And all I have to do is tell my guard, hey, someone's coming over to the house. So-and-so's going to be there. Let them in. Great. He will not only let them in, he'll let them into my house. Right? Oh, you can park here. Everything. He just takes care of it. It's customer service, but it's only for me. So he's not busy. So I can have him do whatever I need. Right? So we need him to patrol. Hey, he patrols. Need him to open the gate. He opens the gate. We need him to take delivery of a pizza because I'm not there and I'm running late. He will take delivery of my pizza and hold it for me. When Cargo Trans comes and makes a delivery, they don't come to the house. They go to my security guard. He holds it for me because he's my security, right? It's fantastic. Like, totally worth the money for me. I love it. And honestly, now, our community always had a night guard, never a day guard. So we only pay for the day guard. But I love knowing that there is a human whose job it is to watch over me all the time. That's a great feeling. I'm not saying that you should pay for that, but I just like it. I used to live in a hotel that I own, and our security always had to be there because it's a hotel. And I really loved knowing when I slept that there was a person awake with a flashlight walking back and forth in front of my hotel room, right? That was a really cool, I'm like, wow, I don't have to investigate any sounds that go on out there. I don't have to worry that something's happening and I need to investigate. If I'm needed, someone's going to yell for me or someone's going to come get me. There is no chance that I have to worry about something because there is a human who can handle himself, who's dealing with whatever. And that was a lot of comfort to just, as the person who has always had to respond to every sound, every little thing. Wait, there's a sound in the house. Can you go check on it? Yes. And I go check on it. It's never a thing. I'm not worried about it. But I don't want to get out of bed. I don't have to think about it. Knowing that there should be life out there, and there is, I love it. And I've always liked having roommates because I like that there's like life in my house and that I'm not alone in a building. Not that I'm scared, but it's just uncomfortable. Like, why do I want to be alone in a building? I don't. I want to be alone in my room, maybe alone in my wing, but I don't want to be alone in the whole structure. I like that there's a living thing. And I spent so much of my life when I moved out from my parents' house, I basically always had roommates that worked nights and stuff. So there was just always activity somewhere, and that always made me feel good. Having a guard, I feel like, adds to that, right? I just find the whole thing just works out really well. How is it for bike theft? I don't really know much about bike theft. I don't know of anyone who's had their bike stolen, but it's definitely going to happen if you're not careful. Marco says, maybe you live in a privately guarded area to avoid things being stolen at home. So I do now, but I've lived in other places. Like I lived in La Barrio, which is just a normal city house on the street. At no point ever did I have to worry about that. Like I don't know what you're picturing is going to happen. Like anywhere, someone could break into your house, but it's not super common here. The biggest problem here is that a lot of people have houses that are just open all the time from like the top. And so that makes them particularly vulnerable in the colonial structures, but like it's not the worry that people think it is. He did have a mask on. We were easily able to identify him, though. He's a well-known criminal, Alan, and it's a very small town. Marco says, is it easy to avoid areas with lots of motorcycle noise in a city? I'm going to say no. I don't know about motorcycle noise specifically, but there's going to be plenty of noise that isn't motorcycles. I think you'll find the noise to be quite noisy, regardless of what type it is. Maybe if you don't live in a gated community, it is frequent to have the computer stolen. No, it is not. I don't know what you're. No, it's just not a high crime area. I'm not saying it's zero crime. It's not like super low crime, but there's just not that much crime. Janet says his own fingers. Yes, Janet, his own fingers. I have not seen him since it happened. Marco says, how much a month does living in a gated community cost? So they vary a lot, but just to get into a gated community, I know that like Marcella, she had a small house, so it's like a small apartment, but it's a freestanding house, and she lived in the Managua area in quite a nice community. Nothing fancy, right? But it was very nice. We've shown it on the show quite a few times. About our episode about gated communities is in her gated community, right? It's pretty large, probably a few hundred houses, or not more than 200, but maybe more than 100. It's a good number of houses. Quite attractive, well maintained, mostly front yards. There's a little bit that could have been better maintained from time to time. All small houses, but some of them quite cute. Her place was a small 2-bedroom, 1-bath, so definitely compare it to a relatively small American apartment. But it is her own. Had her own parking spot, her own little tiny front space to sit out, her own backyard that she could have put in a garden or whatever. She did get fruit from, like she had a plantain tree and gathered plantains from the backyard. She's in the process of moving to Leon, so she's going to live here. But when she had that, the mortgage and the gated community fees, and this is not gated, this is a guarded and gated, right? Because you can have just guards, you can have just gates, and then you can have guards with gates. So this is a guards with gates community where there's actual gates that block even foot traffic and a physical guard who sits at it and opens it and closes it for, even if you're walking through the gate, they do that for you. So they check every person coming and going at all hours. And that for the mortgage, and is probably like a 20-year mortgage, so it wasn't great. And the homeowner's fee for the gated community was about $215 a month. So the reason that gated communities are so popular here is because they border on free. They're so cheap that now you can have an expensive place in a gated community, but it's not the gate or the guard that make it expensive. It is the house, right, or the location. But just Alan says Matagalpa, but I'm not sure what you're asking about, Alan. It's a fix so the security is there to protect the visitors. It is in some cases. Alan says you should hire a kid for the gate and have security walk the property. Marco says, is there a cartel problem impacting security for normal people and expats? There's no cartels here at all. You're picturing a completely different country. I get why you have that impression, right? Because Honduras does have that problem. Mexico has that problem. And America is desperate to paint Nicaragua as having problems. And so they copy in their way that they talk about it, stuff from other countries. No, there's zero cartels here. Every so often, like one gang member will sneak into the country, and the government makes a very big point of catching them and making them pay. This is not a place that you want to come to as a cartel. There's a zero tolerance here. You will go to jail for a very long and unpleasant time before they send you to jail in whatever country you came from, which is probably El Salvador. And El Salvador, they'll be glad for every moment they get in Nicaraguan jail. Let's just put it that way. They will be begging not to be. They'll be like, keep me in jail. Keep me in jail. Don't send me back to El Salvador. But we have absolutely nothing like that here. So most important thing, Marco, there's no security or crime problems here. We're one of the safest countries in the Western Hemisphere. We make the U.S. look completely dangerous, and in many ways, we make Canada look dangerous. So you really need to internalize, right? Yes, petty crimes, swiping your phone off of a table at a restaurant. People say that that's a risk. People say that my walking around or holding a camera out the window in Managua is a risk. It's a risk, but I've never once heard of a person having a camera stolen. I've never once heard of a person having their phone stolen. Could it happen? Of course. Has it happened to someone? Of course. But I've never met that person. I've never heard of that person. But my CEO who lives in Buenos Aires, she had her friend with her and their phone was stolen while they were at lunch this week. And it's happened more than once that she's been with a person. She's only lived there for a year, and she's been through multiple phone thefts in Buenos Aires, which is a super safe city. But people steal things. Here, it can happen, but it's really rare. Really rare. And for violent crime, essentially doesn't exist. We have the lowest violent crime when you average it out over time of anyone in the region. El Salvador's been better for the last 2 years, yes. But only because they've become so safe over the last few years, right? Canada mostly has its issues tend to be domestic violence, right? And violence against women, it's much less. You're not so worried about being attacked on the street. That's very, very low in Canada. But domestic violence in Canada, Canada's like a poster child for domestic violence. So it's we are not sharing the problems from the neighboring countries. So it really is just, it is a different thing, right? It's a very, very different world here. And there is, most importantly, there's no concern. There's no concern in any direction, right? No place on earth is completely safe. Like, that's a silly thing to say. And no, we are not in any way like Switzerland, right? Like, that's really crazy safe. And actually, that's not as safe as Romania. Romania is mind-boggling safe. You only lock your doors ever because bears can get in. But coming from like North America, you should visualize Nicaragua as just every aspect of life is safer than what you're used to. Because it is, right? We're just really, really safe. But don't be stupid, right? Don't leave your phone unattended on a table and walk away. Don't let just how safe it is lull you into foolishness, but don't have an emotional reaction where you're like, there must be something wrong. There isn't. Janice says, I have that feeling too. I like having visitors even if I almost never talk to them. Yep. Alan says, in the condo there is a gate person and one or two doing security. Janice says, our house even has bars above the patio. No one is getting in there. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why things are so secure here, is that houses are designed so that breaking in is quite hard in general, so that people just don't do that, right? Like, if you live in a place like I do, it's quite hard to get into our yard. Our house would be easy. If you're in our yard, you're just going to walk into our house. But getting into our yard is quite hard. And if you live like I did in La Barrio, in the city, then people have bars on the windows, but leave the windows wide open. Right, so you could throw things into the house, but we could throw things back out. But a person couldn't get in. Now, the thing that we do have happen is the neighborhood animals come through the house. I have a neighborhood cat that comes into my house and eats my dog's food all the time. Janet says, I've lived here for 10 years, not had anything stolen. To be fair, I lived in the United States for a really long time, never had anything stolen either. Like, it's super safe here. It's also super safe in like the United States, right? In general, not quite as safe, but still pretty safe. Helen says Marco needs to visit. He's right. Like, come and visit. A very short stay here, and you'll be like, oh my gosh, this is not what I was imagining. Like, you can just walk around anywhere, do anything. There isn't this, especially like out here in Leon. My gosh, like there's just so few concerns. Alan says, I pay $400 per month. He has a 3-bedroom, 2-bath in a much more luxurious community, really fancy one, and he's paying $400 unfurnished. Monkey Man says, why is Nicaragua so safe compared to other places? So this is actually there's a couple major reasons. So first, why are Panama and Costa Rica so much more dangerous? Because everybody's got a different reason for being dangerous. So Panama and Costa Rica have really high income disparities where you have a rich class and a poor class and a huge number of expats who generally behave like the rich class. Because they have a caste system, for lack of a better term, there is an animosity between those who are poor and those who are rich. These are not really socialist countries. So they really encourage this separation of society. It's extreme. Like in Panama, you don't get free education. So those who can't afford education are left with nothing. And so the poor are poorer than Nicaragua, and the rich are really rich, to the point where American middle class incomes make you kind of poor in Panama. So Panama has this natural, the rich and the poor are kind of after each other thing going on, and Costa Rica has something kind of similar, but it's mostly expats. And so in Panama, expats really only need to worry about crime if they are perceived as part of the rich class. When I was in Panama, Paul and I were there, and everyone freaked out because we were with rich people, but we went out and hung out in the barrio with the working folk, and we're just buying beers and having a good time. We were completely safe, never once felt danger whatsoever, but the people we were hanging out with were losing their minds because they lived in a guarded compound and thought everyone was out to get them, which was probably true because they participated in this caste system in a negative way. We completely eschewed it, and people treated us that way, right? They're like, oh, no, you're totally one of us. You just have more money and we'll buy us beers. Cool. Like, welcome to the jungle, right? Because we were in the jungle. In Costa Rica, you have this expat problem where the expats are making the country unlivable for the Costa Ricans. And so Costa Ricans have a tendency to view expats very negatively. And so crime has a tendency to be against expats. So Costa Rica is quite a bit more dangerous for all of us than Panama is, even though if you just look at their violence numbers, they're really close. Yeah, Costa Rica is a little bit more dangerous, but they're both kind of middling countries. Neither's terrible, right? But you're going to find Costa Rica, you actually are under a bit more danger. It's not terrible, but it's noticeable. And in Panama, you're probably not. When you look at the CA4, the other countries in the CA4, or the Northern Triangle as they are known, Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, and Mexico. Now this is going to be traditionally, right? We're going to get to the current status in a second. Traditionally, all of them have been way too tied to the United States, not necessarily willingly, and the United States exported the San Diego gangs that handled the drug trafficking into all those countries. This is a well-known, well-documented activity by the CIA. They used their power to create cartels and gangs in these countries for the purpose of funding things that were not legal in the United States. The CIA literally operated as a criminal organization in the United States, as it often has. This specific action was investigated by Congress and is public record that the United States government determined that the CIA used the creation of drug cartels in those countries for money laundering purposes for the CIA. The CIA literally created them as a money laundering activity. Nicaragua is the only country in the region that did not voluntarily align with the U.S., Costa Rica, or was taken over and controlled by the U.S. Panama, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, and then Mexico just is too close. They weren't able to do anything. Those were all essentially controlled by the U.S. Now, Nicaragua was occupied by the U.S. for 70 years, but it threw off the U.S. and it never culturally integrated with the U.S., and it is physically a little bit farther away, but it so dramatically kicked out the U.S. militarily in 1979 and then won the next war as well, that the ability for like the CIA to export cartels never existed. It required the U.S. control of the governments in those other countries to look the other way and allow drug trafficking in those countries. And Nicaragua was unwilling to do that. They were not going to participate with the United States. So in the northern countries, you have drug-based crime that is essentially where all the crime comes from. Not all, you know what I mean, but all of the major concerns in those countries. And even in those countries, it's not as bad as you think it is, right? But where the crime is coming from in those countries is being driven by the drug trade. Nicaragua does not have the drug trade, right? You, as a cartel, do everything you can to avoid Nicaragua. You do not want to get caught here because you have no friends, you have no allies, and no one's going to take a bribe. They might take a bribe for something, definitely not that, right? That is a disappear sentence, right? You start trying to be like, oh, we're going to look the other way. I'm going to make some money trafficking drugs. No, it's bad. Bad things will happen, right? This is really serious. So you have two different factors that Nicaragua, in both cases, has no participation in. So you have the natural lack of the severe problems of the surrounding countries, and then what you have is a country that has been very isolated because it really had to come together as a single entity to push back against the U.S. occupation. And so Nicaragua, more than the countries around it, has a self-identity of we're all in this together, we're one people. This is Nicaragua, this is for us, everybody is partners, right? And this is one of the reasons why racism is so low here, why it's so easily accepted for people of different backgrounds to just merge together, because as a nation, there's a so much stronger identity and such a external forces are our united enemy, we are one people, that things like drug trafficking are seen as crimes against the state and crimes against your neighbors and, really, really terrible things. So you find, I think, that as a culture, it just has the ability to push back on major criminal elements in a way that other places do not. It also has social structures. So you don't have the level of abject poverty. And I know that sounds crazy in the poorest country in the region, but it's only that poor when you use a Western metric that doesn't apply in this kind of society. So when you look at GDP, it feels like people are way poorer than they are. But when you actually come here, suddenly it doesn't behave like as poor as it seems. It does. It is poor, but it's not as poor as it seems. And things that you imagine must be happening, that people are homeless, that there's no food, that there's just, that they can barely survive, isn't really what's going on. And the number of people who are looking at starvation or climatic exposure or dying from lack of health care is a tiny, tiny fraction compared to the United Kingdom, for example. And so the number of people who are in such a position that they must resort to violence or theft or thievery to survive is actually very small. And because it's not Panama, where it's us and them, or it's not like the U.S., where it's like all these different groups, and you're like, wow, they're from a different town, or they're from. Stealing from your neighbors in Nicaragua is stealing from your neighbors. Like, you're all in this community together, and that sense of community is big. It's a very small country, so we're able to feel like a single place in a way that a lot of other countries can't, and our history has made it that way. So when you get to know Nicaragua, I think it actually does make a lot of logical sense why it's so much safer and so different compared to the countries around it. But they're all factors that if you're coming from North America, the North American countries don't want you to know about any of the leading factors, and they definitely don't want you to know that the results are that Nicaragua ended up being way safer in so many ways than the surrounding countries. So that is pretty big. Don says, I know a family in Grenada that has all 4 sons in jail for stealing or selling drugs. And you visited him in jail. That's fun. Marco says, thank you so much for answering everything. You are welcome. Mark says, do they have Rottweilers in Nicaragua? I feel like I've seen one, but they're not common. Importing dogs is expensive, so people do it, but it's relatively low. Alan says, U.S. underestimated Nicaragua guerrilla style of defense. Yes, they did. Marco says, do you avoid easily mold problems in local buildings? I would say yes. Lots of old buildings. There's a lot of old buildings, and you really never have to worry about mold. Mold can happen. I'm not saying mold doesn't happen, and I'm not saying I've never seen it here. But remember, these are concrete buildings, like cinder block and concrete and stuff. We don't have a lot of drywall and wood and stuff, and so the opportunities for mold is way lower than if you had different types of construction. Now, part of the reason that we have this construction It's because it avoids mold, right? We're a tropical country, so mold would be easy. But in general, I think, having come from like Texas, where I've had a house that had black mold, it was really easy to get black mold in the U.S. And here, I don't know anyone who's really run into it. I would not be, completely callous to it, be aware that it could happen, but I would say, yeah, you easily avoid it just naturally. Now, termites, on the other hand, very common. So you trade one thing for another. We definitely have termite problems, ant problems. The ants don't ruin your house. They ruin your foundation. They'll take out the ground underneath your house, and then suddenly part of your house will collapse. Watch out for that. That's why my bird bath is gone. The ants literally took all the ground from under it, and the bird bath just went down. One of the reasons I like renting in this area. But I had an entire floor of a house that I owned taken by termites. The whole floor. We had to take everything. Walls, ceiling, everything had to be replaced. We had to strip it to the floor, build it back up. So there are things to worry about. Mold, less of it. Carlos says, is it true that Bluefields is a drug trafficking town? So it's not a drug trafficking town in the sense that, someplace in Guatemala is, but some lizard just screamed at me. But Bluefields is known as the drug hub of Nicaragua. Bluefields is super far away. It's an isolated community in the center Caribbean coast. So the Caribbean side is very far away. It's an autonomous zone. It's a lot poorer. And it's my dog trying to come in. Hold on, guys. I'm going to let my doggy in. Join the live stream. He does not wear his cone anymore. He had his cone on last week. He is all good now. Come on in, little boy. All right. That's my good dog. You're my good dog, too. Yes. All right, I got both of my dogs here now. So of all places in Nicaragua, if you're going to find drugs, Bluefields is, as far as I know, the most likely to have them. It still does not have a lot of drugs compared to any country to the north of us, including Belize, Canada, U.S. Like all of them have way more drugs than something like Bluefields. But by Nicaraguan standards, it's the one place. It's so isolated. It is very, very hard for the government to control things out there. So that's where what little bit there is happens. Plus, it's because they come in by the boats. They're not coming overland through the country. It says I pay $1,100 a month, furnished, gated, guarded, patrolling, pool, restaurant, grounds, A+. Cleaning person, plus a cleaning person each week, 2 huge bedrooms with full baths, AC hot water. Housing in San Juan is either an A or a D. So he's in the most expensive part of the country and in a kind of luxury community, but that's at $1,100 for all that, and including the cleaning person, which is pretty nice. Now, I have a cleaning person every day, 6 days a week, and still a bit cheaper, but I don't have a pool or a restaurant, but I do have a cook. So Alan says, no, it's not like California. I think that's about mold. Monkey Man. What pets can you keep there? Parrots? Absolutely. Everybody's got parrots. I had one on the show. Horses? Absolutely. They're everywhere. If you want a horse, just go find one loose on the street. Don't really do that. Monkeys. Sadly, monkeys are generally allowed. Never, ever keep a pet monkey. They kill the parents to take them. It is absolutely horrible. Avoid getting all exotic pets here. It's sad that there is not better controls on it. That is one of the problems here. But you basically can have anything. A lot of people have pet raccoons. I don't know about a lot of people. I've seen multiple people with pet raccoons. Definitely lizards. Pretty much you can have a pet anything, I think, is what it comes down to. Marco says, do you have problems with big spiders? I mean, define problem. They haven't killed me yet. So is the question, do I have big spiders that get into the house? Yes. Is there a season known as tarantula season? Yes. Yeah, I get tarantulas in the house. In my office. Right here, they could crawl over my feet. Now, the upside is tarantulas. They're not super dangerous or anything, and they don't want to be in your house. They are confused. The females never come into the house, only the males, and the males only come in because they're looking for females, and they only do it during mating season. And they don't really like being messed with, so I mostly run after them and blow on them, going and guide them until they run back out into the yard. That's literally what I do. Once in a while, I'll go after them with a broom and sweep them out. I think I'm able to get them out without injuring them. But mostly I can chase them out, and it works. They freak my kids out, obviously, but like, my daughter's been like, oh, I think something died in the corner of my room, and I'll go over, and then suddenly a tarantula runs at me, and I'm like, nope, not dead, just a tarantula hiding. But luckily, tarantulas aren't really a problem. But it is completely disconcerting having tarantulas in your house. I admit it's horrible. Don says scorpions. Out here, we get very few scorpions, but we do get them. When I was in La Barrio, I think we had 2 in the time I was there. San Juan del Sur, I had 1 once. Here in Sutiava, I feel like someone saw one in the house and it wasn't me. Relatively few scorpions. Way more tarantulas. Definitely. And I had tarantulas in La Barrio. They never came in the house, but I saw them out in the yard. But we're so wide open here, they just crawl right in the house. Scorpions, even though we're wide open, like, they just don't come into the house. Don't be stupid. Don't push your bed against the wall. Don't leave, piles of damp towels on the floor. Like, there's things, but you couldn't do those in Texas either. Like, so I lived in the U.S. most of my life. So I know, like, there's just natural things I do to take precautions against scorpions. Like, the scorpions here are not as dangerous as the ones in the U.S. Here they have less venom. So, Monkey Man says, in Australia, kids are taught to empty their shoes before they put them on because spiders could have climbed in. Yep, here it's with scorpions mostly. I check my shoes every time. I've never once found something in them, ever. Again, knock on wood. But I do check them every time because it only takes one time. Ed from Queens, does RadPad avoid black mold? Obviously, it's like completely mold resistant. Like, it's amazing. I don't even know how he designed it like that. But it can't get mold. It can't get termites. It's like a miracle. Mark says RadPad is just one big scam. Yes, Mark, we know that's the joke. Itchethix, tarantula season, ick. I hate spiders so much. I used to. Now I'm like, whatever. They really don't bother me. Mark says, are they tasty? I hope you mean the scorpions. That's one thing I have not eaten. Monkey Man says, large lizards and birds eat tarantulas. We have tons of birds and tons of lizards. You can have a talk with them about their negligence if you want. I have so many big lizards. Yeah. Which is great. Like, you want a lot of lizards here. Ed says, big spiders, I lead them until a dustpan and then throw them out. I do that a bit. The tarantulas, I find I can chase them all the way across the house without a problem. Monkey Man says, just keep an iguana and an owl around, you'll be fine. I don't think you understand how many iguanas and owls I have. I have at least 4 owls that live in my yard and 20 iguanas. They're not doing their job. And then I have quite a few basilisks as well. I don't know if they're going to take out a tarantula, but I got a lot. Monkey Man, RadPad, wasn't that the wanker that didn't pay his employees and fled the country? You did a video about him? Yes, that's the one. That would be Tony. Tony, who would alternately make a video talking about how rich and successful he was, and then make a video talking about how destitute he was, and just randomly go back and forth. He couldn't remember what story he was telling at any given moment. So much entertainment value. You got to give him credit. Like, he kept us going for a long time. LA says, did you hear in the news about one guy died from a scorpion sting in Managua? I have not heard about that. Anyone can be allergic. One of my best friends here, her grandmother was hospitalized from a scorpion sting, got into her bed. But my wife's aunt was stung by a scorpion in Arizona and hospitalized, had to get a serum really quickly. And they told her if she ever gets stung again, she's dead. They can't save her. They don't have a way. So it's if you are allergic, it's like a bee sting. There's just a certain percentage of the population is allergic, and it doesn't matter how dangerous they are. If you have that allergy, you're toast. So we're a little bit wary of them because it runs in my wife's family to be deathly allergic to scorpions. But luckily, neither my wife nor my children have been stung yet. I haven't either, but I'm pretty sure I'm not allergic. I don't know why I'm confident in that. I just am. Monkey Man says, do they eat tarantulas and scorpions in Nicaragua like they do in Southeast Asia? I don't think so. The thing is, we don't actually have iguanas. We have black iguanas, also known as garabanos. I'll never get that name right. They definitely eat foliage. But they love to hang off the roof and stare at me. Janet says, I love the spiders, tarantulas, ants. Don't mind the cockroaches even. I don't like the scorpions that sting me, though. There are also some really interesting bees. I've never had bees that we had to worry about here. But very few cockroaches. One time I was at La Fabrica, and there was a cockroach in there. Again, doors wide open, right? And everyone was freaking out. Like, they didn't know what to do. And I walked over, and I'm like, and I stepped on it. And everyone's like, yeah! And I'm like, why does no one know what to do with these? And like Marcella and her kids all just completely freak out if there's a cockroach. I'm like I get it. Cockroaches are gross and nasty. I don't want one touching me. I don't want it in my bed. I don't want it walking around my house. But they're about the most benign thing to have in your house. Gross, I guess. But just step on it. Like, whatever. I don't know. Ed says, I was giving Tony Radpad $200 cardovers a day when he was homeless living in... Oh, was that Cordobas? Are you saying 200 Cordobas a day when he was homeless living in the park? Someone gave him $65,000 and he went to Costa Rica. He still puts out videos. They gave him $65,000 just like, here's $65,000, you homeless, worthless thief. It's just things. Yeah, I saw it in the headlines of the news channels you suggested, but I did assume that if one person dying from a scorpion sting was such big news, it's probably an uncommon thing to happen. Good way to look at it. Yes, it must be something. Geckos eat small insects. Yeah, you definitely want geckos everywhere. But it says they make garobo soup. Yes, they also sell it to eat like chicken and fry it. They sell them all over the place. I don't eat chicken or garobo, so it's all the same to me, but I don't have chickens living on my roof, but there are garobo all over the place up here right now. I haven't gotten to that fly yet. I'm trying to get to the point where I can put my finger in and pull him out. Getting closer and closer to me just drinking him. The more wine I have, the more willing I am to just drink the insect. Janet says, my cats play with the cockroaches to death is all. They come in through the drain to the street to our patio. Well, that's nice. At least your cats do that. My cat's scared of them. It's not the most utilitarian cat, I will admit. I do need a gecko for that fly. I have geckos everywhere. I can see them. While I'm talking, from time to time, I'll see them run by. I have like, I don't know, 20 geckos that live in this room. One goes up the wall right there, just behind the light. I think he's hanging out on the ceiling. Wow, normally I would see some at this time of night. I mean, they do hide a little bit, but weird. Should be quite a few. Oh, okay, there's one right there. He's a big one. He's really camouflaged, though. I have the quilts on the walls, and so there's a lot behind the quilts, and there's some behind the wood wall, and then some hide behind my shelves over here, and some live in the ceiling. They've got like cracks they're able to go in. Oh, that one's really big. Well, that's the only one I see at the moment. That's weird. I would have expected at least like 3 to be visible. But this one over here is normally pretty active. He likes to climb up next to the stuff. My fly's probably pretty sterile by now. Yeah, probably. And Janet says, well, I have 9 cats, so that's easier. Yes, you're using quantity over quality. Drink and be merry, Mark says. Snakes in Nicaragua. Yes, we have snakes. Snakes here are really not very bad. So first of all, there's not a lot of snakes. It's a relatively small number. Again, I lived in New York and Texas, mostly in the United States. Both are places with lots of snakes. Here we have king snakes, which I've had in the house. No big deal. You don't worry about king snakes. You only worry that it's not a king snake, right? But as long as you got a king snake, whatever. It's not going to hurt you. It's not going to hurt your pets. They make good pets. You want king snakes. You just want them outside. We do have coral snakes. Unfortunately, our backyard has corals. We've caught a few, and at least one has gotten away. You want to be careful with corals. They'll give you a bad day. But they're tiny and generally can't break your skin. Ed says, yes, 65K. He was an older gay man. We can add 2 + 2. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Ed. You made my night. That makes me feel so much better. I get it. He had a lot of faith in the Rad Pad project. Monkey Man says, there's a gecko just casually hanging out in your room. That's pretty cool. They eat bugs. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, so I don't know where you live now, Monkey Man, but I lived in Texas. There's always geckos. They would run across my floor, run up my walls, like anything like Texas and South, there's geckos everywhere. Here we have geckos and geckitos. I probably have in excess of 200 that live around the house. So it's weird that I don't have any here, but if I like go out to the kitchen, there will always be like 6 running around in the kitchen. You just get used to it. Like when I used to live in Granada, so my kids are like really, they don't handle bugs well. But it's funny because since they were very little, they always had geckos because we lived. I mean, my daughter was 4 and 6 when we lived in Granada, and they were always like, "Oh, there's bugs. Oh, there's things," but we'd be like, "But the geckos are here to hunt them. They're your friends." And so my kids grew up loving geckos. And they would go to bed at night and there'd be geckos running around on their ceiling. And they would every night say goodnight to the geckos because they knew the geckos were looking out for them. And so it's really funny that my kids they're like, both of them are scared of moths. Both of them are just insects in general. They do not handle. But they love geckos. And so if they had a house just constantly geckos running everywhere, they'd be like, it's so relaxed. So yeah, if you live here, it doesn't matter what you do, you will have a house full of lizards. That is just how it is. And we even had, this is ridiculous. I don't think you heard about this. We had a basilisk that got into our our plumbing. And he would, for, 5 days, I was in Argentina while this was going on, he would keep popping up in different toilets around the house. And if you tried to catch him, he'd swim back down and go back into the sewers or back into our plumbing. Eventually they caught him and took him outside. But it took like 5 days. This basilisk just hanging out in all the toilets. It was freaking hilarious. I have both dogs. Why are you taking my doggies away?
I gotta clean up my dinner.
Oh. Oops. My daughter's food fell on the floor, so she had to take the dog to go clean it up. Bears, bison, deer, moose, pizzly bears? Do house cats get along with the geckos and owls and iguanas around? So my cat, we have to really work hard to teach the animals not to chase the geckos, but we've mostly gotten them good about that, and the frogs. The cat will still chase the frogs. I don't think she chases the geckos anymore. The dogs have gotten good. They've stopped chasing both. The owls and the cats don't really interact. The iguanas would scare the crap out of the cat, but they have completely different schedules, so they never really cross paths. If the cat encountered an iguana in the living room, I've encountered an iguana in the living room. It's very surprising. That would probably scare the crap out of her. She's a very nervous cat. Not great with a lot of things. But snakes. Sorry, Monkey Man. Snakes in Nicaragua. We do have boa constrictors. I mentioned that earlier on the stream. Maybe you weren't on yet. There's a few kind of dangerous snakes here. More or less, there's very little dangerous wildlife. There are snakes, But like I go out walking in like sandals in really wild locations. I never worry about snakes or anything, which is probably a little bit foolish. Like that's how you get scorpions. But other than that, like there's very little to worry about, and I never have to worry about it. Alan says I have the smallest little baby gecko on the bedroom wall right now. Janet, I had to look up what that is, but that's hysterical. Oh, basilisks are the best. They're like my favorite. They're the in-between, right? We have 3 levels of lizards that are just everywhere here, right? We've got the 2 different iguanas, the true iguanas and the garobos, and then which are also known as the black iguanas, but they're garobos. They're not exactly an iguana. And then we have the little ones. We have the geckos and the geckitos. Geckitos are the Nicaraguan geckos, and the geckos are the Mediterranean invasive geckos. They mostly get along though. They don't like attack each other. But like a Mediterranean gecko can be like this, like my buddy up there is a big one. He's really hefty. He's probably like this. And then the geckitos can be as small as like this. And the geckos I never see on the floor, but the geckitos will sometimes just run around. Like my patio, sometimes they'll be running around. I'm like, why are you? I'm going to step on you. Why are you here? And then in between are the basilisks. And they're like this big, and they are crazy fast. Ours live in the French drains. They, for some reason, they just love being like down in the thing. But if they get anywhere, you can see them go, they're like, boom! They're so ridiculously fast. They're hilarious. Ed says he finished that project and is in the middle of building 6 more on what appears to be a different, older gay man's property. Oh, Tony. No, that makes sense. That explains a lot of things. Janet, I have to guard geckos for my cats. Yes, you have to keep the geckos safe. Geckos are very sweet. You want as many geckos as you can have. Carlos, what do expats do for work there? Do most just take from pension? No, most work remote or own businesses abroad. You can't work here as an expat. I mean, I can, but that's very much the exception. There are those that take from pensions and retirement plans and stuff. That definitely is a thing. But I would say that the majority either like I know tons that have jobs back home and just work remotely, and then I know tons that own businesses back home, so they're still working remotely but for themselves, which is what I do, right? So I work remotely but for myself. And Alan works remotely for himself. Janet works remotely for someone else, right? Like lots of us are here doing one type of work or another that we're able to do online remotely and bring in a tax-free income, because that's one of the so in Nicaragua, because foreign income is tax-free, it's really popular to do that here because your money goes so far, right? You're like, I'm making $60,000 a year. I work remotely, or I work in the U.S. I'm making $60,000 a year. Okay, you can live on that. It's not great money anymore. Used to be. Now it's like, okay. But you take that same job and you move that job to Nicaragua. That's $5,000 a month, right? In the U.S., you pay taxes, so maybe that's $4,000, $4,200 a month that you actually get, and then the cost of living is brutal. But you come down here and you're making $5,000 a month, and suddenly you're making $5,000 a month. You're like, wait, all $5,000? Yeah, all $5,000. So that's like getting a nearly 20% raise, and that's on the lower income. If you had a bigger income, the numbers would be bigger. Like percentage would be bigger. Like 20, 25% raise, just boom, you're just making that much more money. Okay, and then my purchasing power parity is triple? Yep, okay. So that's like making 25% more. So my 60,000 just turned into the equivalent of 75,000. And then I've got triple purchasing power parity. So my 75,000 just turned into, let me get this straight, 225,000? Yes. So earning 60,000 in the US and moving to Nicaragua will feel like you jumped to making 225,000 in the US. Think about that. So that's a really popular thing because that's an option. Whether you're making 20,000 a year or 120,000 a year, that tax-free salary number is so impactful. Plus, then the purchasing power parity / cost of living difference. Those go together. You can't completely calculate them separately, but you can do independently. Is so huge that you would move to Nicaragua potentially for that alone. Right? If you have that, you just say, I don't care what's going on in Nicaragua. This one financial factor is so big. So the people who can do that, right? The people who have the jobs that let them do that gravitate to Nicaragua because it's so significantly different than most other countries where there's local taxation or you're not allowed to work remotely or there's double taxation or just whatever. Mark says, Pizzly Bear is a grizzly plus polar bear. Oh, that's scary. And says he left. Janet says, and I had to build a tower on top of the low ropero near the gecko corner where they must have a big gap to go in and out of the room they're in the most. Aww. Gecko accommodations. DMT today. Hey, how about the water really? I lived there and the bottled water had all sorts of floaters. Any idea? I don't really notice anything in the bottled water. There's definitely floaters in my well water. It's bottled spring water as far as I know. So there's got to be floaters in it. But it's healthy. You can test it, but people do, and it's completely fine to drink. It's easy to run through a filter. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's not perfect. Mark says, and they're a newish cross of animals due to global... Oh, yeah, the Pizzly Bear. Janet says, the tower is to keep the youngest cats that are like wild cats, hunters away from them. Oh. Monkey Man says, armadillos and bats are in Nicaragua. Bats everywhere. I've never seen an armadillo here. Armadillos are sweet, but have not seen one. DMT said, like, the 5-gallon jugs had all sorts of plastic and coal bits and weird stuff and had no other choices on water. That's really weird. So there's multiple agencies, actually, that do bottled water. I know there's one that bottles in Esteli, and it's a different water supply. I actually know the guy that owns the place. It's just a very small operation, probably 2 guys, 3 guys. They just deliver on pickup trucks around the country, but you can get from them. But then the big one, I've not really noticed. So if I use the well water, I definitely notice the floaters. But I drink the bottled water here all the time, and really, I never see anything. Alan says you shouldn't work here, meaning you shouldn't take a Nicaraguan job position, even if you can. It's not good for you. It's not good for the country. Everybody loses. Ed says, my children and friends think RadPad is a comedy channel. It kind of is. Kind of. Sad comedy. But it says basilisks can run on water. Yep, that's why they're called the Jesus lizard. Yep, Monkey Man says, like Jesus? Yes. In English, they are commonly called the Jesus lizard, but they're really called basilisks. Carlos says, what do you know about the new airport being built that's funded by China? So it's a new airport. Not heard anything about it being funded by China. That's a rumor from the U.S., but here there's definitely a new airport. There's a railroad being funded by China. That's different. That's Belts and Roads. The airport that is here, and I think this is where people get it from, there's an airport here. It's an existing airport. It's not a new airport. It is an existing airport. Not Punta Huete, there we go. Punta Huete Airport has been in existence since about 1985. It was built by the Russians, not by the Chinese. And it was already built by the Russians, not newly being built by the Chinese. So that's a little bit of the misinformation. Now they need to use the bigger runway, right? It's got a full nuclear bomber runway. It is what it is. That's why it's there, right? It was built in the 1980s to make sure that Nicaragua had nuclear capabilities in case of further invasion by the U.S. And for all we know, it was effective. We don't know why the U.S. didn't escalate the war that they ended up losing in the 1980s, but one of the reasons was probably that there was a nuclear-capable runway in Nicaragua, and it was there for that one express reason. There is a matching runway for the American forces in Honduras about 4 hours north. So this is a precedence, right? And but that one in Honduras is being converted to be the new national airport in Honduras, and this one in Nicaragua is being converted to be the new national airport in Nicaragua. So there's a matching project in the two countries, one for the American-built nuclear runway and one for the Russian-built nuclear runway. Welcome to the Cold War remnants, right? So what is being built at Punta Huete is a new terminal. There is not good accommodations for anyone flying into that runway. The reason that we cared that it's a nuclear capable runway is that it is so long it's able to take international flights, such as those coming on LATAM from Lima or Iberia from Madrid. Those are long haul flights with a lot of fuel, and they need a lot of runway to be able to land and take off. And so we have not had that in Managua traditionally. The runway is fine for a Boeing 737 or an Airbus A320, but it's not able to handle a 747 or an A380 or something that you need to go really far. So Nicaragua has really suffered from a lack of long-haul flights. We have to do hoppers into Costa Rica or El Salvador or Mexico or Panama to get to bigger airports where they have the international connections can take us farther afield. So if I want to go to someplace simple like Bogota, which is really freaking close, I have to take a little puddle hopper up to El Salvador the wrong direction, and then I can grab a nice big plane down to Bogota. That's a big waste of my time. That's an extra hour north and an extra hour south with a layover, but really good tacos in El Salvador. I'm not completely complaining. I do appreciate the tacos and draft beer, but I have to do all that in order to fly down to Colombia, which I'm halfway there already, right? It's a complete waste of my time and cost. So we're really looking forward to this being there and really hoping that Avianca and Iberia and LATAM come in and leverage this for long-haul flights. But we haven't had the option. We're also hoping that Venezuela, Conviasa, will start going direct, because right now they only fly through Havana, which is closer. So we're very hopeful that it's going to mean that. But that's one of the reasons they want to do it. They also want a new terminal, because the terminal at the current Managua airport is meh. It's okay. It does the job. It's not that bad. But a lot of air conditioning problems, a lot of lack of space, but the runway is the biggest thing. It's also in a nasty part of the city. Like, who wants to come into an industrial zone? Like, it's not next to anything. It's completely impractical. Punta Huete is also completely impractical, but it's out in the middle of nowhere and leverages the highway system. So I think it makes sense. So it's being constructed. It's possible that the Chinese are putting some money into it, but I find that highly unlikely. Here in Nicaragua, Chinese investment is not considered a negative thing. It's considered generally a good thing. They're like, haha, foreign investment. That'll show all the people who don't want to do foreign investment, right? So it is every time that there is foreign investment, the government tends to make a really big deal about it. Like, we got foreign money, we're not paying for this. And people are like, not paying for it? We love not paying for it, right? So it's like seen as a big positive thing, whereas in the U.S. it's seen as some kind of negative thing. Like, foreign investment makes people wary for some reason. It doesn't make any sense. But Americans have a tendency to be like, foreign investment in one foreign country, investing in another foreign country? Oh, no! It's very strange. Especially when everybody does that all the time, everywhere. And of course, where does China invest the most? In the U.S. Where does the U.S. invest the most? In China, right? Like, whatever. New airport, runway's already there, has been for decades. Getting the whole place spiffied up, new terminal. The mock-ups look pretty darn nice, honestly. And Alan told me that he saw that they are going to close the old airport, then they're just going to go down to one. For those of us who don't live in Managua and live like equidistant, honestly, we're pretty excited. The new one's going to be easier for us to get to. So I don't got to drive through Managua when I go to the airport. Excellent, right? Like, that's a pretty good deal. And it's a lot closer to the big population centers in the highlands, whereas right now, yeah, it's more convenient for people in Managua. So people in Managua, they definitely are getting the raw end of this deal, but the people in the highlands are getting huge benefit from it. And there is always the possibility that they will keep both open, but we just don't have that much traffic. It doesn't seem like that is likely. Yeah, that is the current story. DMT says, gracias, thank you, thanks, man. You are welcome. He also says, fruit and veg and meat. There's unlike anything I've experienced in the States. Bananas in Idaho are not bananas in Nicaragua. I'm heading back in December. Love your show, my guy. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. And welcome back soon. I will not be here very much in December. As far as I know, I am going to be in Bolivia and the United States for quite a bit of the month, which States I'm sad about. Bolivia, I'm not. It's just it's nice to see military infrastructure being put to use for the common good. Yep, not great reasons, but now that we have it, might as well use it. China CAMC Engineering is working on the airport upgrade, likely some Chinese loans. Probably some loans, but we don't know. Alan says, I want to go to Bogota. So Alan, Avianca. Avianca, I don't know if they used to. I did not find it before. Now they've got good flights to Bogota. It's not direct, but again, good tacos. Cadejo in the El Salvador airport, really good tacos. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Can I get it? Can I get it? Me? Nah. So close, but... All right, hold on. I'm just going to throw out this one. There's just the tiniest bit left. Is there a dog behind me? Where's my dog? No, okay. 2 seconds. Wait a minute. We're going to take... I made this really short break video, and we're going to use it so that I can throw out my wine and refresh my wine. And you guys can ask some more questions because we're a little bit light on questions. So it's the perfect time to, hold on, we're going to get this working. I'm going to figure this out. No, that was not it. This could be more intuitive. Oh, there we go. All right, we are going to take a really quick break.
Hey guys, if you're seeing me, that means that future Scott is probably taking a beer or a bathroom break, and we need to have a few minutes for all of you to step away. Some of you won't step away, so that's why I'm here, so that, or some new people may hop into the Nicaragua Live here on Thursday nights. So if you're just hopping in now, we're just on a bathroom break, that's all. So just take a minute, hop in, say hello, and whatever. But if you have been on, this is your chance to run and use the bathroom, go get yourself another beer or whatever. Right now, stretch and just be ready and energized for when we get back. We do need to take these little breaks, and I'm tired of doing just a static image when we do it. Why do that when we can do this? I finally had a moment to prep, so hopefully you guys like this. While I'm gone, if you're still here, a few things. One, this is a great chance to start putting in more questions. I never have enough. Of course, by saying that, maybe I'll be overrun. That would be a great problem, so I'm not complaining. But this is your chance to, if you're just hopping in, get in and say hello. Future me will find it, but ask your questions and get those backlogs, so when I get back from my little break, we will be able to jump right in and go through all of those and really hit it running, right? So perfect, good chance to do that. If while we're here and you're wondering how you can help sponsor the show, this is my chance to tell you about that. We've got a join button down there. You can join our private membership group. It's just $5 a month. I know I say just, that's a lot. Thank you so much to all the people who do that. It's really significant. It really touches me how much people care about the show and are willing to put in real money to help make this happen. And I hope you guys understand that this is really expensive. Not only is it time consuming for me to do, but it's very expensive to do. I have a lot of cameras that I have to buy. Of course, I'm coming up on the end of the year. I'm about to go to the United States. So I have my annual GoPro purchase needs to be made coming up here in just a few weeks. I have a new now this one was paid for by the show. You guys sponsored me. Jillian completely sponsored me on getting a new DJI Pocket 3. I have to go get that. I'm getting another, I think, Sony ZV-1F camera that'll be really good. Like, I like my ZV-1, but the F I think is going to work better for some things. I got that coming, and I'm probably going to get a second of my live stream cameras of the good Fujis. That one I'm not 100% decided on yet, and right now they're sold out, so I can't do anything about it right now. Anyway, but I have these big expenses coming up. Plus, we're going to be getting a Rodecaster, either Pro 2 or a Duo. I'm not completely decided whether I want the expanded capacity, but I have to spend money on that. And new microphones, which we'll be using specifically for the live cast. And that stuff is fantastic. I love all the gadgets I get to play with, and I love having nice microphones and upping the quality and getting better video and new lights. All that stuff is really fun, but it is very expensive, and I can only do it because you guys sponsor the show and make this possible. So thank you so much for helping me. And for those who are wondering, I have to pay for Final Cut Pro, which upgraded to 11 today, by the way. So I've got new editing capabilities going on. I have to pay for CapCut Pro because I need it for some captioning stuff. Although that maybe replaced with the new Final Cut stuff. So we're going to see about that very shortly. So I may be able to cut out that one expense, but that's just one. I do pay for in video. Not sure I'm going to keep that one, but that does help with some of the stuff that we do. I do, and I will be paying for Artlist.io Max, which is a lot. It gives me footage and music and voiceovers. If you watched our top 10 video the other day, that girl's voice in there, that's from Artlist. That's something that I pay for. I have Epidemic Sound for a lot of the music that we do. I really want to get Soundstripe as well, but that's a luxury. We'll see about that. We'll see about channel growth in the future. Plus, there's lots of little incidental things and cables and all kinds of stuff. This stuff really does add up. And a lot of these things are monthly costs. So I know that it seems like, well, we're bringing in lots of money. This must be, I really appreciate it. We are still running probably at a loss overall on this show. So I really appreciate everyone who helps make this possible. So that join button, that really does a lot. That's $5 a month. And we do have a private group that you get to join on Nika Abla and talk to people. So it's kind of cool, but basically it's just committing to $5 a month. It's not meant to be a lot of specific benefits. It really is just a mechanism to make it easier. You can also give a super thanks on this live stream, and that'll pop up in the chat, and that's just a regular donation like Patreon, but through YouTube. And then we have Buy Me a Coffee, which is buymeacoffee.com/Scott Allen Miller, and you can go there and buy 1 coffee, 3 coffees, 5 coffees, whatever. And that's also the mechanism we use if anyone's doing private calls with me. That's where we do that as well. And you can send messages in there, but just be prepared. I do not see the messages in there in a timely fashion. I normally see them every few weeks. So just be aware. Also, if you need to reach me privately, that's email is the only thing that you're really likely to get through to me, and that's scott@latinamericanliving.com. That's in all the show notes. It's always there. It's on the YouTube page. So anywhere you go, you can find my email. It's not hidden. You don't have to have heard it here. Just scroll down and look for it. I got some people who ask me over and over and over again for it, and I keep posting it, and I'm like, it's in the show notes. Here it is. I say it on the show, and they're still like, where's your email? And I'm like, I'm physically incapable of making it more available. Like, there's no more places to post it. So it's everywhere. Every single show has that. Every single show has the Buy Me a Coffee. Every single show has the join information. Plus, there's the buttons on the thing. So one way or another, you can definitely find ways if that's what you want to do. But that should have gotten us. So welcome to Nicaragua Live. We are here on Thursday night. We do this as best we can every Thursday. We go for quite a few hours, which is why we need bathroom breaks. It is so much fun. If you're new and you're just getting back, hopefully you're back from the bathroom at this point, say hello. Make sure you're jumping in the chat. If you're on like a TV or something and you're not aware, there's a lively chat going on. So grab your phone and join there as well, and you can chat with everyone, say hello, introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, tell us what your interest is. Are you traveling, just tourist, or are you looking to be an expat? Are you looking like to move around the world? Are you interested in Nicaragua specifically? Because that's where I'm based. A lot of people come for Nicaragua info. A lot of people come for Latin American info. I'm going to be traveling, in case I forget to mention it, which is unlikely. I should be traveling in the next few weeks to Bolivia again, going to La Paz only on this particular trip if my flight pattern goes the way I expect, but it will mean that I get to spend a little bit of time in Bogota, Colombia, which I'm pretty excited about getting to go see Bogota, because I've never been to Colombia, believe it or not. I always end up skipping it. So I will get some time in Bogota to acclimate to the altitude before going on to La Paz. That should be amazing. So ask your questions, say hello. That's the stuff that's going on. And I'm going to look for future Scott to be back from whatever it is he's been doing. Hopefully he is sitting there ready to go. And Scott, are you ready? Can you take it away? Let's get to it.
All right, we are back. Can you hear me? All right, yeah, we're good. Okay. How was that for a bathroom break video? I think that was different, at least. All right. Mark has too many questions. DMT, does VPN really help with flight prices out of the States to Nicaragua without having a VPN? I'm looking to buy tickets and hear that's a hack. I would have to buy a VPN service and try, I guess. Yeah. To the best of my knowledge, that does work to some degree. Not always, but sometimes. Anything that gives you a different IP address, different location, can give you different prices. So sometimes that gives you lower, sometimes it gives you higher. And you can also try buying from Europe or somewhere completely different as well. Ed says, I learned something. I always wondered why international travel was so much trouble. We are 1.5 hours from Miami, which is why I came to Nicaragua in the first place. Ed says, I learned something, but Oh, because of the runway. I get it. Yes. Monkey Man says, are homes constructed to withstand hurricanes or flooding? Well, yeah, because we get flooding all the time. We're not specifically built to withstand hurricanes because we don't get hurricanes, but everything's made out of concrete. So, like, we can withstand a hurricane for sure. Then that's not a problem. Out on the East Coast, everything's on stilts, so that's built for that specifically. Things can flood here, like in downtown Leon. We'll see water come into the houses, but again, everything's tile and concrete. Literally, everything's designed for water to flow through the houses. So we're very well prepared for that unfortunate circumstance. Really not a thing that you have to worry about. Are there many expat meetup groups around the country, like in Leon? San Juan del Sur and Granada are definitely going to have something like that. Here, I've never heard of anything like that. However, expats just naturally get together on a regular basis. Like, it's just not that big of a community. So, like, we regularly see each other on Friday nights because we all go to the same clubs and stuff. So there's an awful lot of natural groups getting together. And, of course, at, like... Thanksgiving, there's going to be the Americans meeting up at one time, Canadians meeting up at another time, things like that. Pretty common. Like if your goal is to hang out with other expats, you'll have no problem finding them. But unless you're in like San Juan del Sur, if your goal is to avoid them, you'll have no problem avoiding them as well. Is electricity expensive to run if you use a lot of AC? So this is one of the impossible to answer questions. There isn't a national price on electricity. So you're going to find in most places, if you're running AC, it's going to be outrageously expensive, especially like Granada and the tourist centers. They're going to be very careful about keeping the price really high. Other areas, you're going to find, we've had an apartment for years. It's never been over $10, even with 2 air conditioning units. We don't run them ridiculous amounts, but it's never topped $10. Here, we've never topped $85. We have 9 bedrooms. We have tons of air conditioning. So when I was in La Barrio, we had only like 6 air conditioners. We were like 150, but we're closer to the city center. Every single location, situation, building, everything is going to be unique and different. Anyone who tells you that there's a single price, or you can look on your bill, you can tell by the kilowatt hour, anything like that, it's bull, right? That is not how it works in Nicaragua. The price varies insanely from place to place. So for more than half of the people, AC is going to be a super expensive electricity cost unless you have solar to offset it. But for it, like rent control in the United States, you can end up in areas or places where the electricity is just way cheaper, or they don't bill every kilowatt hour or whatever, and everyone's just, but it doesn't work the way Americans expect. And so when you find a place that has really cheap electric, you never let it go, right? You're just like, well, this electric is super cheap, I can never get rid of this place. But it's, people live in different areas because of different electricity costs. That's just part of it. So we have been lucky. We've never really, except for when we lived on the beach, then electricity was crazy. When I lived in Granada, it was crazy. But other than that, we've never had high electricity anywhere in the country. We're able to run computers and lights and air conditioning and stuff. And it's never been a fraction of what we paid in the U.S. When I lived in Texas, we had a much smaller house. I mean, we had a 3-bedroom. Now I have a 9-bedroom. And in Texas, we would pay between $400 and $800 a month, and here we vary between $40 and $85. So, just to give you, that doesn't mean you're going to get cheap electricity here. You're more likely to get high electricity, like that's more the average. But there is no, it's expensive in Nicaragua. It's all over the place. Is street food big in Nicaragua? Yeah, it's pretty big. Are you ever afraid of getting sick? No, not really. I also don't eat meat, so like vegetarians don't worry about getting sick from food. It's not really a thing. That's a meat eater problem. Sorry for all of you who eat meat. You can end up at, if you go to really, I've heard horror stories of people going deep into the barrio, into really, really poor areas, and having some street food that isn't well cooked or is like old meat or something. It could happen, but it's not very likely that you're going to be venturing into rough barrios to go get street food very often. If you're out in like Leon getting street food, or Sutiava getting street food, and like at like the square or something, No, you got nothing to worry about. Very well cooked, high quality food. It's quite excellent. You never have to worry about it. Ed says, am afraid to eat street food based on power outages. Why would you be afraid based on power outages? We don't cook with electricity anywhere. We cook with gas everywhere, or wood. Is here. Hey Scott, long time my friend. Good to see ya. Carlos says, how come you use socials like Mastodon and Nicaraguan instead of typical platforms? Because I hate Meta. I don't like them at all. I am a big believer in democratization of social media. And I don't want to see a bunch of ads. Ed says, I learned why all the flights are connecting. It drives me nuts. Itchithik says, how much is earthquake damage a problem for houses? Japan, for example, has a really weird housing market, in part due to earthquakes making older houses very undesirable. Yeah, I don't think... So out on the beach where things are a lot more shaky, pun intended, because of the sand and stuff, we have regular earthquake damage that we see everywhere. Cracked walls and stuff. We just assume we have to rebuild things on a regular basis. It's just part of life on the beach. We also get tsunamis, so like there's no reason to build super, super, super strong because every so often it's gonna go away, like 100%. So just brace yourselves that is part of life and it's gonna happen. We've had to do extensive repairs because of earthquakes out on the beach. But here, I don't think we've had any house that had like really noticeable damage. Sometimes you get like little cracks and stuff. You're like, oh, there's some, but it's really not very big of a thing. Monkey Man, are there large ethnic communities there? Chinese, Russian? Simple answer, yes. Canadians. There are giant Canadian ethnic communities all over the place. They're the only ones. No one else has large, like, there's like a large Chinese community. It's like 5 houses inside a compound, right? Like that's the large community. There really are not noticeable ethnic groups in groups, except for Canadians. Canadians, yes, there are huge Canadian communities everywhere. San Juan del Sur, Grenada, Grand Pacifica, in Managua, even here in Leon, it's practically a community. There's so many Canadians, and they're not doing it on purpose. There's just so many Canadians that if you have expats near each other, chances are there's going to be Canadians. And that's about it. And of course, Playa Tesoro, owned by Canadians, so Canadians hear about it. So they have a very high number of Canadians out there. So you find a lot of that. There's just so many Canadians here. This is the place for Canadians. So, but yeah, I'm not aware of a single ethnic community anywhere. That doesn't mean they don't exist, but like they're so rare. Like there's no Chinatown, there's no Russiatown, there's no things like that. Are there some good poutine restaurants? No, there was one poutine restaurant. So Camille, who's been on my channel, she's from Montreal, the countryside. And we were all excited because I love poutine. Best poutine I've ever had is in Guatemala. And I was all like, yes, there's a poutine restaurant right by the Hilton Princesa in Managua. So we went to it. It had been out of business for who knows how long. And that's the only one we've ever found. So, no. I don't know. Ed says, I'm afraid chicken and pork not being refrigerated. Okay, that could happen. Canadians and geckos, yes. Quebecois there, so many Quebecois. Yep, that is a very big, noticeable subgroup of the Canadians. The Quebecois are quite numerous. There's a Saskatchewan town, yes. DMT, Nicaragua was truly magical. From a young single American, I immediately felt more free and able to walk barefoot or not wear a shirt or feel like I was ever judged and just for any thought. Absolutely. I've lived in 8 countries. I have visited all over the world. I've lived all over the United States. I've worked in a bunch of countries that I've not lived in, UK, for example, Canada, for example. I never actually lived in Canada, but I marched in the Santa Claus Parade for 10 years. Oh, I have a funny story to tell you guys. I got to remember. Nicaragua really does give me so much of a feeling of safety and comfort and just acceptance and home in a way that other places have not. I lived here in 2015, briefly, and when I left, I was not thinking that my plan was to come back. I was sad that I was leaving. I didn't want to leave as early as I did, and at the time we didn't know how easy it would be for us to stay more. It hadn't been our plan. It was really a temporary thing. We were making a bunch of life changes, and we thought it was just a stopgap before we moved to Argentina, which never ended up happening. We moved to Greece instead. But when I came back with Alan, who just commented, in 2019, we were here for a week and a half or so, and it coming back to Nicaragua, especially after a few years, there was a whole bunch of like, oh, things have improved. There's some new stuff. I went to different places, and that trip so much hit me. And Alan can tell you that before I came back, I was like, oh, no, you're going to love Nicaragua. There's always great things about it. Like, I was very, like, Nicaragua was really great. I really loved it, and I knew it well, but I didn't have this, like, well, that's where I'm going to move back to. Like, that was not really like, yeah, maybe we'll go back someday. That's kind of how it felt. And when we came back in 2019 and spent some time, I was like, oh my gosh, it just hit me how much I felt comfortable and enjoyed being back, and was like, I don't want to leave. I want to be here. Why did we ever leave, right? Well, I know why we left, but we had to. But the idea that, oh, this might be our place really caught me by surprise. And I was like, we just got to move back. Like, this is where we got to be. This is the right place. And so we ended up coming back as fast as we could. COVID putting a little delay in there, but we were well in motion to making it happen essentially immediately, as was Alan, for all intents and purposes. And so, yeah, no, I get a feeling of it just works. It just feels right. It's so, I don't have to worry about every little dumb thing every day. And it's just, yeah, it's a different mental space. It's a really good place to be. Monkey Man, do local women love Canadians? I'm going to have to come there next year. There are so few expats here. Locals just, and this is true mostly anywhere, but if you are a rare foreigner in a place that you just don't have them, you're exotic. You're something different. And so you have an opportunity to stand out just because you're not the same as everyone else. If 1% of the population is just, I'm so sick of all the same, right? Like, I grew up around all these people. I'd love to meet someone who's not one of these people. And you're from somewhere else, you're automatically, even if most Nicaraguans are like, I don't want to meet a foreigner, if just a small percentage of them are, and you're the only foreigner, that's a lot of people, right? And they're like, oh my gosh, a foreigner. So if you're in like, you go anywhere where there aren't very many expats, you're a novelty. Like, and it's not like Europe, where you're like, okay, you're a novelty, but barely, right? Here you're a novelty in most cases. Ed says, a big advantage is men over 50 are not invisible to women in their 30s. That's true. Monkey Man, Ed from Queens, there's actually hope for having and raising kids. Oh, absolutely. Like, if you want to come here and be a family person, you are in luck. And, honestly, as a lot of North America, especially for men coming from North America, so commonly the family units in Nicaragua don't involve the stability of men. Of course, sometimes they do, right? But it is really common for women to be left on their own to raise kids, and or with their parents or whatever, and that like having a full family unit where both parents are stable and raising kids together is relatively rare. Whereas for North Americans, that's the expectation. Like it's like, wait, that's not, you can't not do that, right? And so bringing that as a space, like, oh, I would like to meet, a nice Nicaraguan girl, and I'd like to, be a family and raise kids together and have like a long-term life together. That's an incredibly attractive package. Again, maybe not the average person, but a noticeable percentage of the population will be like, one, whoa, just exotic. Like this is just interesting, right? You're interesting because you're different, and there's a really good chance that you're wealthy by Nicaraguan standards. Obviously, that's attractive, especially the poorer the country, the more the income disparity will be attractive, right? There's reality, right? And then if you bring I want to have and raise kids together, holy cow, right? Like that's, again, it's not going to be every person, but there's going to be a very noticeable percentage of people who are like, that's not something I get very often as an option. Right, especially all of those together, and so you put those together, and it's a really desirable package here. That's quite rare, right? So you won't have a problem. Maybe this is what it's like in the 50s when everything was just so affordable. Yeah, probably. I'm being political correct and said 30s. They call foreigners farang in Southeast Asia. Yeah, they don't say that here, but Monkey Man says the nuclear family isn't as common in Nicaragua. No, it is definitely not. It's similar here to most of Latin America. Latin America in general has a much less nuclear family type thing. Now, there's lots of reasons for it, right? It's not in all cases something necessarily negative. Quite often it's that, family members have to go off to another country to fund their families. And quite often people have children much younger, and it's really common to have children with multiple partners. And so the idea of what we in North America think of as traditional nuclear families are not the traditional nuclear family here. Families and marriage tend to be a lot more transitory here. And it's a different culture. And there is, segments of the population that push for and are very nuclear family driven. We have very close friends here with very strong nuclear families. So you will find incredibly strong family units. And it's not just like parents with their kids at home. It's like, oh, the grandparents live here, and then all of their kids live within a few blocks of there, and all of them have really tight nuclear families with long-term stable parents with raising all their own kids all the way through. They expect all of their kids to live in the same neighborhood, and this massive nuclear and extended family all within a relatively close area. They, in some cases, will make the American nuclear family seem loose and disorganized. Like, well, yeah, Americans, they mostly keep their parents together, but once the kids hit 18, right? Here, you will find a lot of these like really strong nuclear families where the kids live at home for a really long time and then live nearby when they don't live at home. Normally, these are a little bit more affluent. Right, it's not the poorest will have multiple generations in a single house because they have to. But when you have more affluent of that really strong nuclear family, they're just going to start spreading out through the neighborhood in connected blocks. And so we'll go to our friends and be like, okay, we're going to stop by your parents. Oh, no, we're stopping by your house. Okay, we're going to stop by your sister's house. And everybody's just like walking. They can scream and hear each other. And it's really funny. And so they're always hanging out together, and families are really, really strong. And then you find a ton of other alternative to us styles where you don't have the parents that stay together, and often it could be both parents, but generally the girl very young, having their first kids, easily in their mid-teens. It's super common. And what you find in a lot of these older, more traditional families is that the girls will have kids very young. Their parents will raise those kids. They will then go through school, be almost more like a young aunt for their children, for their own children. I have really close friends who are in this boat, right? Had kids at like 16, 17. Their parents had to raise the kids. They immediately went through school, went off, found professional jobs, worked really hard to support their parents and their children, and then ended up going to America to do the same thing, to work in the United States and send money back for their children. And their mother raises their children. And their expectation is when their kids have kids, she will then be the grandmother raising those kids. And so they do a generation skip thing, which sounds to the American ear like a really terrible thing. Like, oh my gosh, you're not being raised by your parents? That's terrible. But you're not actually not being raised by a parent. It's just that it's a generation skip. You have a loving family who's able to watch over you. Your actual parent is out there earning the money and sending money to you, and treats you a lot more like an aunt or uncle or an older sibling. So you have a much more friendly relationship. I know people. They don't have quite this extreme that she's kind of raising her own kids. She's basically my age, slightly younger. Her daughter is, I think, 18 now. They're like super close. They go out together. Like they go out to the bar together. They go out dancing together. They have much more of a sibling relationship than what we would normally think of as a parent-child relationship. And partially it's because their ages are so close. Their ages aren't crazy close, right? She had her in her 20s, but still they're pretty close in age and pretty close in lifestyle. And so you will find the family structures are often a bit different than you're expecting, but they are generally very close, tight families, but sometimes with very different structures that can be very confusing. But because of some of these things, in Nicaragua, there isn't a stigma with girls having children young, which is important because they need the population growth, and there isn't a stigma with being raised by your grandparents or an alternative family member, and there is generally really good infrastructure for taking care of children, but not always in a way that you would expect. But it can, in many cases, mean that the children get a lot more time with great-grandparents, grandparents, more of an older part of their life. Not when they're small children, they may not get as much time with their parents, but when they're older, they may get a lot more time with their parents. So my friends who may have had kids at like 16 and then had a gap and didn't get a chance to raise them when they were really small. They needed their parents to do that. But when that kid is getting into their teens, suddenly they're going to be really close and have tons of future life where they're really close in age, only 15, And so when that kid is 30 and the parents are 45, suddenly it's going to be, well, they're hanging out together and they have much more of a friend or sibling. My mother and her youngest sister were 14 years apart. Her youngest sister and me were 14 years apart, right? So my mother to her youngest sibling and me to my youngest aunt were exactly the same in time. And so you can imagine how much, like my mother to her youngest sister is basically the same as my friends to their kids. So when they're a little bit older, that relationship will be very different than like me with my parents who are double that age in difference, and me to my kids who are double that age in difference. It does create a different dynamic. That is not necessarily a negative. It says, it takes time here. You have to have patience. You can find a great woman, for sure. Lots of wonderful women here. Monkey Man, we got pulled over in Mexico once for speeding, gave the cop $30 US. All problems were solved. Is this similar to Nicaragua? That's a lot of money. About $14 would be would be normal, I would say. And I've had people tell me that like that's a crazy amount of money. Ed says no. Show papers say it's for cafe. Like anywhere, it depends on socioeconomic status. Byron says, yeah, for sure. Monkey Man with global warming. And what does Nicaragua look like in 50 years? So no one knows, right? Nicaragua. So imagine being in the United States when it was 45 years old, right? So 1836, right? Almost good math. Because 1789 plus 45 years. 1834. So in 1834, imagine going into the United States in 1834 and being like, okay, what's this place going to look like at 1884? In 1834, you'd have a really hard time figuring that out, right? The United States was brand new. It had just come out from being the colonies. It had won its first war to kick out England, but then it had to win another war to keep them out. And it had like some minor things, for those who don't know, the Barbary Wars, 1806. It was antebellum. It was really unclear how it was going to move west. There's a lot of things going on. By 1884, the country from, this distance seems like maybe it followed a logical trajectory. Maybe it did. But did it follow a trajectory someone could have predicted in 1834? No, it did not. It did a lot of wild things, right? The Wild West, we didn't know that was coming. Civil War, might have known it was likely, but we did not see what was going to happen. Louisiana Purchase, that threw people off. Westward expansion, wars with Mexico, like a lot of crazy stuff happened in that time that we just weren't ready for. We could not have predicted it. So Nicaragua is currently 45 years old. It only became an independent country in 1979. So at this point, 45 years, it's just getting its feet under it. Had its period of got its independence, had its period of fighting its war to keep that independence, had its shuffling around, falling apart years where no one could figure out what it was supposed to be, and then it's had about 17 years of stability with like, okay, this is who we want to be, we've figured things out, and now things are super stable, moving like clockwork, infrastructure is incredible. But if you go back to when I first got here in 2015, it didn't look anything like it looks now. Like it took so many years to like just get the wheels on the cart. And now the wheels are on the cart. And now things are changing so fast. I have a hard time knowing what Nicaragua is going to look like in 3 years, let alone in 50 years. 50 years is more time than Nicaragua's had so far, right? You're talking about more than doubling the entire independent lifetime of the country. So who knows? It's not like England. Where's England going to be in 50 years? Well, it's pretty much what it is today, right? They don't move much. They've had the same basic everything for a really long time. Oh, they like to argue one side or the other, and now they're going into abject poverty. That's crappy, but more or less, you can predict how England's going to move within a very tight cone of error. But Nicaragua, my gosh, it could go in so many wild directions. So many things could happen. It's a tiny country without momentum. It doesn't have this inertia to keep it going exactly in a predictable way like England does. And I think that's scary. It's also this enormous amount of, you can be part of the story, right? Imagine getting to go to the, for those who are, America or Canada just doesn't seem like its story is exciting. Sorry. But, the United States had this really interesting story from the late 1700s. The colonial time was kind of interesting too, but got kind of boring. But starting with the war and those early years, right? The United States was dynamic. It was crazy. Often terrible, but also really just interesting. Just so much going on, so many possibilities. And to think how cool it would be to teleport back to the early 1800s and get to be a part of that story. That's what's going on. Nicaragua is young. We're in the first generation. Literally, the first leader, okay, it was a junta, but the primary person of the initial junta in 1979, I guess technically 1980, after many ins and outs, is currently the president. We're in the same generation as independents, right? So there's so much of the Nicaragua origin story that's yet to be written that getting to be here now is really cool. And we're in this position where so often the country is so small and there's so many moving pieces. You get to potentially contribute to that story in the way, if you think about going back to early America, and you think, wow, there's like all these random people that, where did they come from? And they were like so involved in making America what it turned into. Well, you could be one of those people here, right? Like you're like, the Marquis de Lafayette, right? Just this French dude who's like, you know what? I just want to make a difference, right? He just shows up in America and is like, hi, I'm a foreigner and I'm here to make a difference. And boy, did he, right? Like he changed everything because, I don't know, he was just bored and thought revolutions were cool. As an expat coming to Nicaragua, you can potentially be the Marquis de Lafayette here and suddenly be this one foreigner who's just like, how can I make a huge difference? And get to be an active part of a really interesting story. Monkey Man says, Trudeau is keeping Canada very exciting. Yes, very exciting indeed. Byron says, hey, Scott, silly question here. A salad bowl at Panera costs $12 to $15. What would a fancy salad cost me in Nicaragua? I would ask about Amber's, but I know you're a vegetarian. Ed says you left out a bunch. No, I said the Civil War. The others I didn't mention because they weren't in the time frame I was using as an example. They came afterwards. A salad. Let's look. Let's look at the number one salad place in Leon. We're just gonna go in Pedidos Ya. Now this is Pedidos Ya, so this is delivery prices, not real prices. It's not gonna be that much cheaper, just because it's fancy salad in a. I don't know. I have no idea what it's gonna cost. All right, here we go. Now I can't get my favorite salad. They took it off the menu. Really bummed about that. Unless it's on the menu right now and I'm ordering it. Pastas, taco. Wait, where's the salads? I know they have salads. They always have salads. Not only did they take my salad off the menu, apparently they took salads off the menu. Yeah, they completely removed salads from the menu. Well, thanks. Jeez. I don't even know who has a salad that I can order. Oh, I put it in a place and it comes up with the exact place I just had, and they're like, nope. All right. This is a fancy restaurant. Hopefully they have salads. I'm looking. Fish, seafood, pastas, chicken plates. My gosh, they will do anything to... Nope. Does no one in this city sell a salad anymore? It really shows just how much salad isn't a thing here. Alan, can you think of a single restaurant that sells a salad that I can look up on Pedidos Ya? Mediterraneo does not have one. Sua, you can't look up. Their prices are so ridiculous. It's not indicative of anything. Okay. Sua does have a salad that I like, but they are ridiculously overpriced. They're $3.90, so that's like $11. And that's a giant grilled thing. Speaking of salads, you said you circled back around to the availability of North American fruit and veg. Oh yeah, North American fruit. So basically nothing that you get in North America will grow here. Everything we have here is tropical. We're in the tropics, so you can't get lemons, you can't get oranges. Think about those things. You can't get those here because they're too far. We're too far south for them. So basically any fruit that would grow in North America isn't going to grow here. We have avocado, papaya, guava, guayabana, tons of fruit that I don't know, pineapples, mangoes, cashew apples, and cashews. No, you cannot get lemons here. One time in all the years I've lived here, one time there were lemons at the grocery store. I sent pictures to my children. They said, buy them all. Right? It's so rare. It's so rare that no one knows what a lemon is. They have no word locally for it because somehow they use the word lemon for lime because they don't. Drives me crazy. Night, Alan. Still cheaper and much bigger salads than here in the U.S. Yeah, and something that was the equivalent of like a Panera would be much less, like $8 or $9 probably. Thus, you don't make wine in Nicaragua. Well, right, there's no grapes. There's just so little. It says a hamburger is $6. I feel like you can get the street ones up here for like $3. To be more specific, what are things that might be surprising to find that aren't grown locally? I think it'll shock you that nothing, absolutely no fruit you're expecting is grown here. Lemons can only grow where the climate is mild. Yeah. We have coconuts, obviously. Yeah, so here, everything they call orange juice is actually made from grapefruit. And they just sweeten grapefruit. They call them bitter oranges, but they're actually a grapefruit. And all the lemons are actually limes. So they, you say lemonade, and they give you limeade. Same with veg. Veg a little bit. There's crossover. So we have broccoli, we have squash, we have carrots. Tons of onions, tons of peppers. So veg isn't so dramatically different. Tomatoes, our tomato selection's not great. And we have a number of vegetables that people aren't used to. Lettuce is lean. Lettuce doesn't grow here, so salad is not huge. Cabbage grows here, so it's a lot of cabbage. Every fruit you name, I buy at Costco. And a lot of them you can buy at Costco here, but they're all imported, right? It's all brought in from North America. Spicy food there with the peppers. No, food is not spicy here. Food is super bland here. There is a few like expat-owned places that do locally made chili sauce, which is excellent. It's all for expats. Nicaraguans, I have never met a Nicaraguan that can eat anything even remotely spicy. Like, it's truly shocking. But this whole region, once you're south of Mexico, no one eats spicy food. It is always best to eat locally, but you're going to change a lot. One of the things that's really surprising is how much spearmint there is. Loads of spearmint. Would never guess that grows everywhere. But no peppermint. That's what we're used to. I'm from New York. I'm used to peppermint everywhere. Nope, here it's spearmint. Would you really notice the difference? I prefer peppermint quite a bit. All the meat tastes gamey as it is all free range and not injected with chemicals. Different than Mexico, they eat a lot of spicy food. No, yes, Mexico eats spicy. Peru eats even spicier. Mexico eats spicy by Texas standards, but not like super crazy spicy. But like Peru, that's super crazy spicy. Although I was in Cancun, this is funny. I was with a Canadian friend in Cancun, and we're not like in Cancun. We're in the city of Cancun in the hood. And we're at breakfast, and she thought that there was like a little garnish on the table, and she grabbed some and just threw it in her mouth and was thinking it was like radish or something, like little tiny shavings of like something that you would just like sprinkle for a little bit of flavor on your food. No, that was habanero. She's like, I'm like, yeah, that's a dish of habanero. Don't wipe your eyes. But yeah. Once you're south of Mexico, like Guatemala, the food's totally good, but not spicy in any way whatsoever. And like Panama, not spicy. Colombia, I've not eaten, but I don't think is spicy or not very spicy. Pitaya. So I have pitaya plants in the yard. Pitaya will fall and hit my dogs on the head. Sometimes my dogs will run around the yard with pitayas. I do like pitaya a lot. What's really sad is that nopal grows here and no one eats it. They're like convinced it's not food. I'm like, this is like major Mexican cuisine. They're like, wait, that's not food. I'm like, Chase the Heat is the creator of Tube of Terror in the U.S. Peanuts dusted with Carolina Reaper peppers. Oh, that sounds awesome. I love Carolina Reaper on an omelet in the morning. But I gotta tell you, one of my favorite dishes here in Nicaragua is out on Ometepe. There's a place in Merida, way down in the southwest, like where no one goes. And there's a little place I like to stay down there. And the girl that owns the place does a homemade pasta. I don't know if she makes the pasta at home, but homemade pasta sauce that is so it's a pesto but made with rocket instead of basil. It's the way to go. Rocket pesto. Okay, that's excellent. But then I get scorpion pepper infused oil, also from Ometepe, and just douse it with that. My gosh, rocket pesto with scorpion oil. So good. So good. I will go to Ometepe just to eat that. Scott, when you purchased your car, what was some of the issues that it had? That it had been completely destroyed in an accident and they didn't tell us. So everything in the car is broken. Everything is, no, I do not eat turtle eggs. I would never do that. It is one, it's criminal. You could be deported for that, right? Like that is go to jail and get deported level crime if someone catches you, and it's just awful to do. So please don't eat turtle eggs. I know it's a local delicacy. All the people who catch them are crooks. Anyone who sells them is a crook and bad people. They are crime rings. I know that quite often the indigenous communities do it to try to get around taxes and stuff. But there are, especially as an expat, right? There's no leniency if you were to get caught with a turtle egg. Chili peanut oil is a sub for salt. What? I don't know how that works, but chili peanut oil sounds good. I know people who eat turtle eggs. It's such a gross concept. I do eat normal eggs, but definitely won't impact the turtle population. The food here can be salty. You know, Ed, I think that might be a regional thing. Up here in Leon, we're consistently like, oh my gosh, there's no salt in anything. And we're constantly talking to our cooks here, and we're like, more salt. There's no salt in this. They're like, we're so afraid to put too much salt in. And we're like, are you, what? Like, there's so little salt. And they're like, you guys eat so much salt. And we're like, really? Like, I've never thought of myself, like, I went over 30 years without ever adding, almost 30 years, without adding salt to any food ever for like 30 years. And then they said that all the health things with salt were fabricated and it's completely fake. But I was 7 years old. I used to use a lot of salt, and my parents said to me, that's not really good for you. I'm like, oh, I didn't know. Why didn't you tell me? And I stopped eating salt because that's how I am. I was done. I'm like, oh, I don't need this. And they're like, you don't have to stop. I'm like, nope, you said it was bad. Why would I eat it? Do I like to cook? I do not. I actually really loathe cooking. It's one of those things. If I had to cook for myself, I would just always eat whatever is raw sitting in the, I've got some yogurt and a carrot. That's what I'm eating. I will not cook for myself ever. So I have my own restaurants and my own chef in the house. That's how I deal with that. Oh, my dog needs me to open the door. I'm still here. I'm just opening the door for my puppy. Somebody took her out of the room and she is sad. Hi, baby. Hi. Oh, oh my gosh. That was my injury. The dog just whacked me in my injured knee with her tail. Oh my gosh, that hurt. Jeez. Okay. Where are you? Where'd you go? Oh, she snuck around the room. How did she do that? Okay. So yeah, no, I don't cook, but I always have a private cook and my own restaurant, so I can always order whatever I want. And that's one of the reasons that I do that is because I like to eat. I enjoy food. I work a ton. I'm always busy. For me to cook is 100% always going to be taking time away from the business, taking time away from the show, taking time away from my time with the kids. I will cook for my kids when they're like, "Oh, it's midnight. I want food." Yeah, I will cook, but I will never cook for myself, and I don't enjoy it at all. I hate being in the kitchen. It makes me stressed out. So I've never really cooked much ever in my life. I baked a little when I was young, but no. It's not something I make it. Are you on the east side of the country a lot? No, really never. Like, I never go east at all. I work in Belize, and people say Belize is people in Belize are like, I had a driver in Belize, and he's like, yeah, my girlfriend's from Bluefields. I can't tell the difference. Belize and Bluefields, it's exactly the same. So I'm like, yeah, no, not my thing. Like, I see it enough in Belize. I don't need to go see it here. I will go see it here. I'm gonna go film stuff. I just need time to be able to go out there. Everybody wants to do it, but I don't really, other than recording stuff for the show and the natural. I just want to see everything. It's hard to describe when you live here how little interest there is in the east side. Everyone who isn't here yet is like, the east side must be super interesting. And when you actually live in Nicaragua, everyone's like, why would anyone ever go there? And the reality is there's some amount of in the middle, right? Like, well, it is different and interesting. There are some interesting communities out there. There are some cool things in the middle that I want to go see. But everybody on the channel is always like, oh, there's got to be so many great things out on the East Coast. You're like, there is not. It is not like that at all. It is definitely the weak part of the country. What is my favorite animal? Foxes, because they're orange and adorable. My kids make this joke. They're like, we know 3 things about my father. He likes the color orange. His favorite animal is foxes, and he over-explains everything. Have I had any interactions with a mosquito? I have, but only so far as mosquitoes who move out here, right? Which is common, right? So we have a Caribbean mosquito hostel that's like diagonal from one of my places, and we're good friends and we hang out. So they've got a lot of mosquito work there. We see them. That's about it. It's not. They're just Nicaraguan like everybody else. Did I skip anyone? Ed, I am leaving soon to be with family during the holidays. Because of your show, when I come back, I will explore Nicaragua. Have you not explored a whole lot, Ed? You've been here for a number of years. You definitely should get out. We should go somewhere and do something. We could go to Bluefields and check it out for the show. Wait, someone said, Byron said, is that normal for households in Nicaragua to have private cooks? I would say no in general. It's not common. No, it probably is. Yeah, if you're above, if you're upper middle class or above, I would say it's probably pretty common to have them. Middle class starts to get into having maids. Upper middle class will start having people who cook for them. People who we know a number of people out on the beaches who end up getting a place that have a cuidador, and often the cuidador will cook for them at least a little bit. But normally you get a cuidador who's cooking Nicaraguan food, and not all the time, and they're just going to make some things for you. Just real quick, can Nicaragua foxes be tamed for pets? As far as I know, all foxes can be tamed for pets. If you're asking if legally you can do it, yeah, go knock yourself out. My Terreno actually is full of foxes. It was actually reported by the survey. They're like, you have foxes. I'm like, nice. Yeah, upper middle class, I think pretty commonly will have people who cook. We're extreme that we typically bring in chefs to the house. We've done this a number of times. Now I think we have our forever chef. and she's really good. And part of this is we're kind of major restaurateurs in the area, so we're very into restaurants, and and we're like the whole thing. Like we're connected with chefs. We're talking to chefs all the time. We're doing different stuff. So at one point, for a long time, probably the person we had longest here in the past was a chef from one of our restaurants. And we're like, hey, you want to shift from being at the restaurant to the house? And she was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. And then the chef we have now was one of our general managers and one of our cooks. And then she left us for a while and went and ran a different hotel and restaurant, and then was like, they treat me like crap. If you would like me to come to the house, that'd be great. And we're like, okay. Like, we're really close friends and have known her for forever. And so, and she's been on the show. And so we're like, okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. When we had a maid that didn't work out, and we've had a number that are like short-lived. You're like, oh, they can't handle it, or they're full of drama or whatever. And then finally we had someone that we're really close to that was like, I just want a less stressful life. The drama on the beach is too much. And so we're like, okay, you know what you're getting into. She's like, this is nothing. And so she's loving it. Like, we're flexible. She's really good. She takes care of us. We trust her in the house. Like, she can, like we don't worry about anything with her here. So that's really good. And it's funny because we're here in Leon, and so she stays here all the time because, like, we have, our place is meant for people to live here, for staff to live here. We've and we really wanted live-in staff for the same reason that we like having security, right? Like, it's nice having extra people, not necessarily in your space, but we have a secondary building out back with extra rooms, and so, like, she doesn't stay there, but we've had staff who live back there in the past, and it's really nice because that there's that whole part of the house. There's a person back there, and they've got a TV, and they've got internet, and they live there, and so there's just activity going on, and there's always something. Just so your grounds aren't empty, and there's ears and people sleep. It's just nice knowing there's not empty space around you, right? So we've always liked that, and so quite often she'll be like, I'm just gonna crash at the house because why go all the way home? But out at the beach, she's our direct next door neighbor. Like, her house literally touches ours, which we didn't realize until recently, and so that's very funny. But we're definitely a little bit of an outlier that we have like an actual chef that can make more or less anything in the house and always do. We try very hard to be able to really accommodate disparate food situations in the house, because we're just always like wanting variety and stuff that's very difficult to do in Nicaragua. And so having a chef in the house that we can give her a recipe, like tonight, she made, I had a late breakfast, and she's like, what do you want for breakfast? I'm like, I kind of feel like lunch. I want grilled veggie tacos with a picante cream sauce. And she's like, on it. So I had these amazing grilled veggie tacos for lunch, well, breakfast sort of. And then my kids wanted kind of breakfast in the middle of the afternoon. I'm like, okay. So just a cheesy thing of cheesy breakfast potatoes and eggs. So I actually had breakfast just at lunch, and I had lunch at breakfast. It was a weird day. I don't normally do that. And then for dinner tonight, she made glazed carrots and mashed potatoes and a vegetarian meatloaf that's amazing. Now, it's my wife's recipe, right? She didn't come up with it. But so I had three. So my breakfast potatoes are pretty basic, but the tacos, fantastic. Dinner, fantastic. All this really good food throughout the day. And that variety is really important when you live here. One, we want healthy food, and having it prepared at home. And if we were to order in or anything, one, we get less healthy food. Two, it costs a whole lot more. So we don't tend to do that. It has really worked out well. I'm surprised more people don't do it. It is a bit of a pain to try to find someone who's actually a good cook and do that stuff, but certainly a number of people do that. It's not uncommon to hear about people having a cook or a chef in their house, but we definitely are an outlier overall, that we have someone 6 days a week that cleans and people who cook and a full-time guard. Like, yeah, we're a bit on the spoiled side for a lot of things. We also are, I work, my wife works, and my business partner lives here too. So we have a triple adult income property that's running businesses internationally and running a local business. All of our meetings are held here. We have staff coming in and out for work purposes all day long. So this is a hub of activity from a business perspective. So it makes a bit more sense when you think of it that way, that we're not actually being that ridiculous. A bit, yes. But one of the reasons that we have a cook is because otherwise I would have to take time away every day and cook for my kids, which would be not quality time with them, just me cooking, and time that I'm not doing valuable work stuff. And if I'm not doing that, I'm working. So having a cook that keeps me productive is not exactly not smart. It's just in the US, normally you would do that with a kitchen for a staff, a larger staff, but the idea is the same, that you would pay for a restaurant or a cafeteria or something to feed your staff. When I worked in the US, they always fed me at work so that I wouldn't leave work and I wouldn't spend time doing other things. They would do anything. This is one of the things this is terrible and great. I don't want to leave work. I don't want to stop working to go sit at a restaurant in the middle of the day. I just want to get done with my work. But I also want good food, and I do need nourishment. I don't want to give up my meals just because I'm being productive. And so I liked that I worked at like hedge funds that would send a private chef to my desk and say, "What do you want?" and make me anything and serve it to me at my desk. Because I didn't have to leave my desk, but I still got grilled salmon and all kinds of great things. And every day I'd be like, creative. This is what I want today. And they'd be like, I'm on it. Right? So it's a logical thing, but you don't think about doing it in your own home. Right? Monkey Man, do major artists come there? Not really. Once in a while you get Latin American artists that are pretty big. There was just some big show in Managua, but I don't know any of those artists. So they're yes, but not ones that you're going to care about in most cases. Do you have to fly out for larger shows? Yeah, you're going to fly to Bogota in most cases, which is easy, or Mexico City. Both get absolutely everybody, and they're really easy to get to, so not a big deal. What does the fox say? Byron, what is the cost of upper middle class in Nicaragua? Like how much a month? So to enter middle class is about, we normally say $800 a month. Upper middle class is pushing towards $2,000. Definitely more than $1,600. Probably about $2,000 for an individual would be upper middle class here. Is Amazon popular in Nicaragua? I wouldn't say it's popular, but it's easily accessible. A lot of Nicaraguans just don't shop for that kind of stuff. And a lot of Nicaraguans aren't aware of how easy it is to use and how to do it, but it's definitely used. Byron says, that's good. You have staff that won't steal your detergent. Yep. Monkey Man says, the laundry thief, clean clothes was their weakness and ultimate downfall. Nope, I'm pretty sure that the stabbing knife through their foot that broke their foot is probably what their downfall was. That and being a famous crook that got caught on camera. Also things that got them. So the story I wanted to tell you guys. So this is, I don't think I said this on the show yet at all. So a few days ago, maybe a week ago, I got a message on the community. Turns out I also got a message on LinkedIn. And then I got a text. So I got all these messages in different places, but I saw the message on the community first. And it was this girl I went to high school with, right? We were super close in high school. It was one of my best friends. She was at my wedding. We were in a band together for years. I managed to pull up pictures of us together in like Toronto in our early 20s, and we were in a band together and played internationally. And so we were super close. So I went to public school in 1990, and that's when we met. She was 13, I was 14. and we never dated or anything. Just we were always really close friends in high school, and we shared a ton of classes all the way through school, notably Spanish, right? So that was one of the things. We always had Spanish together. We always had math together, and science. We're always so those three classes I know we always had together. And like we didn't go to prom together, but we were always at the same proms. We did tons of like the running in the same crowds. So we were together like all the time, all through high school, and then for many years afterwards. And then after I got married, I ended up moving. Well, I would have stayed close with her until I moved to New York City in 2006 when I was 29, turning 30. So all through my 20s, and since I was 14. We were super close and always lived near each other. And growing up, she lived right down the street from me, right? Like, it was pretty far. You wouldn't walk, but it was really not far. And I think that's what I pay as well for maritime shipping. And so she sent me this note. She's like, hey, it's Jenny from high school. I'm like, oh my gosh, what's going on? And she's like, so I just found your YouTube channel. I'm like, okay, that's funny. And she's like, so here's the story. I'm dating a Nicaraguan guy, and he's been trying to convince me to move to Nicaragua. And he says, after a long like they've been together for a while, and they've been talking about this for a while, and she's interested. She likes international travel. She loves traveling and stuff. She has like an MBA and has her own company and stuff. Like she's pretty successful. And he's like, okay, I know you're on the fence, but I have this show from a guy from Rochester, New York. You got to watch it because I think it's going to help with it. And you know, he's from León, it turns out. And, you know, to him, she's from Rochester. And so he's like, this is like a guy from your hometown. But Rochester is an hour away, right? That's a big city up on the lake. We are from this tiny town. We're not even from a village. Both of us grew up in the country, right? We went to a high school where they took 10 combined school districts to make a single high school. And we came from different counties, but on the same road. And I grew up on a farm in the middle of freaking nowhere. And she grew up in a little house, well, a normal house, in just a plot along the highway. It's just one of those, you know, you're driving down like a medium-sized state highway, and there's just, you know, those houses in the country between things, and they're kind of ish next to each other, but it's not a village. It's just some houses that are not completely isolated. She had one of those, not a farm, but lots of yard and next to a farm, and her backyard would have gone into a farm. And so that's where we're from. But to him, she's from Rochester, and my show's from Rochester. So he goes, you got to watch this guy. He's got lots of videos, and specifically in León, I think once you see his show, it's going to help you be comfortable with the idea of moving to Nicaragua. And he turns on the show, and she's like, what? She's like, that's Scott. That's like one of my best friends from high school. And he's like, what? You know this guy? And so she immediately messages me, and she's like, so I just saw your show. That sealed the deal. We're moving to Nicaragua. And so it turns out that his family owns some land on the same beach that I'm on. Like, so she's actually moving so close to me here that we will be closer than we were growing up on the same road, going to the same high school back in New York, without even a village. So freaking hilarious that, you know, it's not halfway around the world, but really far away from where either of us grew up. And we took Spanish together, right? So for 4 years, we were probably the top 2 students, which is not saying much. We were terrible in the Spanish class, and we were some of the only ones who took all 4 years during high school, because it was the only needed 3 in New York. So the 4th year was optional. And the 4th year was Latin American studies. So a whole bunch of why I'm interested in Latin America, and I'm sure for her as well, there's a lot of this like that's where some of our desire or interest came from. So completely freaking hilarious. And she's moving directly next door to my wife's best friend's old place. So it's not super connected, right? She's not there anymore. But so like we know exactly where they're moving, exactly where their land is. Is just really funny. So she'll probably be on the show. They're coming down in a few weeks, but they're not actually moving down for like a year. But she's never been here. And hopefully I'll get a chance to see her while she's here in like, I think it's 3 weeks. But I've already got her on WhatsApp and I'm ready. But I'm like, that is some serious, like, what? And like, if you go back, it's such a tiny high school. Like, I'm from such a small place. To have any person come here, like, it's just, it's wow. I told my dad, and he's like, what? Carla says, how does Amazon work there? So it's really simple, right? So this is the way it works in most of the world outside the U.S. is you use a drop shipper. So you get a service. So I have a couple that I use, but I have one that I like. Here, it's oh gosh. I can't think of its name. Anyway, so I've got a shipping service that I use. And if you want to ship fast, they have flight by air. And if you want to go slow, they have maritime. Obviously, maritime's cheaper. And they give me an address. And I just give that address to Amazon. So now I've got it stored in Amazon, like it's that easy. And anytime I'm going to order something, you just use that address as your address. And it's 2 addresses. There's one address for if you want to do by air and one address if you want to do by maritime. You just ship there, and I just send a note by WhatsApp and say, hey, I sent you a package. Here's the shipping number, not the shipping, the tracking number so you know when it's going to come. And that's it. It just shows up, and when they get it, they just put it on a pallet, and when they have enough stuff, they put it on a boat, and down it comes, and then they ship it to you here. So it's an extra step, but it's really incredibly simple. So for me, once I set it up, NVO's Fast Track, that's the name. Once I set it up, I just ship it to them and send them a note. Say, hey, this is coming. It's so easy. And last time I like overpaid. So I have like a $3 credit on my next shipment. And that's it. It's just super easy. Mark, that's a great idea. I don't have one, but I bet I could generate one. I will work on that. Byron says, how long has it been since you've seen each other? You're talking about Jenny. I know I saw her at my wedding, but I remember my wife and I hanging out with her and her husband at the time. They weren't married yet, so I had to be like at least 6 months to a year later. We probably hung out until 2006, but I moved away and sold my house in 2006. So it's very unlikely that I've seen her since then. Once we moved away in 2006, we not intentionally broke ties, but I moved to Wall Street and our lives just exploded with, I became a senior executive on Wall Street, like out of nowhere. And so we had been small town, owned a house, recently married, in that like our old friends from high school and college stuff, we were living right in the midst of them. We moved only 11 miles from my parents' place and like 5 minutes from my wife's university. And we'd been gone a little bit and had come back. So we had like this really tight community. So I would have seen her a bit then. And then in 2006, when we moved to like actually be on Wall Street, it was like my job was so intense. And she took her first, she made a bunch of career switches, and she ended up going into pharmaceutical IT. And so she had a really intense job, and we were down there, and we got a dog, and we just never left Wall Street. Like we were so in New York City for those years that all of that group of friends, pretty much, we didn't lose contact, but we stopped being able to see them. And we've never gone back. And my father moved to directly next door to the house we used to have. He's not out on the farm anymore. A lot of people moved into the city or whatever. So, a lot of them still see each other, and we're all still like, we all still get along great. It's just our lives diverged so dramatically all of a sudden that we basically, and like in her case, like we haven't spoken in 18 years probably. But we've also always been really close. It was just, now I'm not living there. Nothing, there's just not a lot of overlap in life. And now it's going to be like, she's going to be part of my ecosystem way more here than she probably was in high school. Oh, that's probably hard, but very similar. And it's like, oh my gosh, it's like getting this piece of my childhood back all of a sudden, and it's going to be really interesting having her back in that way. So it's very exciting because we really were together all the time in high school. Like, I mean, one of my 5 closest friends probably in high school. TJ says my address tax free for my shipper. Yep. Yeah, if you do the maritime shipping, there's no taxes, so it's actually cheaper than picking up in the U.S. and paying the taxes. Can I recommend a shipper from Canada to Nicaragua? Unfortunately, Mark, I don't know one. I'm not sure who would be needed. I gotta read something real fast. Oh gosh, okay. So just reading notes from someone. We'll definitely be able to rekindle our friendship. No worries there. I mean, we've been talking now since she's like, oh my gosh, we're just sharing information and stuff. So we're, I mean, one of her reasons for moving down is that we're going to be down the street. She's like, oh my gosh, we're going to have like a social circle as soon as we get there. Like, it's a big deal. What about import duties on your shipper? It's been none, right? Like, there's a flat rate per pound, and that's it. Now, I'm mostly shipping small stuff. I'm not shipping anything that has special duties, just the normal. So we'll see. I'm planning on, I think really soon, I'm going to ship in a roadcaster and a bunch of microphones and stuff. We'll see how that ends up going. I did get the fly out of the wine. Yeah, so I'm planning on shipping in that. I'm probably going to ship in a camera. I'm going to try a couple different things and make sure that it really is as easy. I'm hoping that MPB won't give me any problems. They've been a little bit weird about shipping to certain addresses in the past. They're like, we're not going to ship out of the country. I'm like, it's a camera. It's a used camera. Why do you care? TJ says I shipped 2 TVs and 2 monitors and a computer with no import duty. Yeah, I wouldn't expect on those things to have an import duty. Computer could maybe, but it's mostly like switches, routers, that kind of stuff. What have I thought about shipping that might have? I think it's mostly the networking gear. There's not too much that I want to ship that would actually have a duty. We'll see. I'm really hopeful I can get the Roadcaster, and that's big enough. I don't want to bring that in luggage or anything. But it's such a big purchase to be like, let's test it out. But I would be worried about my computer too. Like anything really big, it's nerve-wracking, but that's why I went so far. I mean, I've only used them a little bit, but NVO's Fast Track was really good. So I started with air freight so that I could get it quickly and know that everything was good. But I want to try the maritime because obviously it's cheaper and see how that works. So I'm waiting for the Black Friday deals, and then I'm planning on grabbing a bunch of stuff on Amazon probably and shipping it down and testing it out. Plus, I've got stuff waiting for me in the States. Some things I want to carry down. I've got like new lenses, like I use series snipers, and I'm not on one now. We're on a Fujinon right now, but these snipers are fantastic, and I have the full set of these that existed when I got them, but since then, 2 more have come out, which is great because at least one of them is going to be super useful for the show. So they're waiting for me, and I get them in sets. They come in cases and everything. So I'm excited, but I want to bring those down manually. I don't want anyone shipping that. Like, it's just not for good camera stuff. But the Rodecaster, that's pretty resilient. That's just an electronic board. And the microphones, that should all be good. And none of those are not things that get questioned ever by customs. So I think that'll be a good test for like a big box of stuff. This is how much wine we have left. I'm actually kind of slow on this. Carlos says you should do more videos with other expats. I like the one you did with Elton. I know, I like doing that. So Elton's not technically an expat. Jimmy said he'll do some. Brent was willing to come on the live stream tonight, but he's only been here a couple days. Once he's had a little bit more time in the country, I'm going to get him on the show. When Jenny moves down, I'm definitely going to get her on the show. She'll be super popular. I'm going to get, I've got some people who I've already interviewed that I just haven't put together a video for yet that I'm so late on. I'm going to get John from Tesoro on the show. He's been wanting to do it, and we just haven't been able to make connections that make sense, partially just because of my knee. And trying to think. There's a number. We're going to get Jillian on the show at some point. She's been super busy. New house, all that kind of stuff. Everyone moves down and is super busy. We should get TJ on the show. He was out here recently. We got to hang out. RIP my power and internet. Sorry, TJ. Getting expats on the show is really interesting. And I'm trying to get Marcella on the show more. Hopefully she can do that soon. She's been stuck with a lot of things, and she's got a move going on, but she should be moved here to Leon very soon, and hopefully be able to come back and do the show in the relatively near future. But yeah, getting people on the show is fun. And I was hoping my wife was going to join me tonight. I talked to her. I'm like, hey, you could be on the live stream. And she was kind of like, yeah, and then she didn't show up. Sometimes she just pops in and surprises me, and I'll be like, oh, I didn't think you were going to be on, and then she is. But then other times she just doesn't. So I haven't been able to get her on in a while. We have a fair number of people still on. This is awesome. This is the latest for those who are interested. We have gone longer on the live stream, but we've never gone later on the live stream. This is by far the latest we have ever done. I don't think we've ever crossed the midnight barrier before. Ed says New York City has us on extreme COVID lockdown. Oh, had us on extreme COVID lockdown. It made me very lazy. Nicaragua was one of the few places I was able to purchase a seat on a private jet and visit. The rest is history. Oh, that's funny. You know, it's funny. I got here on a private jet as well during COVID. That was we had to come down at the time that we did, and so wait. It just thinks, what time is it there? 3:30 p.m. here. Where are you? 3:30 p.m. Where could you be? We're going to find you. 3:30 p.m. Are you in, like, Tokyo? Oh, you're in South Korea. Okay, cool. I was pretty close. It's a midnight here. So we're on the late side, but not crazy. The power here is so unstable. We've been good. Granada. When I was in Granada, it was crazy unstable. Always tough in Granada. Everything sucks in Granada. That's the moral of the story. It wasn't bad. I liked living there. It led me to Nicaragua, but it almost kept us from moving here because of just Granada. It's funny because we didn't like the drama in Granada that we moved here and we ended up on the beach. And the beach is so much drama. It is crazy amounts of drama. Like it's impossible to explain. And it's mostly the expats. The locals certainly have a lot of drama, but the expats, it's something. But that's Granada has expat drama. Tons of expat drama. I don't know quite what the logic is that Granada is too touristy, so they just don't care about the power out there like they do about other places, but it's a bit of a mess. I'm surprised they haven't gotten that better over the years. The wine's getting better as it breathes. It's taking the edge off. It's just a little bit sharp up until this last bit. So Itchithix, where in South Korea are you? You're not in Seoul, are you? Are you someplace interesting? Oh yeah, it wouldn't be an issue if the internet didn't go out. Yeah, Claro. Gotta love Claro. I have Claro for my cell service now, and thanks Claro, they block their app for re-upping the service from American phones. Yeah. Ed says a good life here with a companion is $4,000 to $6,000 a month. I mean, maybe in San Juan del Sur. Up here in Leon, you can have a pretty good life for more like 3 to 4. Like, and even a little bit below 3 if you need to. At 6,000, you'd have a lot of buying power, even for 2 people. You know. Now, if you're having, if you want to keep separate places, right? Okay, but the power doesn't go out long enough to affect anything but the internet. Oh, that's okay. Well, I mean that's good, but unfortunately, it's the internet not in your house. Only got a little bit longer at this place, and maybe the next place will have better internet. Where are you looking at going? Do you have any idea? Are you just kind of staying in Granada, just move to a different place, or are you looking at going to a different area? Ishithik says, not particularly interesting to most people, but I like it. Small city called Seosan. Nice. I'm going to look that up. Let's see where that is. Oh, let's see if I can get the... Let's see. Everybody ready? Boom! People like when I do this. Seosan, South Korea. Come on. Oh, kind of near the water. I mean, a lot of Korea is near the water, but interesting area for sure. Is Ed talking about Nicaragua? He is. He's talking about San Juan del Sur. TJ says, I'm going to find a new place around Granada. So, Itchethix, where are you originally from? How did you find that city? That's always my interesting thing. When you find a new, out of the way, interesting place. Like, I mean, Leon, Nicaragua is definitely how did you find that, right? Granada, not impressed. I did like the Restaurant Row. Restaurant Row in Granada is very nice. The museums are cool. I used to get breakfast at the Chocolate Museum. That's kind of cool. I really like Pizza Valle. I'm going to mention it all the time. TJ, have you been to Pizza Valle? Like, you don't live in Granada if you're not eating at Pizza Valle. Pizza Valle is in... Oh, what is the name of the plaza? Oh, TJ, you got to go. You got to go support them. You got to make sure they're still in business because I'm not coming back to Granada if I can't get pizza there. Last time I was there, Josie Marr convinced me to go to some pizza place. He's like, this is the best pizza. And like so many people on my channel have raved about it. I'm like, okay, let's go check it out. And the pizza was terrible. I'm not going to say where it was, but it was terrible. It was on the stretch and like all these people talking about it. I'm like... I know the best pizza place in Nicaragua. The pizza's fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. And I gave it up to go to this place, and it's crap. It's not as good as Hollywood. It's not as good as Valenti's. It's not as good as Oasis. It's not as good as the place in Ciudad Sandino. It's not as good as random places. It's not as good as street pizza. It is better than Sua's pizza, which they just put ketchup on bread here. They're disgusting, but... That's the new thing. Sua has the contract at the stadium, and they do Little Caesars, and it's just Little Caesars bread with ketchup on top. They don't have sauce. It's so nasty. I can't believe it. It says, I do not know how you relate to expats. Are you talking to me? I don't relate to expats. I think that's the secret. But yeah, Pizza Valle. Hold on. We're gonna find Pizza Valle. Here we are on the map. Come on. Oh, look, Granada comes right up. There it is. So we'll back up a little bit. So according to this, still in business. So hopefully you can see this, TJ. So that's right on the main road, east-west, across the north side of town. So you come into town from Managua, you go past the turnoff, just 2 blocks, and I forget the name of the plaza, but you zoom in. It's next to the La Colonia, next to Budget Rent-A-Car. It's this weird building you go into. This makes it look like it's on the front of the building. It is not. You go into the building. And this pizza, it doesn't look like anything special from the pictures. And there's only 4 photos. But it's just this little nondescript little place inside the building. The pizza is, I'm overselling it, but you got to go get the pizza. If nothing else, go support it. But they are my pizza place. I have been raving about them for a decade. I used to go there all the time. I would walk there from my house, which is a long walk, and get pizza and walk it back home because we didn't have Petito's job back then. And it is the taste of Nicaragua to me. And there's a little pizza shop in the middle of freaking nowhere in Panama that is the pizza of Panama for me. Okay. Itchithick says, from Virginia. Crazy, but I landed here essentially by happenstance. That's always the best. Because I was looking for a job that would let me get out of the States for a while. After lots of crummy interviews, the school that sounded good ended up being in this little city I'd never heard of. Okay, very cool. Figured if I hated it, I could just leave. I've been here since 2010. Nice. That's, I could totally see going to teach at a little school in South Korea and getting sucked in. That could be a thing. What do you teach at a school? On my final contract, though, time to move on. Part of how I ended up watching this channel. Very interesting. Excellent. I am all about those kinds of living experiences. Like, we found a little house in downtown Baița, Mureș, Romania. One of the best things ever, right? Well, the house wasn't so small. 3-bedroom, medium-sized house, right? Normal house. A little plot in the middle of a tiny little village, in the middle of a tiny little unknown county in Transylvania, and along with, from a what feels like home perspective, obviously Nicaragua feels like home the most. That little village in Romania is up there in my how much I could walk back into that village today and be like, boom, I just feel so freaking comfortable. Along with our tiny little village in Greece. Those have the most kind of home feel to me. Spain is my favorite, but it didn't feel quite as much at home as Romania and Greece. There was a personal connection that was a little bit more. And one of my best friends is from that village in Romania now, so I have a more of a personal connection to the village. But Greece, I don't know. There was something in the This is like an ABBA movie, right? There was something in the air that night. But that's kind of how Greece felt. There was magic in the air, and probably more than any place, that is the place I miss. I miss that house. I miss my kids at that age. I miss the adventure of being on Crete for the first time. Crete is so magical. I could so easily go back. At the distance that I am, we've talked about getting a house in Spain. We've talked about getting a house in Italy. I almost feel like Greece might end up winning out at some point to get a European vacation home. We lived in this tiny little village of Prines outside of Rethymno, and we went back in 2019 and stayed. So I lived there in 2016 and came back in 2019 early in the year. Nicaragua I lived in 2015. I came back here late in 2019. And it's true that coming back here in late 2019, that was my trigger. Oh, we got to move to Nicaragua. And we did, and we absolutely love it. But that gap from living there in 2016 and returning, Greece is actually where I moved from Nicaragua, unless you count Texas. I lived in Texas slightly, briefly in between, like a month. Something about Prines, I don't know, I can't put my finger on it. It was so remote and so tiny, and yet just felt so good. Really, really I don't know. I don't know how to describe island life in Greece. But going back in 2019, we were only gone for this. It was such a small window when we went back, and we stayed for weeks when we went back. And I did most of the filming for Take Flight with Scott was filmed during that time, returning to Greece months before we came back to Nicaragua. And man, there's a part of me that just I need to be in Greece from time to time. Ed says most expat IQs are 25% of yours. Well, thank you. Mine is only slightly higher than average. Itchethek says on my final contract, yes, teach English at a public elementary school. Very cool. Well, hopefully Nicaragua is very, very different from South Korea. I'd love to visit South Korea. I don't know when I'm going to make it there. That's a difficult place to go. My kids definitely want to go to Japan. They would like to go to South Korea, but it's not one of their must-sees, I don't feel. They really want to go to China. I really want to go to China. I got a bunch I want to do there. I really want to see South Korea, of course, but Japan and China kind of outweigh it in our things we got to do. And we're definitely going to do a long turn in Southeast Asia coming up at some point, including Malaysia, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam. But that's maybe 2 years away. We've been trying to figure out what we're going to do with some travel with the kids, and they've pretty much settled in South America, just what makes sense right now. So Ed says, how was Argentina? So Argentina was freaking fantastic, like truly, truly good. But, my favorite thing about Argentina is how great it was, and that when we were done after 2 weeks, I was like, this was one of the places that really made me wonder, is Nicaragua the right place, right? I went to Guatemala in 2022 with Yvonne, and Yvonne said when we got to Guatemala, she's like, I knew it. You were going to get to Guatemala and fall in love and want to move away from Nicaragua, and I didn't, right? But Guatemala is my number 2 choice. Like, it's a good second choice, and it was a great experience of like, oh my gosh, it's so comforting to know that if for some reason I can't stay in Nicaragua, that I could go to Guatemala and be almost as happy. Like, Guatemala's fantastic. I love it. So, and I know I've driven a lot of people to Guatemala over the years because I'm so passionate about how great it is. Like, it's amazing. And I've gotten to be back, and I know I'm going to be back hopefully in the next few weeks. It's looking less likely it'll happen in December, but I'm hoping by January that I might be in Guatemala again. And even if just briefly, I especially love the city. I'm working towards one of my life goals is to end up with an apartment in Guatemala City. That is very much on my life goals list, right? I love Guatemala City. And my kids have it on their list as one of the places they're considering moving to. They're also considering Santo Domingo, Los Altos de Santo Domingo in Nicaragua. And they've kicked around Cusco, Peru. Those are the 3 places that have kind of come up, and they're kind of like, okay, Buenos Aires could be a consideration, but they haven't been there yet. But I think my favorite takeaway from Argentina was, wow, Argentina is great, but in no way does it make me question my decision of being in Nicaragua. That was like such a great takeaway that, because I was there with Valentina, who moved to Buenos Aires. And she's like, she moved from, she had Mexico City that she had lived in. She lived in Merida. She grew up in Cancun. Her family's from Guadalajara. So she has like this pretty broad Mexican experience, grew up in Mexico. She's been in Guatemala with me. She's been in Europe. She's been in the U.S. And she went to Argentina a few times and made the choice to move to Argentina. So we were down there for her wedding. We got to hang out, and which was fantastic. And hopefully she's going to be in Colombia and Bolivia with me, but we'll see if that works out. But that's the hope. In the next few weeks, she may be doing some stuff with me. And real quick, Ed, which beautiful old building is falling apart? Where? Going down and seeing her and experiencing her Buenos Aires and walking all over. I mean, what a great city. And let me tell you, like, if I was going to be in like the western suburbs, I wouldn't be sad. There was especially some of the like, oh my gosh, it's like little British villages, except in Argentina. Like, what a cool combination. Like, I like a lot of like old British village stuff, like pubs and the little communities and cute little streets. Argentina's got that stuff. Like European in ways you would never expect. Like, it is yeah, that's your impression of Buenos Aires. Yeah, no, that's true. But like San Isidro. San Isidro, Argentina has like this like nearly British village feel, but it's Argentina. And like, whoa, what a freaking cool combination of cultures and styles and stuff. Because like you picture Buenos Aires, well, maybe you don't, but I picture Buenos Aires as being very French, very continental Europe, very big, deep city. And it is, and it's amazing. But this like outskirts was so not what I was expecting. Very, very, just wow. A lot of cool stuff. But none of it made me go, ooh, Nicaragua's the wrong place. I should have been in Argentina. No. If I needed to live in Argentina, would I be sad? No, Argentina's fantastic. And I can't wait to go back with my kids. I can't wait to go to Mendoza. I want to go to a whole bunch of cities. There's a bunch of stuff I flew over that looked really amazing. I want to go see Salta. I want to get down south and see some of the like really extreme stuff and the glaciers and all that. Like Argentina's got so much to offer. But Buenos Aires is a metro. Wow. Like that was wow. Had a lot of wow. There's a tango club. That was so good. Love the tango club. Not dancing, just tango music, like just live tango music. It's kind of like a jazz club with a Latin flair. Totally my vibe. 100% my vibe. And wine everywhere. Everybody's drinking wine and eating cookies and coffee all the time. There are so many of my things are Buenos Aires things. I love big cities. I love coffee culture and cafe culture. I love wine culture. I love the like live music. But my favorite live music stuff is like jazz type stuff. And Argentina just nails my style, like lounge music and jazz and the tango and we went to like tango dance clubs that were like underground. They're not really underground, but felt like underground clubs. Like so cool. I did tons of walking of the city, and it's so big. There's like endless amounts to explore. It was impressive. Everything except for the area around there's like this like dock area where they have like all these paper like it's very touristy and it's absolute garbage and should be burned to the ground because it ruins the city. Tango Club where the horses came out. No, I didn't go to that. I went to an underground place that doesn't open until like 1 o'clock in the morning and only serves vegetarian food and wine. That is my jam. Honestly, the food wasn't very good. But the wine and that it's a vegetarian place, I'd go all the time. That would be my thing. Like, what are you doing? It's Tuesday night. I'd be like, tango. This is what we're doing, people. We're doing tango. No, I liked it, and I'm going to be back really soon, and my kids are really looking forward to it. And it's a city with stories. It's just so much like really, really interesting, really cool. Highly recommended. Anyone who's looking for like trying to figure out, and that's why I did my, places in Latin America that you have to experience. When you're trying to figure out, it's if you don't go to Buenos Aires, you're definitely missing out on an entire potential aspect of the Latin American experience. It's fantastic. It really was, but it's not quite the right vibe for me. Certainly I loved it, but even of places in South America I've spent time, I'd put it maybe second or third on my list. I'm not sure if I'd put it ahead or behind La Paz. I definitely would put it behind Cochabamba. Cochabamba, Bolivia, right now is my leading place that I've spent time in South America. If you said you have to move to South America now, that's where I would go. I really want to check out Santiago. I think it's got a lot of potential. I'm hoping to be in Bogota very soon, a couple weeks. That's got a ton of potential. Medellin, I think, would have been great a number of years ago, but did you see the pink White House? I saw it, but I didn't go in. They have a 30-line boulevard? Oh, yes. Yes, I've been on that boulevard. Yeah, I know what you mean. A 30-lane boulevard. It's said to be the widest street in the world. There's some cool stuff in Buenos Aires. There's no doubt. If you want Europe and Latin America, they knock it out of the park. They really do. That's actually my biggest complaint. It's too Europe for me. I can't quite do that much Europe. I lived in Europe for a while, and the things, there's a lot that I love in Europe. And like, I love Paris. Paris is a great city, but if you were like, hey, you've got to live in Paris, I'd be like, Paris? I can make it work. I can be happy, but no, Paris is not, it's a completely different place. Rome and Madrid, those are my European cities. Madrid is like my general case best city. Rome, I'm just home. When I'm in Rome, I just fit in. I don't know what it is about Rome. It's so funny because if you'd have asked me 20 years ago, Rome, I'd be like, I don't even know if I want to visit. Like, no, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, of course I want to see it, but Rome, really? Even within Italy, Rome's not a city. I'm not like Milan more interesting, Turin definitely more interesting. I would have thought Venice. Venice is the worst. So the funny thing is, 20 years ago, that's probably accurate. You'd ask me like, what's the best thing in Italy? I've been like, oh, it's got to be Venice. What's the most boring thing? It's got to be Rome. It's got to be the most oversold. Going to Italy and having lived in Italy, Venice is like, it's not, if you're 2 minutes outside of Venice, don't go those 2 minutes. It's not worth it. Nothing is more important to avoid. But Rome it's magic. Like, it is the eternal city. People actually live there. And it's actually this amazing, livable, perfect city. It's messy and awesome. And the food and the I don't even care about the ruins or the museums or the history. Ignore all of that and only focus on restaurants and apartments and cobblestone streets and walking along the river and going to the theater and just normal everyday thing. And Rome it's awesome. Every bit of it is awesome. And then the fact that there is the Roman Empire sprinkled throughout the city is just icing on a really amazing cake. I love Rome. I could live there in a heartbeat. And it's funny how little time I've actually spent there, how much I can navigate the city blindfolded. I walk everywhere. I feel so incredibly comfortable in Rome. Like, there's no city that I just fit into the way that I fit into Rome. Guatemala City is probably a close second. I get off the airport there and I'm just like, whoo, I feel very home in Guatemala City. But Rome is something. Madrid and much of Spain does have bullfighting, which I really, really hate. Really hate that. Obviously, as a vegetarian, definitely not in support of bullfighting. How's everybody doing at 1 a.m. Central Time? This is impressive. We are going late here. I haven't finished my wine, so we got to keep going. We're keeping Ed up late. He's on the same time zone as me. We just topped 400 views, which is not any kind of record, but it's a good solid number. And I want to point out, one, our power stayed on the whole time. That's normal. But our internet, 0 problems tonight. No one mentioned a problem, and there's no, like, I've had no warnings from any system. The chat had problems. That's got to be a YouTube problem. But we're on the new YouTube channel, and I did turn down the data rate. And the combination, for whatever, it's been solid. TJ says he's good. All right, let's go. Janet she's working, so she's like, whatever. We went to Spain when I was 12 and went to a bullfight, and we walked out when we saw what was happening. Well, yeah, I don't go to bullfights. I have been to the running of the bulls, but that's a bit different because it's just bulls hurting people, which is perfect for me. I do find bulls hurting people fun because you're stupid. I went and saw the running of the bulls in Arcos de la Frontera. That was really cool. Somewhere I've got some footage of it, just a tiny bit, but it was a fun thing. Arcos de la Frontera, first place I ever had sangria in Spain. That was a cool city. I did really enjoy that, but I've got some cool memories there. But Cadiz was really cool. Really enjoyed Cadiz. And Sevilla. Cordoba, I have a restaurant that I really like, Rubio's. If anyone's going to be in Cordoba, definitely stop by Rubio's and get tapas. But Janet gets me. You feel me. I'm just seeing an ad that just popped up on something. Some mixture of Grammarly and Atlassian. It's not going to motivate me to get Atlassian. Does Atlassian know that they're hurting themselves? I mean, Atlassian kind of went down the tubes years ago. I guess it doesn't matter. TJ says, I don't like Paris at all. You know, there's parts of Paris, touristy Paris did not hit me. But when I got out and just wandered Paris and like got really far afield from the tourist stuff, I really did enjoy it. I love the parks and little tiny restaurants and shops. I mean, I'm not saying that Paris is a top choice or anything. Totally not. But I managed to, because I go walk around cities a whole lot. Once I was really exploring Paris, I found it to be quite charming, and there was a lot of neighborhoods where I was like, oh, if I had a little apartment over here, and I could, this would be cool. Now, of course, I don't know how much those apartments cost, right? Like that's always a problem. Like, oh, that's $1 million. No, that's great. No. But it was, We did do a number of museums in Paris. That was cool. One of my favorite things, it has to be my favorite thing ever, was we were in Paris, and while we were there, how loud is that clicking, by the way? Valentina, my CEO, at the time, she was new with the company. So I was in Paris in 2019, and that's got a lot of time on me. I lived in or around Manhattan from 2006 to 2010. So I put in basically 4 years in Manhattan that was based right there, and that was enough for me. I like New York. It's got a lot going for it, but it's not my city either. Growing up in the Buffalo area, it's really hard for us to actually connect with New York City. There's a lot of New York City that I really like. There is. When I come in by train, and that was like having a place that I could just commute by train through New York was cool. I really did like it. I could have stayed there for a long time. I'm glad I didn't. I think everyone should be there a little bit, but so Valentina, this is, oh my gosh, where did that come from? 2019, so this is 5 years ago. So she was pretty new with the company because she's only 27 now. So she was like 22 then. I think we hired her at 22. So she had been with the company for like 6 months. And so she was very young, and she was a graphic artist. She was not a manager. She was a graphic artist. Now she's the CEO. And she had artwork on tour at the Palais de Tokyo Modern Art Museum in Paris. And she wasn't able to go to Paris. She was living in Mexico City at the time. And so we were in Paris, and we're like, oh my gosh. So we went to the museum and saw her work and took pictures of her work on display and sent it to her and stuff. And that was so cool. First of all, the museum it's cool. But seeing her work on display at the Palais de Tokyo was, wow. It was so freaking cool. That was amazing. And it's easy to forget that happened. And now she lives in Buenos Aires and is a CEO. And she lives her life did not go the way that she was expecting. She had the funniest experience that she got hired on the street in Cancun when she was 22 and just ended up in the right place at the right time, talked to the right person, happened to meet the person who was our CEO back then. He was in Cancun, and they're like, oh, you speak English really well? Oh, you're a graphic artist? We need a graphic artist. You want to send a portfolio? Oh, and she had just lost her job as like a tour guide or something, and she was planning on moving to Mexico City in like a week and living with an aunt and just figuring out what to do. And that was her life plan. She was like, I'm going to move to Mexico City and try to be an artist in the big city with nothing. And ended up at a food cart in Cancun and ended up talking to Americans in line. And they're like, hey, send a portfolio to this email address. And we were like, this is fantastic. Let's hire her at 22 remotely. And she sent me a note a few days later, and she's like, so I know I got hired in Cancun, but would it be okay if I moved to Mexico City? And we're like, yeah, sure, we don't care. And it was completely random that you were in Cancun. And then, like a few weeks later, she told me the story. She's like, so here's my story. I was about to move to Mexico City. I'd given up everything. I was planning on moving. And then this job fell in my lap. And so I moved to Mexico City without needing to find a job. So she just moved to Mexico City with good income and a solid job and like a career. And so her life changed so fast. And so she moved in with her aunt only long enough to go look for an apartment. Then she went and got an apartment. She's like, I have a salaried job from America, so I'm good to go. And so she just went and got an apartment and lived in Mexico City, and her life changed so rapidly through that process. And so very funny story. And by the way, guys, I'm going to go. I'm still drinking the wine. My camera, I'm just noticing, has finally gotten to the point where it's giving me a low battery warning. But that doesn't mean it's about to shut off. But when it shuts off, we'll call it a night, whenever that is. So that could be in a few seconds. It could be a while. But at the moment, it has turned red, and it was full. I don't have another battery nearby. I totally forgot to get that ready in my scramble. But it's been run. I mean, we're just about to hit 7 hours, and it's on the first battery still. So it has earned its night. But when it goes, we're going to go. What an adventure like that whole thing ended up being. And I love that I got to be like part of her adventure in this vicarious way of like her moving to Mexico City and completely changing her life. And she ended up all kind of, like, just you can imagine all the changes that come in life from I was, early 20s, no clue what she was going to do with her life. And then ended up with a foreign company, moving to Mexico City, getting all this flexibility. And then she was a manager within like 2 years. When 2022, when I went to Guatemala, I remember the conversation with her on the phone that she was like, I'd kind of like to go to Guatemala. That does sound cool. And I'm like, well, you're an approver for vacations. Just approve your vacation and approve their flight. Like you're the boss. And so she went down under her own approval by 2022. So that was only 3 years. So I think she's just coming up on 6 years with the company now. I need to ask her tomorrow. And then now she's been CEO since March or something. So most of a year and moved to Buenos Aires. So she's lived in Cancun, Mérida, Mexico City, and Buenos Aires twice, because she lived in Buenos Aires for 6 months. Is that right? I'm not sure if that's correct. Pretty sure she did that for like 6 months and then moved back, and then now is permanent. Yeah, wild. Okay, Ed says I stayed at the original Ritz. That was amazing. That's pretty cool. TJ says the only good for pictures and museums. The city, I don't like it. Ed says I lived in Manhattan for 20 years, so it takes a lot to impress me. Ed says I'm like you. Whenever I visit a new place, I want to move there. That is totally me. Every new place is an evaluation. Do I want to move here? And I almost always kind of want to move there, but do I want to move there more than where I am? That's the test. New York City is a hellhole. Good to make money, which becomes addicting. That is pretty much where I am. You know what? So part of my thing is I kind of like shitty places. Not Nicaragua's not shitty, but there's a bit like it's poor. There's struggles. That's part of the fun. New York City's like that, right? There's like this rough around the edges, like very rough around the edges. There's so much like old decrepit buildings. There's so much like in some ways New York City's always coming apart at the seams. That's part of the charm. Like that's part of the super cool everything. So Lesio says, "How was the rain today?" I've been so almost all of the real rain was while I was doing the live stream, so I actually don't know. It was heavy for a bit, and you could hear it on the microphone, but mostly I don't know. It seemed okay. TJ says, Scott, what do you do with your old computers when you upgrade? So I rarely upgrade. I really do run them into the ground. I think I'm going to get a new Mac Mini. I'm on the M1, which I got just before we left the US, so I've had it for 4 years. It still feels to me like a new computer, and it runs fantastic, but it's actually from 2020? Must be. Yeah, got it in 2020. So it's coming up on 4.5 years old. I want to get the new M4 and more RAM, the 24 gig, and a bigger drive, and I'll really make use of that. But this one runs so well, like it's still the best desktop in the company, even though it's that old. I'll probably keep it and use 2 desktops here and like set it up over here. But if I get to a point where I'm not going to do that with it, or maybe that just is too much work, it will go to one of my staff, because I do have staff who need computers or need upgrades. So that often happens. I have so this laptop that if I switch over, the laptop that's showing this stuff is a Linux-based Acer, which is quite nice, with a really fast Ryzen processor. It's nothing crazy, but it's a really nice laptop. If that gets to the point where it's long in the tooth, it'll go to one of my employees, because I have a lot of employees here in Nicaragua. So there's always someone who could benefit from an upgraded computer. So that's kind of how I deal with it. I always need a bunch of computers. So I've got a laptop right here that I'm touching. That's a Windows. I go a little bit farther. I've got my good Mac. That's my workhorse. I've got this Linux-based machine right here. So right here, I've got 3 laptops: a super low-end Windows, a mid-range Linux, and a high-end MacBook Air. And then I've got my desktop. That's a MacBook. And then I like to have a Windows machine. I think what I'll probably do is put the Mac M1 back here and power the monitor with it and use it for a bunch of alternative stuff, and then have get a new M4 Mac Mini that powers my Mac, because that's where I need to do my editing and stuff. And I think that combination will work pretty well. And then I can run, I own compressor. I can put that on it, and it'll use all 3 of my Macs for doing video rendering much faster. That's pretty cool. And I'm going to at least one of these laptops is going to go to someone in the company pretty soon. We don't need quite this many. Technically, this one right here is my daughter's laptop, and she's always like, no, my old one has all my stuff. I don't want to move. And I'm like, okay. So I use it for stuff, but I don't actually need it. So I have a little bit too much here. But with the newest updates to Final Cut, I may not need CapCut anymore, which is one of the reasons I was using stuff, because there was CapCut things, but now CapCut works on the Mac really well. So I don't know. I don't know if I need anything else. I like to keep a little Windows machine just for when something stupid requires Windows. I can have it. But there's always a video game machine I can use. I've never built a Hackintosh. I feel like if you're going to do Mac, you want to be in the Mac system. And I don't think you can build Hackintoshes anymore since they went to the ARM system. Like the whole point is the hardware. So building something is weird. I am getting close. I'm really interested in that case you have. I'm really interested in building a new gaming PC pretty soon. The one that I have works well, but it's super flaky and okay. So it works well when the games run, but it will randomly like shut off or freeze, and then you have to wait 24 hours to use it again. And it's like, dear Lord. And my kids play video games. Like, that's a huge part of their lives. So we always have to have a really good gaming machine so that we can all play games. Which, by the way, last night the kids spent the night playing Little Kitty Big City, which they said is excellent. Ed from Queens says, Queens is very cool. It's such a melting pot and very diverse place. I can see Queens being pretty cool. TJ says you can still build them, I do believe. Yeah, and that's the Hackintosh. I think you can get it to work, but I think you end up with an Intel-based system, which just sucks. Like, I wouldn't use a Intel-based Mac from Apple. I definitely don't want a third-party built. Okay, there's a gecko right here yelling at me, but I can't see him. The only reason that I use a Mac at all is because I want the Mac hardware. I don't want the Mac software. I do use Final Cut. Okay, but if I didn't have that, I would not have. If I didn't have Mac, I wouldn't have gotten on Final Cut. I'd be on DaVinci. Because I'm on Mac everywhere, I have the Final Cut that I purchased, and that's been fantastic, right? Like, that makes the show possible to do and a bunch of stuff. But I only switched over to Mac because I wanted the original Apple M processor, and boy, it's been good, right? So good being on this ARM systems. So it was a good decision, and saved a ton of money, like so much cheaper than being on anything else, and lasts for so long. But yeah, time potentially for a new one. And since I use iPhone, that has proven to be, that's been really good. Like, I'm so not an Apple Mac guy. Like, I'm just not. But because I have an Apple Watch, and because I have an iPhone, and because I have a Mac, and I have a Mac laptop, it was like each one is like, okay, each time I stick with it, it gets better and better, and they work together really, really well. So my wife and kids and Paul were all on iPhones, and Valentina were all on iPhones, and my kids have iPads, and I'm going to get an iPad. I've wanted one for a long time. They finally came out with a model that just makes sense for me. I'm going to get an iPad mini, the latest model that's brand new. It's perfect for me. It's going to do exactly what I need. So I'm going to get that finally. I haven't had my own iPad in, 10 years, maybe more. My kids were really little when I last had an iPad, and I love them, and there hasn't been one that like hits that sweet spot for me. There finally is. And I have the Apple HomePod, which I actually really like for playing music. I love how it sounds. I love how cute it is, and I hit music. And I'll go on Epidemic Sound because I pay for that, and I'll always be like playing music, silly like jazz from this, and that's great. And putting it together has been really, really good. So I'm kind of into the ecosystem now, and I don't love any one particular piece of it so much, but when you put them all together, they really actually do a bunch of really cool things together. I would love the AirTags. I actually don't have any. I don't really have anything I need to track necessarily, but I love the idea. I put it on my dog or something. It says, can you edit the YouTube videos on a PC? So I can. If the task was, hey Scott, the challenge is drop Mac and move to a PC, okay. I'd move to an Acer like this with Ryzen processors. I'd run Ubuntu Linux. And for video editing, I'd use DaVinci Resolve. And it would be fine, right? I also have CapCut, which I pay for, that I'd really like to phase out. Like, I just don't need one extra tool. But it does a few things that nothing else has, but Final Cut keeps adding stuff, so it's catching up. But I can't use Final Cut that I use on a PC, so that is annoying. But you put some in your computer so you could track it on its way here. Okay, that's kind of cool. I like that. Never thought of using it that way. That is totally a thing. Final Cut I'm really happy with, and I would hate to give that up. And Apple knows that, right? They're like, we built an entire hardware ecosystem around you being addicted to Final Cut. So we made Final Cut absolutely amazing, and it went to Final Cut 11 yesterday, so I have a new version. And all the add-ins for it are only for Final Cut, so I'm really stuck in the ecosystem now. And I've learned it so well that I can just kind of do everything in Final Cut. I mean, who uses it more than me? Only full-time editors, right? So I really have become well-versed in Final Cut, and it runs so well on the Apple ecosystem. And one of the reasons I'm getting the iPad is that the new recently Final Cut runs on the iPad. So I can get the iPad and my Mac desktop and my Mac laptop all running Final Cut. Then I can go sit on the couch with my kids while they're playing video games and I'm just going to get the iPad mini. I was thinking about getting the Pro, but then the mini came out, and the new mini has the new processor that will handle. So the iPad Pro will come with the M4. The new mini is like an A17, so it's way less power, but it's enough that I can pull off editing, and that's really, I'm only going to do so much. So it's little, it's not big. There's a little bit of me that's like, you could get the Pro, but I don't like the form factor. It's too large for me, and it's twice the money. It's way more power. I get it, but I'm like, I really think I would like using the mini more. I've always loved the iPad minis. That's what I want. So with that, it's so much flexibility that I can just be on the couch and like edit some videos and stuff. That Final Cut is available on every device I have, and we'll just share things instantly, like and we'll render across the devices. It's like, okay, this is seriously good. Like, yeah. TJ says to no Adobe Premiere. Definitely not. Adobe Premiere is definitely considered complete garbage today. It was the leader for a while, and then immediately DaVinci Resolve crushed it. Adobe Premiere is like, it's like the system for Adobe addicts and hobbyists, but serious pros don't consider Adobe Premiere in the game. So DaVinci Resolve is widely considered the absolute best product. And then Final Cut is like almost as good as the best, but it's from the Apple ecosystem, and some of us have been on it for a while. If I was starting over, I would totally be on DaVinci, like obviously. But Final Cut does so much and does such a great job. But there are some Apple functions. They actually say you have to go to DaVinci for this. You need some really super advanced things like stereoscopic editing. Even Apple is like, when recorded with Apple products that do this stereo thing, we don't support that in Final Cut. You got to use DaVinci. So they're totally like, no, that's cool. And DaVinci runs natively on Apple Silicon. So you can get amazing DaVinci on here. And I could use it today, but it doesn't really do anything that I need. Final Cut does 99.9% of what DaVinci does. So I don't need it. But Adobe Premiere is just crazy expensive and not as good as the two leaders. So it falls into a, what kind of crazy person would use this category? And like the best tooling companies don't make Adobe Premiere tooling anymore. Everything is made for Final Cut and DaVinci. So that's a really big deal. And I don't think Adobe Premiere runs natively on the top hardware, so it's not in the game that way. And then if I was going to use a third tool, it's Shotcut, because Shotcut has the absolute best rendering pipelines. So for any reason you need it, that's free and way better in certain ways. So once in a while I'll use that. And DaVinci I would use if I needed it, but I'm so into the Final Cut ecosystem, and it runs on the iPad, that it just makes sense for me to stay with it. I'd have to reinvest in a bunch of tooling to switch over to a DaVinci. Ed says, I have a ton of videos on my iPhone because my kids, family, friends want to see Nicaragua and other places in Latin America I travel to. I thought I could make a YouTube videos for them. Oh, again, TJ lost power and internet. My gosh. Yeah, Ed, if you're looking to do like really basic stuff, there is like iMovie or something for your phone that should be like functional. CapCut is cheap and available for your phone. It's actually pretty easy to use. I'm actually impressed by how well it works. It's really good for captioning, and that's the only reason I ever use it, is that and some like automated stuff that's kind of interesting. But overall, if you have a computer and you're not just working on your iPhone, DaVinci is going to be overkill for you. Like, it doesn't matter what you're doing. That's going to be overkill. Shotcut is what I would use. It's free. It is very powerful. It is easier to use than even Final Cut. It doesn't do quite as much. Definitely easier than DaVinci, and it runs on everything. It runs on Apple Silicon. It runs on regular AMD hardware. It runs on Windows, on Linux, on Mac. And it's completely free and constantly updated. The only thing in Shotcut that I feel is lacking is they don't have the ability to use all the third-party add-ons that DaVinci and Final Cut allow. And honestly, that's what drives me to those platforms, not the platforms themselves. They do have a few features now that have really come in, like captioning and voice isolation. They've got a couple little things that are starting to be like killer features. But if you're not going to use those, or they're not important to you, Shotcut honestly is easier to use and so powerful and less flaky. Like, it's good. I started on OpenShot, which was really easy to learn in the early days. I guess if you're looking for something really basic, OpenShot is actually the easiest. I was happy with it, and again, it runs everywhere too. So OpenShot was where I started. Then I moved to Shotcut, and Shotcut was really good. I've used Flowblade a little bit, and it's been fine. But Shotcut's the leader. Shotcut's where you want to be. And then I had to make a decision, and at the time, DaVinci wasn't up to par, and Final Cut was the obvious place to be. So I went to Final Cut, got on the Apple hardware. It was amazing. Then DaVinci leapfrogged them. I'm like, oh, well, I'm deep into Final Cut. This is where I am. But for you, OpenShot is probably the place to be. Because it's really meant for casual users, but has a lot of power. When did the latest version come out? Oh, 3.2.1 is released in July. That's not too long ago. That's not bad. They released 3.2.0 in June and 3.2.1 in July. I have not used it in a really long time, but when I last used it, easy to get up and running was definitely where it was. And it's available for Linux, Chromos, OS X, Mac, Windows, yep, basically everything. And free. We are down to 14 people. Come on, guys. Let's get some stuff going. Let's drive up the interest, get more people on here. We definitely have kind of a different crowd because we're so late. It's we've never we're 90 minutes past our traditional cutoff. This is definitely contributing to our total watch time of the week, which is pretty epic. Like, we're already at some pretty crazy numbers. You know, it didn't occur to me. I should have shut off the camera and let it cool down and recharge a little bit when we had like the bathroom break. I didn't turn it off during that time. Janet says it's pretty funny that we went so late. Yeah, it is. Mark says watch time record. It's not our longest video, and we're not going to make it to that. There's no way the camera will last that long. Our longest is like 8.5 hours, but this is a late night record for sure. I wish I didn't get started so late, but I just couldn't get here any faster and get everything together. It was a bit. Janet has another class in an hour and a half. We got to get through for Janet. There's no way we're making it that long. Sorry. That is not realistic, but we will do our best. What was I going to say? When this is done, I'm getting more mashed potatoes and meatloaf that's got to be hanging out somewhere. Hopefully. It's probably in the fridge. Actually, my wife's meatloaf, which she didn't make this meatloaf, but it's her meatloaf recipe, is so good. Once it's cold and you throw it in a sandwich with some butter, oh my gosh, it's unbelievable. It's one of my favorite things. Leftover meatloaf. I'm up so late that my dog went to bed with other people. That never happens. My dogs are dedicated to going to bed with me. I am their favorite because I prioritize the dogs above all else. When I go to bed with the dogs are like, haha, it's all about us. We can sleep anywhere we want, do anything we want, and Dad will accommodate, right? So if they're like, my little dog will come up, he'll paw at me, he'll be like, make me a nest, cover me up, hold me. The other dog will be like, I feel like being here. I want to be over here. Like, just all over the place. They're so ridiculous. But whenever they're with anyone else, they know that the people take priority. But when they're with me, whatever they say, as long as I can fit into the bed, I will make it work. It was not that long ago. I went to bed, and so the bed's like let's see. So the bed's, this way. Like, okay. And the one dog got into the bottom middle, and he's like, this is like his space. And then my other dog ended up over here, and she slept on this side and then put her head on the pillow, and somehow the pillow ended up in the middle of the top of the bed. And so I had to fit into the other side. Let's see if I can do this. In over here, I had to fit in. And so my head was here and the dog's head was here. It was so ridiculous. TJ, do you ever think about inviting someone to get on the stream through the internet? That's really hard to do, TJ. I'm not sure how best to do that. It would be cool, but because of the issues with the internet and stuff, I really don't know how to do it when it's live. I have tools for doing it when it's not live. I use Zencaster. So that works really well for certain things. But for this, I don't know how to do this live stream with another person in that way. So that's a cool idea. I don't know how to do that and make it actually work. Another class thing about. Mark says, yeah, from the chef, right? Yes, my chef made that tonight. TJ says, I made chicken and dumplings last night. It was good. That sounds good. TJ says, is even better the next day. Yep, that's how the meatloaf is. It's got mellow. My kids were pretty excited. They're like, we're having meatloaf. And then we're like, there's mashed potatoes and like glazed carrots. And they're like, what? Yes. Although I gotta say, the grilled veggie tacos I had them 2 days in a row. They are so good. Like, I've been craving grilled veggie tacos apparently. Like, I'm used to going to Torchy's in Dallas and just getting that. Of all things, you know what? If I missed one thing from the United States, Taco Bueno. Who knows Taco Bueno? That's some good stuff. And it's the most ridiculous thing. I cannot tell you how many years I didn't eat at Taco Bueno because their logo reminds me of a Mexican dude farting. And it's like, that's your logo? Do you have any idea how unappetizing that logo is? But this place, if anyone is in the U.S. and has not been to Taco Bueno, you need to go eat at Taco Bueno. These guys make... It's like, what if Taco Bell was gourmet, right? They're like that. The food is so good. So good. I can't even. Like, it's nuts. Their potato burrito. What is in that? Oh, now they add meat to it. They didn't used to have meat. Oh, maybe they did, but I always added beans instead. Their potato burrito was so good. Their bean burrito was so good. Jan says, I'm actually laughing out loud about the reason you wouldn't go there. Wait, what? Oh. I've done it with OBS and Discord. Interesting. Chance says I'm actually laughing. Because look at their logo. So their logo is that, and their signs always had a Mexican dude on them. And look at where. Okay. Anyway, go to the link. Look at their logo. It's the word bueno in a speech bubble. But let's be clear. The speech bubble is 1, a dirty yellow color. 2, it says bueno in a way that looks like it's being squeezed out. And the little bit of the speech bubble, the thing that indicates where the sound is coming from, is very low on the bubble. So if you imagine a Mexican dude, cartoon character, in a big sombrero, kind of facing away, standing next to the bubble, that bubble looks like it's coming out of his behind, and it looks like he's farting out the word bueno. And because of the colors and the way that the bueno gets bigger as it comes away from the really low speech bubble location, it literally looks like, and I cannot not see this, it looks like someone farted, and because they ate Taco Bueno, and the fart is like, this was good. Like, no, I can't not see it. I'm gonna get Valentina to actually draw that so people can so I can force you all to picture it, right, Janet? Like, once you realize what is going on with that bubble, that's a fart bubble. Bueno. And I started saying that in 2009. Okay? I didn't eat at a Taco Bueno until 2018. 9 years, I avoided it because of that logo. I couldn't take it. And then I finally went there one day. I'm like, all right, I'm going to try this place. And their food is so good. You say, but thanks. If I ever see it in person, I'll know what you mean. Yeah, you really will. It's probably supposed to be a tortilla color. It probably is supposed to be a tortilla color, but it doesn't come across that way. It is. It is so ridiculous. But they seriously make the best Tex-Mex fast food. The quality is so good. I know, 9 years of my life wasted because of that artwork. Like, seriously. Once I discovered how good it was, that had to be my number one restaurant once I discovered it. And what really sucks is when I lived in Carrollton, there was one on my block. So all I had to do, I could walk to it. go through my neighborhood and just walk like between the streets, and I could be right to the Taco Bueno, get my food, and just walk home. And it's like the cheapest place. Like, I think it actually was cheaper than Taco Bell. It was so cheap. And their bean burrito and their potato burrito were absolutely amazing. Their quesadilla, definitely good. We used to get their chips and guac, chips and queso. We would get the Mexi dips and chips. Like, that was really good. We had a handful of things that we would get, and they were absolutely amazing. And then sometimes they would have specials on a regular schedule. It was good. It was really good. And they're originally from Abilene, Texas, 1967. And everything's like slow cooked and just right. So good. TJ's taking off. Scott, I'm out. Going to play Call of Duty with some friends. All right, TJ, have a good night. Good luck with the power. Hopefully you keep the lights on while you're playing. We still got... Oh, there he goes. We just went down to 12 people. We can do it, folks. Oh, my wine is getting low. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. If anyone's going to be in Texas, stop by at Taco Bueno and think of me. And think of me telling you about the fart bubble. They are, for anyone who's interested, available in East Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. That is it. They have 73 locations in Dallas. Wow. They have, it looks like, 2 locations in Houston. Oh, that's sad. Let's see. I'm going to be... Oh, there's one near Kingswood near my cousin. Yes, it's right by the airport. Oh, yes. I have not been able to eat at a Taco Bueno in so long because they're not in Houston. But there's one now in Houston right by the airport in Humble. Oh, my gosh, I know exactly where that is. That is brand new. That was not there before. I am going to Taco Bueno in Humble, Texas. I'm going up. So my storage unit, for those who don't know, is in Humble, Texas. And that is very far from where there's been a Taco Bueno in quite some time. Now, it's not on the road. My storage unit's on, I think I'm like one major road off. It's pretty close. And but my cousin, we own a company together. He lives really close to there. He actually lives in Kingswood, which is funny because he and I used to work for a company out of Qatar. It was based in Kingswood. They totally scammed us. Somehow he ended up moving there. He didn't even live in... He lived in New York at the time. And somehow, most of a decade later, he ended up living in this relatively unknown town with where we got scammed by a Middle Eastern company. It was very, very strange. Shannon says, you can do a short about it when you eat there. Oh, I will. I will definitely make videos about Taco Bueno. I will make a full-length video and talk about the deliciousness of Taco Bueno. It's really just quality ingredients. TJ says, not a chance my power is definitely going out again. Sorry, TJ. Janet says, you're making me tired yawning. Sorry. All right, Ed says, I carry around dog food to feed the stray dogs. Most dogs will not eat. I buy hot dogs. The stray dogs like them. Yeah. Cannibals eating hot dogs. Yeah, it's true. A lot of the healthier food that the street dogs are just like, nope, we know junk food. We're not doing. We're not fooling. We're not falling for that. Nope. I have tried to feed many a wild dog, and they're just like, you don't get us. We're not a thing. Nope. Us, we're estranged. I will take your good scrap food if that's what, but just if that's something we can look forward to, then yes, we will look forward to Taco Bueno experience. A Nicaraguan eats Taco Bueno. Oh my gosh, I have not had Taco Bueno. I can tell you. It's probably one of my last meals in 2021. So I've been like April 2021. I probably managed to pull it off, but the one right next to my house closed. That's one of the reasons I had to sell the house. Like that was it. I was out. Like that when I had discovered it, I was like, I'm loving life in Texas. I can get Taco Bueno all the time. It's dirt cheap. A Venezuelan arepas place opened up right across the street from it. We'd figured out like a bunch of food that was right in our neighborhood. We lived in El Salvador. We were all into pupusas. We had 4 pupusa places that we liked. We had figured out how to get to Little Pakistan right across the highway. We had Little Koreatown had just opened up, or K-Town. We had like this like vibe going on, and Carrollton was doing. I'm like, okay, we're stuck in Carrollton, and then so we were there for a little bit rebuilding the company, and then COVID hit, and we're like, now we're trapped. So we didn't get to enjoy. What's going on with my eye? Oh, it's this eye. Is that like a dark spot? It doesn't seem right. Getting a little bit punchy. And right before COVID hit, we had finally figured out Carrollton, and we were all like, okay, we know where our restaurants are, we know where our bar is. My best friend moved down the street. We were like, yes, we're making Carrollton work. This is where we are for now. So it was kind of good. And then COVID hit, and we couldn't go to all those restaurants. My best friend moved away to Belgium. I was like, well, this sucks. Now this really, really blows. And that Taco Bueno didn't make it. It went out of business. I was like, we're done. Like, this doesn't make sense anymore at all. No White Castle in Texas. So we were, I used to get White Castle once in a while when I worked in Washington, D.C. My wife had never had it. Paul, my business partner, used to work at a White Castle long ago in like Wisconsin. Growing up in New York, we didn't have White Castle. They didn't exist. But we were heading to Miami, or in Miami, with my kids on our way to Nicaragua, 2021. It was the night before we came to Nicaragua. We found a White Castle and went and got the crab cakes. We got the fish burgers. We got the veggie burgers, because they do veggie burgers now. It was so good. It was delicious. And it was so depressing because we found that we could eat at White Castle on our last day in America. And we've never been able to get it since. So that blew. But I have a video of my kids eating White Castle that you can all go watch at some point. And that was like, yes, these are really good. Can I find that? What the heck episode would that be? I wonder if White Castle will come up in a search. Oh, totally did. May 4th, 2021. There it is. White Castle with the family. Booyah. Only 32 views. Like, I want you to think about this video that I made in May of 2021, where we ate White Castle. My wife and my kids are in this video. Like, it was a good video. It's only 3.5 minutes. It was a pretty good. We left Texas. We're driving from Texas to Bowling Green. Oh, that's weird. That's where we were. Yeah, when this is done, go watch that too. It's, I'm like, only 32 views. That's where we were we're at, how many subscribers do I have? 10,700 subscribers. Let's go look. The number of people who've gone back and watched these old episodes, the number of people who've, we got 10,739 of you are subscribed to the channel. And this old episode that I thought was a pretty good episode at the time and was well enough into my YouTubing days that my family is like, okay, we're going to make a YouTube of White Castle, and didn't think anything of it. And there's only 32 views. Imagine how few views there were like for the first year. It must have been like 14. I don't know. You've just never posted it as a choice in the end before. That's probably true. No, that's probably not true. I guarantee I posted it in May 4th, 2022, and May 4th, 2023, and May 4th, 2024. Now I don't do the old throwbacks anymore, but I did for a long time. It should have been there at least 2 or 3 times before I stopped. And That was a decent episode for those old days. That was with the GoPro 9 and the new GoPro 9 after I just lost the old one. Oh, the entire episode is green because of the lights in the hotel. Wow. You know what's funny is I could actually play it on the live stream, but then you guys wouldn't go watch it. We got to get some views on it, right? We got to get... There's only 6 likes. Like, come on. No, it even says filmed on the GoPro Hero 9. Here's my write-up. This is it. We've packed up the house. We've left Texas. We are driving from Dallas to Bowling Green today. So much happening. And tonight, we're staying at a Home 2 Suites in Bowling Green, Kentucky. And we got to try our very first White Castle now that they are loaded with vegetarian alternatives. 3.5 minutes. Wow. That's a throwback. Jan says, I tried looking through the old ones. I hadn't seen it, but it was sort of hard to pick. It is hard to find the old ones sometimes. But I don't know why YouTube does such a bad job of promoting them. Like, I think I've got some old episodes that are okay. You know? I don't know. I know they're mostly pretty boring. I mean, this is pretty boring at this point. We're 7.5 hours in. But, let's see. It's a daily. Just looking through, seeing what it says. And it's one, we even had Valentina make a thumbnail of it. So, like, we put some effort to try to get some traction on it. And it got nothing. Now, it doesn't have any tags or anything. Video location is missing. Oh, I'm going to add that. Bowling Green, Kentucky. There we go. Set it to travel. But it'd be awesome if we got this up to like 80 views or something, right? Like, it should be something. You know, we put in all this effort of making all this stuff. Oh, it's because it's so short, Janet says, and it's hard to get back to that day after a short one is done. That is true. I don't like how they handle some of that. So you're trying to pick the longest ones. Oh, well, I appreciate that. The longest ones do make the biggest difference. Ed says, when I take out a date, she thinks McDonald's is high-class American food. It is so true. Wait, Ed, where do you go to McDonald's? Do you go to Managua? Where are you finding one? We have one here in Leon. It's actually pretty nice. And there's one up in Chinandega that's really nice. But I only know of a few. Yeah, it's so weird here. McDonald's, like, in the States, McDonald's is, like, garbage. And then you come here and people are like, what? That's nice. Like, I get that it's, like, interesting because it's from another place, but it's not good. Like, what? Oh, hey, my video for the day is kind of picking up steam. I thought it was doing really poorly, but it's about to hit 400 views. That's not bad. Oh, you go to Managua. Okay. Jan says, I'll add it to my list with the garden one. I can watch it a lot. The garden one is almost 2,000 views. Not bad. Anyone seen what the that tax one is up to? Let's see. How can I tell? Oh, the video for today is up to 429. Content. Let's see. The top 10 countries is only at 1.3 thousand, which I felt that, I mean, that one took a lot of work for me to make. I mean, I could put in that kind of work for 1.3 thousand. Like, that's not actually bad, but I don't know. I was expecting a little bit more than that. The tax plan video just hit 23K, which means it just passed the Hinotega video as my #1 video. Which is great. I just have a new #1 video. That's fantastic. But I'm kind of sad that it passed the Hinotega video. Like, the Hinotega video was my #1 for a year and a half, and it's such a good video, I think. To not have it be #1 feels kind of disrespectful to the Hinotega video. I don't know. It doesn't feel right replacing it as the #1. We're never going to get this White Castle up to #1, that's for sure. Ed says Burger King is not bad. They only serve veggie burgers here. Wait, they only serve veggie burgers where? What? Ed, I need more information. What are you talking about? Janet says, I like the ones where you were talking constantly and the top 10 one has interruptions with that female voice. What? Why do you need me to... Okay. You got me on that one. Not what I was expecting. So Ed, there's a Burger King vegetarian restaurant in Costa Rica that is only veggie. No, Ed, I know Whopper no meat, but where? Like, I don't know. We go to Burger King all the time because we love their vegetarian, and they often don't have any vegetarian because they run out, and so they only have meat. But I know in Costa Rica they have one that is an entire Burger King that's only vegetarian, but I'm not aware of that existing in Nicaragua. We are constantly going to Burger King to try to get vegetarian, and it so I had it, I don't know, 3 days ago. So we're always buying the vegetarian Whopper. But they took their vegetarian chicken off the menu, which was so good. We were so into it, and that went away. But every Burger King that we go to, which includes Metro Centro, the place next to Metro Centro, and the one at Galerías, all of them only sometimes have the meatless, and they always have tons of meat. Metro Central Mall has gone to only vegetarian? Are you sure? Can I look this up? I found it in Petitos Ja in Costa Rica. That's how we found the vegetarian only. But, I mean, we've been at Metro Centro within the last week, and they had meat. I'm too far away. It won't let me look it up. Did they go to the new green logo? So there's a new version of Burger King that's called like Burger King Veggie, and it has its logo is changed to green, and that's what they have in Costa Rica, and it's open later than the regular Burger King. Is that what they've done at the Metro Centro? Is it the one in the food court or the one next door? Because normally we go to the one next door, and they've been, I mean, we stopped going there like several weeks ago because we ordered vegetarian and they gave us meat when it was supposed to be vegetarian. They were like out, and then we were upset. This is my wife, right? Don't get upset because they just like, oh, we found some, and then it was just meat, and they just bait and switched us. I mean, I haven't been to Metro Centro, but my wife was literally just there. I mean, 2 days ago. That's what I had for dinner. We track Burger King carefully because their veggie Whopper is pretty decent. Although this last one wasn't that good. When I got it in Costa Rica, it was a little bit better because it was all veggie. But the veggie chicken is really good. The camera is holding on. It's like, nah, I can do this. As you know, food standards always change here. They do, but I'm just amazed because it's within the last 48 hours, right? Like we just got dinner from there, and we're not able to get the vegetarian food, only the one because they were out of everything else or had discontinued it. Now in Costa Rica, they finally got the other items back, so like oh my gosh, it's constantly switching. But everything at Metro Central has always been so meat heavy, and the vegetarian is just like, if we have it. So for those who don't know, we don't get the Impossible Whopper here, which we do like, but they get a Polish veggie patty based Whopper instead, which is actually pretty good. You flame broil it, and it actually works pretty well. And we're pretty happy with it. And everything else is the regular Whopper stuff. The Impossible is a little bit more expensive, and it's a little bit heartier, but I think that the Polish one we enjoy a little bit more. It's a little bit more veggie. The Impossible is like, we can recreate meat, but we don't want to recreate meat. We're not just vegetarians because we don't like to eat animals. We don't like meat. So we don't have any desire to recreate it, but we like Whoppers. I like the mayo. I like their mix of things. I like their bun. I like what a Whopper is like. And for a long time, I used to get Whoppers with no meat at all, just the veggies. And now, having something that kind of holds it together is important, and it makes it pretty good. But, yeah. Yeah, it says, as you know, the food standards always change here, never the same portions or taste. McDonald's is pretty good about keeping it the same, except here what do you call it? The McFlurry machines actually work. So that's a totally different experience than in the United States, where you can't actually get McFlurries and it's all just a scam. Here they actually work. They always work. And you can get that anytime, which is really cool. And I think the McDonald's French fries here, I think those taste the same. The Whopper is kind of similar. The tomatoes this last time were very different. We need protein as we age. Well, the veggie patty actually does have a bit of protein. That part's not so bad. You guys are getting awfully quiet. Our chat rate is only 1. We need to get to a chat rate of 2. Yeah, when I get off here, I'm getting a, what did I say? Meatloaf sandwich. That is my plan. It's after 2 o'clock here. We're seriously late. Janet says, yeah, I was checking on the classes I have tonight. We're keeping you going, Janet. We're going to get you through. I wish there was a good way to do the old episodes and make it that you can go from one to another in order and just have it. But for some reason, YouTube is like, no, we don't do that. They make it really hard to just work your way through. It says, where do you find healthy food? I don't know that we do. So much of our whatever is healthy food is us having a cook at home. So like today, I had her grill veggies and just put them in, tortillas, and so I had just grilled veggies and tortillas, which is super delicious. It was really good, and that's pretty healthy, right? Just a bunch of veggies. Most of our home cooking is pretty healthy. We do pretty basic, like we make our own salsas for pasta and whatever. So it's not bad. Hey, Janet, I just found May 3rd, 2021, so the day before the White Castle. I actually film it in the old house in Texas. There's only 14 views. It's much less interesting. But that is our final moments in the old house. I apparently filmed it on the OnePlus camera, I think. And there's no description. There's no nothing. It's just totally packed, and the kids get a play day. I didn't listen to it, but I'm just... That is my house all torn apart on the night that we left. That was it. That was us leaving the house. It's hard to believe. Janet says, there are 3. I have more in the middle of the night, morning than I do in the day. Yeah. That would be nice if you could stay in sequence just by clicking the back arrow or something. Right? That's how it should be. They should go from one to another in sequential order. There should always be that option. Give me this in sequential order and just go. It would, like, I would do that sometimes. I want to see the old episodes in order and piece together that history of what happened, because I was making episodes in 2019. So it would be really nice if I could link in the Take Flight with Scott episodes, because that was like summer of 2019. And then I've got a few episodes leading up to Alan and I and Rachel coming to Nicaragua in the fall. And then the episodes of me coming home and being like, we're going to move to Nicaragua and this whole like thing. And then COVID hit, and then there's all these episodes of me just discussing life during COVID and our plans and trying to move to Nicaragua. And then there's all this, here we are moving out of the house. Here's us getting to Miami. Here's us getting on the plane. Here's us getting into Nicaragua. Like, it's a pretty cool, it's like a pretty cool chain of events, There's our last day with our car, so much stuff. It's like, oh yeah, we had to sell all of our vehicles to come down here and everything. Like, what an adventure. Now it's like, yeah, we just moved to Nicaragua. Like, what? That was easy. But we had to sell our house. We had to move out. We had to sell our car. We had so many silly moving pieces and oh my gosh, the pile of our stuff in the yard. That would be nice. Yep. Janet says, you said, hey, Janet. And a second later, one of those ads started. Sorry, I don't know what I was saying. He said, wow, got to check it out. Yeah, I'm like watching this video. I'm standing in the dark outside of the house. Like, here's our empty house. We're very sad. Mark is still here. Mark says, but so doing that makes too much sense. Oh, yeah, the sequence thing. Yeah, I don't get it. I feel like, there was a time, maybe this was during COVID. Maybe that's when this happened. I don't know. My wife and I watched Kara and Nate. And for those who don't know, they started, basically they got married, went on a honeymoon. I'm not sure it's quite that, but it was something like that. And they bought a really nice Sony, like expensive Sony camera, and went on this honeymoon and did a whole bunch of travel, like, I don't know, like a month of travel that they figured out for this honeymoon. And they had never really traveled. He had traveled. He owned a t-shirt company or something, and she was just the most naive, clueless person you could possibly imagine, but she seemed nice. It probably is. And they went on this trip, and you're like, wow, 2 young, newlywed, clueless Americans with zero knowledge of the world go to Asia, and they're off to explore. And you're like, okay, I can get into this. Like, these people are morons, but they seem nice, and they're doing this cool thing. And then they figured out that they got so many followers so quickly. So it's had to be before COVID. But I mean, when I started watching it, might have been COVID. But I don't think that's true. I think I was watching it for a few years before COVID, if I remember correctly. And their whole thing was they wanted to get to 100 countries before Nate turned 30. So they were in their 20s, it was like from age 26 to 30, they did this. And they just started traveling. And he went to country after country after country. And it was this amazing journey of American morons finding the world. And like every place, they're like, oh my gosh, Japan, did you know that they like anime here? Like they had no idea what, every single place. They didn't have the common knowledge of each place they went to. It was so bad. But they also were just really excited to be there, and they did a decent job of filming. He filmed and she edited, and they did this for like a month, and then they're like, you know what? We're super rich, white, Tennessee, privileged kids. We're just going to do this for forever. And so they just started traveling and got so many followers so fast on YouTube, so you got to give them credit. But it was during that era when everyone got a ton of followers. And it's weird for me because there was like a lot of people from that era, because I used to watch before I had a channel. And I'd be like, oh my gosh, Hey Nadine, that show is so iconic and so big. And now I go and I look and I'm like, oh, I have a bigger travel channel than these really famous YouTubers. Like, that's so weird to me, that my channel is so big now. And by comparison, not that it's so big, but that these shows that I thought were so big are things that I've blown past in many cases, and the other people are way ahead of me, obviously. So it is what it is. But I was really amazed, especially that one. Especially Hey Nadine, really knocked my socks off, because I think she has like 500,000 followers, but my show is bigger, and you're like, how can that be? But actually, I'm going to check it right now. I don't think I have her in my tracking list. I'm gonna find, and she's like way bigger than me now, and I'll be sad. I'll be like, oh, I was doing well, but yeah, 510,000 followers, and okay, she's a little bit ahead of me right now for the month. Yeah, she must be coming back a bit, but she has, so much that she has done traditionally. But for a bit during the year, I was ahead of her for like 6 months. And I'm like, how am I in the same category as this show? Like, she was a top travel person for a really long time. So that stuff is really interesting, in a way, to be like, what? And speaking of, nearshore living is gone. I went to look something up to link the show today, and discovered all the videos are gone. And I'm like, what? That's awful. So I talked to Ron. He's just like, yeah, I'm just like really busy. I'm like, you're really busy, but you took down your channel? Like, that's not the same as just not posting. All you have to do is not post. But he took his whole channel down. I'm like, what? What just happened? I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking. But yeah, whole channel, all that content that I link and talk about, all gone. Janet says, I remember one about some construction people knocking down a brick post in front of the house. Yep, that's a good episode. It says they eat too much rice and become diabetic in Nicaragua. That is very real. Janet says, lol, like all 4 of my daughters studied Japanese in high school because of anime, right? So Kara and Nate had this show, and for the first several years, it was actually pretty good. You were still super annoyed. She was way too perky. Like, this is the best day ever. And it was like, every day is the best day ever. Like, get over it. Like, you can't act like every day is the best day ever. That's too much. And she's basically like a drunk cheerleader through the whole thing. And you're just like, okay. At some point, do you grow up? At some point, visiting 100 countries, do you have any concept of the world? And the answer was no. After 100 countries, they just knew nothing more than when they started. Like, I'm not sure they knew how to read maps. I don't know, that part was frustrating. But they made a pretty good show, and they seemed like such a happy couple. And it was, the white privilege road trip is what we always called it. And they would be like, we're going home to visit. We haven't been home in a year, and they'd fly home. And of course, we're visiting her family, and here's their mansion. Here we're visiting his family, here's their mansion. We're visiting this ridiculous company that he owns. It's like the peanut butter t-shirt company, and it's just he and his brother just print t-shirts, and they make like millions of dollars or something, and you're like, what? None of this business model makes any sense. Like, nothing makes any sense. But so that was frustrating, that you're just like, this is so, rich people are just rich people. But they all seem very nice rich people, but so clueless. That was frustrating. But for the first bit, you watched it and you're like, okay, this was a really good show. They had this really good discovering the world. They went to 100 countries. They really showed a bunch of stuff. You learned a lot from it. And so we would watch it. We'd be like, this was really good. And they got millions of followers. And then they got weird once they started winning awards and going to weird fake awards for influencers, and you're like, okay. And then they started going places because they were paid to go there instead of going where just traveling, and it went downhill. And then COVID hit, and they're like, now they just made a show of them sitting in a van. And I don't know where I was going with this story, but Then they did like this van life video, and the whole thing just turned to crap, and I have no idea what they do anymore. But for a long time, but they've got millions of followers. Like, they must make so much money still, just hand over fist, and they just go to expensive hotels, and people pay them to go places. And that's like it. You just pay them to go to your hotel and show it off, and that's how they make their money. And yeah, they're still posting all the time. And like, yep. And just create millions of views on every video. When did they? But they're not up to 1,000 videos yet, which is surprising. If you go to their first one 8 years ago, and their old stuff is really good, for real. But once COVID hit, there was no recovery. Anyway, that's my take on Kara and Nate. I am sad that I didn't do travel videos back in that era, because there was a time like 8 years ago that like it was so easy. And I'm not saying what they did was easy. They were an amazing success story. I'm saying other people, they got way less success than them. But it was easy to get a modicum of success during that era, because everybody, for some reason, in like 2016 to 2020, and then obviously they still watch it during COVID, really liked watching travel. And it was like this really hot thing. And Carl Watson did an amazing job. And I remember being in Italy in 2019. So I'd been watching like Carl Watson. I'd been watching Kara and Nate a ton at that point. And enough that I was like, I happened to sit at a restaurant right next to where Carl Watson had fallen off a cliff and dislocated his shoulder. And I like texted him. I'm like, hey, I'm at this place. Like, I watched this episode of your show where your shoulder came out. I'm sitting at that restaurant right now. I took a picture of it. And he's like, oh, that's so cool. Like, and, you know, it was cool that you could connect with people. Obviously, I say as you guys are connecting with me on this live stream. But, like, these shows were big, and there was a really big audience for so much of this travel material. And now I feel like it's gone away. Both, there aren't people making this really good travel. Now, maybe I'm just not finding it. Like, maybe back then I just stumbled on so much good stuff, and now I'm not. But I feel like so much of what was really good has gone away, and that the amount of interest in good travel stuff is just gone, and that people just really aren't into it anymore. And that's sad, because it was a great bit of content that actually had value, and you know, I enjoyed. And now I never find anything I want to watch in the same way. Now, maybe it's just because I got older. Maybe I watched so much, and maybe it's me that changed. But you go to these channels and you're like, these channels are not like they were. Like, this was a vibrant channel. Like, several of these people, Hey Nadine, Karen Nate, Carl Watson, they had these amazing channels. So we're like, oh, this is such really engaging stuff. So visceral. And then the show's just kind of turned into nothing, he says, as he's had wine and is doing a live at 2:30 in the morning. But it's, I don't know. That era was cool. That was my life disaster era, 2017 to 2019, as we were embezzled, lost everything, and had to rebuild our lives from that. Those were rough years for us. So having shows like that to watch were really important, because it was like, we're gonna get back out there, we're gonna travel again. But it was kind of depressing for me, because it's like, oh, we had been traveling, we had such a good thing going on, and we had been to so many countries, and so we had lived in 8 countries prior to the boom of those things. Had we actually filmed all that and I'd had my head out of my ass, I would have made amazing videos during that era, and it would have been so exciting. I think there would have been some really, really epic content. But I was like, I wonder how you do this. I didn't know how to edit. I couldn't bring myself to really film things. It's 100% on me. But it makes me sad because one, that would have been what we would literally have 1 million subscribers instead of 10,000 had we done that. And but also now looking back, it's like, oh, do you know how much I wish I had filmed all of that? Because I want to go back and watch those videos that don't exist of all that. And I think that would have been really amazing to have, and we just didn't film that. Janet says the message is clueless rich people are annoying. That is definitely true. Even if they start off well, they will become annoying. Once you know that they can screw up to any level, nothing they do matters, and they just have endless money, and they have no integrity. I'm not saying that they're bad people, but like we're making a 100% we get paid to advertise channel. That's not interesting. Janet says, and the other message is practice maybe doesn't make you perfect if you were clueless to start. That is true. Yeah, they were able to just go from country to country and never grew. That's the biggest thing is I don't know that they're any more clued into the world now than they were when they started. At least then they were bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and it made sense for them to be stupid. You're like, okay, you've never traveled, you don't know the world, you're rich, and you're able to just hop a plane to Asia as if it was nothing and spend months. And he was like, we're able to do this because I took 3 months off of life while she was finishing university or something. I think he's like 1 year older. So he took that year while she was finishing university. He just started a completely banal business and made a fortune printing t-shirts. And using the unlimited financial resources of his completely weird t-shirt business. Okay, great. You found a way to make a t-shirt business that made you rich as a 22-year-old or something. And then he spent all of his time flying around the world for airline points. He came up with a system of getting 100 credit cards and just using all kinds of things on planes and just got unlimited flights and became a top level person on every airline, and then they flew around the world based on those points. He did a lot of work to do that and a lot of research to do that, and and he spent a ton of time sitting on planes to make it happen. But it was layer after layer of where did this money and time come from? And when I was that age, I had to run a company and I had to pay bills and I had to do really hard things, and I know that millennials have so much more money than Gen X. This was they just came from money. I'm sure that's where it came from. But there's also millennials did have it a lot easier than Gen X. They like to complain, but they're the richest generation ever. And, they had all this money from the boomer generation, and the X's were really left working for a lot of stuff. We really were the poor generation between things. And it shows, right? We didn't have any of these so much flexibility in the millennial eras that the rest of us didn't have. Well, you go through that phase and you had younger kids then too. That is true. I think it would have been really cool though. I think if I could have gotten the kids to be interested, and back then they were kind of willing to do it. Now they're no interest whatsoever. But back then they were kind of okay. Mark says I can't watch naive people. Yeah, I gave it a try. That's why I like Hey Nadine. She's smart and competent. So that's a very different channel. He seems a little bit competent. She does not in any way whatsoever. Her level of vacuous is so extreme that it really does wear on you. His is just privilege. He's a decently smart, super privileged guy. He does I'm going to explain all these things. And she's just hi, it's the best day of my life on every video. And you're oh my gosh, she was a high school cheerleader who never stopped being a high school cheerleader. That's the thing. That's cool, be a cheerleader, awesome. But it needs to be, you need more than that in your life. And it's really clear that she has that, was a cheerleader, dated someone from high school, they went to college together, her college was just to be able to say she went to college and party at a party school because she didn't learn anything. She didn't have like a real degree. She never got a job from it, never needed to, graduated from college, and immediately it was just married this guy. You know, they're both rich. She married a rich guy who owned a magic company that just made money out of t-shirts. Like everyone I know, like I know so many people who have t-shirt businesses, none of them make money at it. Like, and he was making heaps of money to the point where he didn't even have to work at it, and he was making heaps of money. It was just magic money for them, and then he was able to just spend all this time, unbelievable amounts of money on flights to get unbelievable amounts of benefits so that they could just do stuff. So she immediately is like, I was a cheerleader in high school who became a cheerleader in college at a party school, married a guy from high school, and graduated and immediately flew around the world for the rest of my life. And that's it, right? And that's cool. Like, that is success. So great for her. I would have done, if I was her, I would do the same thing, right? But it leaves you with, she has never had, as far as I can tell, needed to work a day in her life. Every single day of her life has been magic fun Candyland. And even if she's not stoned, that makes her seem stoned because she has no grasp of reality whatsoever. I don't think he does either at this point. But yeah. Janice says, I understood the world more than it sounds like they ever did when I was traveling between the ages of 12 and 17, and I could see the depth of the real world. Yeah, I feel like they go places and they don't know any of the history, they don't know any of the culture. They would get places and they'd be like, okay, we're here. What is this known for? And you're like, are you serious? Like, you don't know what this place is? Like, this is basic middle school, early high school world geography or social studies or whatever. These are very basic. They'd be like, oh, Vietnam, did something happen here? They wouldn't be aware of like the war. I don't know if that's true. But like things like that. And you're like, seriously? Like, that's offensive to not know about the war in Vietnam. Like, are you kidding? And they came to Nicaragua. They finally came to Nicaragua. What did they do? Did they go to do any of the interesting things? No. They came like last year. What did they do? They went directly to a private island, 100% paid for, off the coast, some millionaire's private island that they just rented out for a week. And so they're just, to them, Nicaragua is a private Caribbean island. They don't know Managua. They don't know Grenada. They don't know Leon. They have no idea. And that's their came to Nicaragua, an island that just happens to legally be within Nicaraguan jurisdiction. Not one Nicaraguan meal, didn't meet one Nicaraguan person. Like, that's them going to a country now. Like, they just fly into resorts and fly out. And, yeah. Sounds like their lives are kind of empty to me. Their heads are kind of empty. I think that's... I have relatives that match your description. I can't believe this camera is still going. I can't believe so many people are still hanging out. My dog cannot believe that I'm still on the live stream. She's giving me incredulous looks while she's mostly sleeping across the room. She's like, really? Oh, there's the gecko. And the camera died. All right, guys, that is our cue to call it for the night. Thanks so much for hanging out and doing all this. It is 2:30 in the morning. That is absolutely incredible. Hopefully my voice is still coming through. Yeah, my voice is still coming through, so we're all good there. And 13 people still hanging out, 432 views. We've gone for 8.25 hours. Pretty epic, I would say. Sorry I don't have more batteries, but you know what? I am a little bit on the tired side, so I'm not going to say that I'm not kind of thankful that the camera just died. I want to hang out and go late, but reality does have to come into play at some point as well. So I'm going to go make myself a sandwich. I'm going to get this dog ready for bed. I'm going to get some sleep. And thank you so much to everyone for joining us tonight. It has been awesome having you all here. And if you are still awake or whatever, go watch another episode. Do something of that